Smith helps it on his way. Oh, it's brilliant catch!
Oh!
What an amazing catch! A backwards square leg. It's Will Jacks away to his right-hand side. Smith helping it away into the leg side, and Jacks was there, England leaping around. After balls on Nisa, slaps it as he drops. He's dropped an extra cover. There's another one that's gone down. Bryden Cass. It was in the breadbasket and then out again.
Well, yes, the good, the bad. There's also a fair measure of ugly yesterday about England's play as we welcome you to the Gabba for the third day of this second Test match. No need to tell you about the weather. It's an absolutely glorious afternoon here. Just blue sky all around, but England under pressure. They really are. There's a lot of chat around the hotel today from those supporters who've made their way all the way over here down under about possibly whether this game could end today. Surely it can't be as bad as that. But the situation, just to remind you, Australia lead by 44. They've got 4 wickets in hand. There are 6 overs before a new ball is available. But all those chances yesterday, including the 2 not-out batsmen, Carey dropped on naught. Nisa, you heard there, dropped by Cass, that easy chance at cover, and those come back and they bite you, do they not? However, new day. England look a little fresher this morning. They did when they hauled themselves off the field yesterday. Their first almost, it wasn't a completely full day in the field, was it? Even that one, but a long time since they spent a day in the field in match conditions, and my word, it looked like it, not simply by the way they came off, but with the chances that were missed and just generally the lack of zip in that last hour or so. So we'll see how they come out today. They're going to have to come out and do something pretty quick. I think I've got Glenn McGrath to my right. I've got Alex Hartley making some notes to my left. What have you noted, Alex? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. I was just comparing day 2. I was just having a look at what happened, and I was just highlighted the Cameron Green dismissal, and I said, I've just written down, that was a game-changing moment for England, a bit like Harry Brook.
Yep.
For England in the first innings, it opened the door, didn't it? Carey was then dropped first ball, and we picked up the wicket, or England picked up the wicket, sorry, of Smith and Inglis. So England, they're not out of this game by any means.
No, they're not, and it's easy sometimes when you've been watching England for a while, and there's still the Perth legacy for people to take and assume a pessimistic view of this. I know someone who won't be sitting to my right. So, Glenn, good afternoon to you. Lovely to have your company as always. We've only had 4 days. 4 days of cricket, and it's just been an extraordinary roller coaster of mayhem and madness, really. I mean, for both sides, to be fair.
Yeah, g'day.
Yeah,
Agus, Alex, everyone. Yeah, it's been 4 days. It feels a lot more than that. It's nearly every day's been a highlight package, but yeah, I don't think there's it wasn't the best day for England, and the way they finished in Perth, probably not the best, but they're not out of this test by a long way. They're only 40 runs behind.
Yep.
You come out quick wickets, get the tail in, knock them over, say you've got a lead of 60, that's been very positive. And you go past that, you set a decent score. This wicket's going to crack up even more. Might be a little bit of up and down bounce, and you're right on top in this game. So depends on which way you want to look at it. Sure, England, the way they went about it yesterday, their body language wasn't that good by the end of the day. They dropped, 4 or 5 catches? 5 catches, which you just can't afford to do at this level. And and they didn't bowl well. I saw the pitch map. It's the first time I've seen a pitch map where there's nowhere on the pitch where the ball hasn't landed. So that's the first time there. But
if we're playing join the dots, I mean, it would be
it's a colouring.
It was like paint by numbers, wasn't it? It was awful.
It's like somebody's got a barn door and fired a shotgun at it from about 10 yards.
Yeah,
it's just an extraordinary thing. Well, just to talk about that, I mean, there were some stats to go with it. Let's take into account the fact that this is the Gabba, and so the ball does bounce. However, the number of deliveries bowled by England yesterday that would have hit the stumps, and one did, was 28. The number of deliveries that they bowled that would miss the stumps, 417.
It happens.
But it shouldn't happen at this level.
Depends where that is. If it's all on top of off stump, just outside, if it's all through that area there's probably not a huge amount that actually does go on to hit the stumps. But there's pressure being built because it's through that channel. that's where you've got your field set.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that.
I'm going to add to that, though,
Yep.
if I can interrupt. The fact that a third of the runs went through third man. And there weren't nicks
No.
that went along the ground
Yeah.
of third man. There were up and unders, there were cuts, there were ramps. So, I mean, Australians played the short stuff really well.
Yeah.
And it was ages until Ben Stokes finally put a third man down in place. I mean,
Yeah.
it's sometimes field positions. I have a thing about short leg. Okay, I love a short leg fielder. Not necessarily because he's going to catch a ball there, but because of what it does to the batsman's technique, and you can't thrust so much, and you haven't got the front foot. Similarly, if your plan against the short ball is to ramp and flick, and there's a third man down here, you're less inclined to play. You've got to do something else, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. And I always thought third man was a very English fieldsman. They love a third man, whereas I hated having a third man, or a third, whatever they want to call it these days. But I'd rather have someone catching.
Yeah.
So if you try, how Joe Root loves to run it there, instead of putting third man in to protect the boundary, have the catcher there just to stop them, going through.
But that was your length, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You're not running up and bowling six bounces and over.
Yeah, so it's a completely different attitude and game plan and what have you. But to go on to what you said by how many runs went down to third, I looked at the wagon wheel at one stage, and I reckon 3/4 of Australian runs were scored behind the wicket.
Yeah.
Like that tells you in itself that they're bowling too short or too straight.
Or they're bowling to a plan.
Well, they're bowling to a plan.
A plan that doesn't work.
well,
Indeed, well, that's the point.
No,
But
it is.
they're-
It is working if they want them to hit the runs down this part of the field.
But the bowlers were bowling to a plan. They were not all the time, and there was a fair amount of poor bowling when the actually fields were set normally. But a lot of yesterday, they were bowling because they were told to bowl like that, and it didn't work. Well, they got Steve Smith. You could say a bonus. But
what an unbelievable catch that was, to dismiss.
Yeah, so the pitch itself, fair enough. The ball is, once it gets soft, it's so hard, and the pitch itself, it settled down. It actually came on a little bit quicker, but still, how many times did they try to bowl a maiden over just through that?
Indeed, create some pressure.
I think the frustrating thing for me yesterday was watching the bowling was it was either drive a ball too full in the slot to be driven back down the ground or through the covers, or it was like a nothing short ball. So there was a plan. Bryden-Cross bowled bouncers for an over. I think the over went for 19. Then he came straight out of the attack. He just didn't execute that over. The plan was there. He just got it so wrong, and Cameron Green got hold of him. He stepped away to the leg side and pumped him through the offside. So you've got to go more leg side. But it just felt like we were sort of chasing the game and trying, I think England get frustrated when the game doesn't move quickly, and I think that's the best way to get under their skin is just to go, there's 5 days, it doesn't have to be 3.
No, that's a good point. And Glenn, you were a bowler who built pressure through maidens, who built pressure. It must be even easier these days to build that pressure, because if you haven't scored after 4 or 5 balls, the batsmen are getting twitchy. So you rattle out a couple of maidens. They're going to be every chance they're going to make a mistake.
Exactly, and I wonder, do they have the patience to do it, or do they have the ability to execute it, or is it a bit of both? But what sort of frustrates me from an England perspective, what happened in Perth? Australia went short at Atkinson and Carse, and they got away. So England thought they'd try this exact same thing in the second innings, didn't work. Australia, first day, went the short one as well, to Archer and Root at the end, and they got away. Didn't work. Yet England want to try the same thing that didn't work the previous day. So are they challenging themselves? We can actually do it better than the Australians if it didn't work for them. But I think that the pitch has come into a lot here, and I don't know. I don't know what to think, whether they can actually execute bowling plans, whether that's the biggest issue or just complete lack of patience.
It does feel like rethink time, and the way that Australia clearly went away after Perth and talked about the English bowling and the length of bowling and how they were going to combat the short stuff, and you could see how they decided to do it. I thought some of the shots yesterday were brilliant, but they were prepared for it. They knew what was coming. Wetherill plays terrific shots, left-hander, ramps and stuff over the slips in his second game, but he knew what was coming.
Well, that was Cameron Green thought he knew what was coming as well. And I agree with what Alex said. The 2 big moments for me yesterday was one when Smith dropped head, and then it was like something in Travis' mind just said, I'm not going to keep defending and get out. I'm going to attack or be more positive. And the tempo of the game changed then. And then when Green got out, all of a sudden England's got another. They're back in the game, whereas they were slowly getting battered out of it.
Yeah. So what's going to happen today? Well, I can look down there. I can see Jamie Smith. Actually, he's just wandering around. He's got the ball in his hand, and he certainly discovered what playing cricket in Australia is like, didn't he? Yesterday,
It got a hammering, didn't it? I mean, it was quite comical, if
Yes.
we're going to be honest. You know, the fact that this crowd have been in since 12:30 in the afternoon. He dropped a catch around 2:30, I want to say, and still at 9:30 they hadn't let it go.
Well, there was that one that went between him and Root. Root dived to his right, and Smith did not move a millimetre.
move at
That's
all.
not the best sign
No.
there. So that probably just added a bit more fuel to it.
It did. I enjoyed Duckett, who's got a sense of humour. Obviously knew what was going on, and every time he got the ball, he threw it at Smith, and he'd be smiling and he'd be laughing. Sort of thing you do when you know.
He had a pretty
your
good day in the
teammates.
field, didn't he?
Well,
Duckett?
he's 2 down. He's a golden duck and 2 drop catches down, so he certainly owes his team a bit. Ben Stokes, how fit is he, I wonder? There was that very worrying time yesterday, and it was interesting to see Harry Brook, the vice-captain, clearly running up from slip, presumably to say, come on, Ben, don't do something silly here. He's jumping up and down there. It's like
just a few cramps, Agus.
I think it probably was.
Happens after
He's
a
like
tough
a boxer
Yeah,
in
he'll be
the
fine.
corner. He should be okay.
He'll
So
be
he's loosening up, but Brook at least did go up to him and say, come on, we can't afford to lose you. At this
You reckon
stage
that's
of
what he
the
was
season.
saying?
Get
Well,
that ball out of your hand.
I think I can't think what else he'd have been saying.
Yeah, I know, it's so.
It didn't-
Bang it in again, mate.
it didn't work, whatever it was, because
Yeah, I'm just up here. I know we'll just slow things down a bit. Or what do you want to do after?
you
we'll,
think a bit of that. do
We'll
you?
have a bite somewhere.
That's
or
very cynical.
What are we doing tomorrow morning?
Brydon Cast, crikey. Was it the second fastest English 100? We're not talking about batting, I'm afraid. He's a very wholehearted bowler. I mean, he keeps going and he does what he's told, but he just didn't get the range right, did he? I mean, if you look at Neil Wagner, for instance, New Zealand's left arm bouncer enthusiast, who was just so accurate, wasn't he? I mean, he time and time again got that short ball in the right place. Different pitches, different lengths, and all that
Left
sort of
arm
stuff.
to right, different angles.
Yeah, but wasn't he? He was so effective at doing what England were trying to do yesterday. And for some people, it's just not their game. We're talking about the Australian attack. It's not Doggett's game or Boland's game.
It's not
to run
even
in and bowl.
Mitchell Stark's game.
No.
Mitchell Stark's not he doesn't bowl a great bouncer. He bowls great lines and lengths and attacking lengths, but he's not
No. Right, we've got England taking the field. There's a chorus of boos from, it must be at least 100 stormtroopers. They are down to our right here, straight out of Star Wars by the look of it. They're all in white. They have.
It's always day
helmets
3. They're here.
Is it?
Darth Vader will turn up shortly as well.
on. Excellent. He gets a big round of applause, does he? But they're all there. They've got their names on their backs.
You will hear the music, the Star Wars music or Darth Vader music when it comes
when he
in.
appears.
That's when you know he's here.
Excellent. Well, they're just to our right, and I think they're going to be quite boisterous today by the look of it. The batsmen are already making their way out into the middle, and they've got a job to do here. They lead by 44. But this is England's opportunity. There is a new ball ready to go in 6 overs time. And I'm interested to see A, who bowls in the meantime, and B, what they are going to bowl. And I think most onlookers, England supporters, will be hoping that they can run up and try and just get these two out and bowl in the channel and new to the crease, and just try and get them out in traditional means. In fact, Ben Stokes has answered my question. He's going to bowl. He's answered a couple of questions, so presumably, therefore, that cramp from yesterday has been sorted out. And he is going to bowl with a couple of slips and no one back on the leg side boundary apart from the long leg. And there is a third man. So 1 or 2 boxes ticked already. Good afternoon, Philip Tufnell. Oh, I said morning again. It feels like morning. These hours are really straight. Yes, good day, safer. These hours are all a bit crazy. They nip you, don't they?
Yep.
By the time you get to bed and get up quite late.
No, good morning,
I expect
everyone.
The players
Good
too. I mean, the players. I don't know how. I mean, they can't just come off like that yesterday, get in the bus and go straight to bed. I mean, it's you can't do that. You've got to get out of your system.
Might have been a few ice baths knocking around yesterday.
I think so.
Yeah.
I suspect Stokes was in one himself. He's going to bowl the first over of the day. Crowd still coming in. No sign of Darth Vader yet. And Carey is facing the first ball. He's on 46. And Stokes is on his way. Here he comes from round the wicket, and he bowls a fullish length, and the first ball's clipped firmly out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Crawley.
Darth Vader, sorry.
Darth Vader's going to come down to lead his troops down here.
I say, yes. I'm sorry. I have to see them.
Look at them all.
Oh, that's a good little...
Yeah, and it's almost an entire section.
Yes, and a whole legion.
The bottom tier, yes.
Oh, well.
All their names on the back. There's one or two names that possibly aren't quite so broadcastable, but there's things like Martin, I think that's Royal Colin.
Martin.
And there's other ones in between.
Not really stormtroopery names.
No, it's not really. I think there's a Dan as well. They're all out there. 378 for 6. In comes Stokes and bowls, and Carey looks for the first run of the day. There it is, a backward point. And so the lead goes on to 45. Aussie flag waves to our right here, and still to our left. People still coming in. So 50 partnership posted between these two. Carey was dropped on 0, and then there was that incident on 29 as well, where he nicked one between keeper and slip. Certainly, I think the majority opinion would be that it was the wicketkeeper's catch, and he didn't go for it. He should have done a route. It was very late. He was surprised and thrust out a right hand just to try and catch the ball, but it was all too late.
Well, England will be hoping that the force is with them.
Very good,
in this first session.
You've been working on that. Well done. Here's Stokes bowls to Neser, who gets a fullish ball on off stump. Neser comes forward, or trickles away for Archer to pick up there. He's got a big sun hat on. And you're pleased with that, aren't you? You're laughing to yourself. You shouldn't laugh at your own jokes,
No, you
Stuffers.
shouldn't. No, you're right. You're right. Well, it wasn't actually mine.
Oh, no. You mean you actually stole that line from somebody else?
I'm sorry.
That's truly desperate.
I never take credit where it's not due.
No, fair enough.
But a good one.
379 for 6. Neser on 15. Here's Stokes from the far end. Then he bowls. Neser well forward. Plays that nicely to Archer.
Isn't it nice to see a normal field, John?
Yes.
Oh, here we've got 3 of the covers, a sort of a backward gully and a couple of slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, and that fine leg, lovely.
Yep. It's all what you sort of expect to see, or perhaps not these days. One of your Swifts is back, by the way, but I don't know if he's asleep or not.
No, well, if he was, he might have shut off half his brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
He's flittering around.
Yeah, that's what they do,
Yeah, I know. I learnt that from you.
Yeah.
379 for 6. The lead is 45. Stokes again comes in, bowls to Neser, shorter this time. Neser stands up and defends that, and Stokes picks it up as he follows through.
There might be half a chance that I then might be related to a Swift.
Is that being asleep most of the time, or actually shutting off half your brain?
There you go.
Which
bit of both? I was
Which part?
thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third man's coming down. Atkinson's been pushed down to the boundary.
Interesting stat you said there, wasn't it, about all the runners down to third man?
I know.
Glenn doesn't like it. Glenn didn't like one, did he? It was interesting.
Stokes bowls, and that's pushed away square into the offside, fielded by Crawley. Tidy opening over from Stokes. I mean, it wasn't necessarily threatening, but he's got through it. That's the most important thing, because yesterday he was hobbling around all over the place with that cramp.
Yeah, it was a bit of a worry, wasn't it? When's the new pill? 5 overs, is it?
It's now 6 away.
Six away, so just try and get yourself...
Well, look, they're cranking up Big Bryden. I think he might be a bit sore after yesterday. I think his neck's a bit sore, to be honest, as well. Following the ball, it went everywhere.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it was just incredible, wasn't it? I mean, it was one of the... I keep saying it. I mean, this is why I love Test cricket. It was just one of the most incredible sort of days.
Yeah.
Pinging around everywhere. Amazing.
He is so wholehearted. I mean, this man would just run through a brick wall for you.
Absolutely.
But, he didn't have a great day yesterday. Let's see if he can do better. He's bowling to Carey, who's left-handed. There's 2 slips. And Cass runs in round the wicket and bowls on a reasonable length. It's not bouncer length, but it's tucked into the leg side by Carey, who wants a second, but Neser's saying no. As Ollie Pope gets the ball quickly. He's had a deep square leg, but this is not a short-pitched bowling field. And In fact, this is not going to be either. It's all right to have one out there at deep square leg, that's fine.
Yeah, no,
it means that you can bowl a bouncer if you want to, but again, the field for Nisa is not that sort of relentless barrage of bouncers that we saw. It almost feels like a last resort.
Oh, well, absolutely.
It's just,
there should be that should be sort of like you've got to go through A, B, C, and D to get to that one.
Cast bowls a bouncer, and Nisa ducks underneath it.
And even when we played, John, okay, we didn't particularly like the bouncers, but if we knew every one was going to be one, you kind of start.
Yeah.
You know where it's sort of going, don't you?
Well, absolutely it does.
It loses that sort of surprise element, which you can just top edge one or just get a glove or something. I don't know.
Just keeping our eye on Christchurch, by the way, where there's quite a game concluding here. It's the test match between New Zealand and West Indies. It goes Carse over the wicket, bowls another bouncer, and Nisa is quite content to duck underneath it. He didn't look troubled by the bouncers yesterday, to be honest, and he hasn't done by that. So anyway, West Indies are 432 for 6. They need 99 more to beat New Zealand, and that would break the world record run chase. So they need 99 more. They're 432 for 6, chasing 531.
Yeah.
There's 18 overs left, and Matt Henry, the New Zealand very fine seam bowler, is injured. In goes Carse, bowls, tucks away into the leg side. That'll bring that deep square leg into play. Let's see what sort of reception Smith gets here. Yeah, there are a few here from yesterday. It wasn't quite as vigorous, but there are a few who enjoyed themselves doing that yesterday. So Justin Greaves at 182 not out. Kemar Roach, the fast bowler, 53. So they need under 5 and over. They've got 4 wickets left, and the main New Zealand quick bowler is injured. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes, could be a world record.
Yeah. That would take some beating. Carse bowls short. Carey looks at it, allows it to go by wide of his off stump. Taken by Jamie Smith. 381 for 6, just tuning our way here in Brisbane. Morning, Andy Zoltz.
Good morning, Agus.
Yes. Afternoon. Keep saying it. We should introduce a fine system, shouldn't we? Make you think about it.
I think
good afternoon.
I think mornings and afternoons and evenings in cricket are defined by when you've had meals. So morning is fine.
Oh, that's fine. That's okay. It's good morning at home anyway.
If they do achieve that incredible chase, 531, it would smash the record for highest total chase in the 4th innings of a test.
Goes Carse, he bowls and Carey's on the back foot, steering it away down to that third man who's at least in position now. It's Crawley way down there with his sun hat on, and they take a run. So that means that Carey will keep the strike. 382 for 6. Carey has 49 from 50 balls. Nisa 16 from 37.
The highest is 418. West Indies against Australia in May 2003.
Antigua.
Yes, and South Africa 414 for 4 against Australia at the Wacker in 2008. Before that, the record had stood for a long time before the West Indies made that chase. Don Bradman's Australians chased down 404 to win at Headingley on the final day of the 1948 Ashes Test. So this would break the record by more than 100 runs. Justin Graves' second Test 100, comfortably his highest score. Kemar Roach, his first Test 50.
I was just saying, I mean, he's not much of a batsman, Kemar, is he?
Nuggety though. So he's hung around.
He'll get stuck in.
Had a 5 in the game as well.
Ooh. Stokes round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Carey. With a bottom edge there as he looks to defend a ball on the off stump. Stokes picks it up, flicks it away to Ollie Pope.
Antigua's broken a few records, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah, both Brian Lara's.
Yep.
Biggest run chase.
Yep. Remember Trevor Bailey, the one that you played in?
Yeah.
375. Trevor Bailey reckoned if the outfield had been mown, it'd have been worth about 450. Do you remember? It was long, wasn't it?
It was like clover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's spongy and springy.
It was. Yeah, that was a tough couple of days.
Yeah. Yes, it was. There's Stokes. Round the wicket, Carey waits, bat raised, and this is sliced away down towards that backward point, and he's going to pick up the single that brings up his 50.
Oh, well.
Dropped on naught. And, well, he was dropped on 29, but it was a despairing effort from Root, but he raises his bat. He's a good player, this fella.
He's much
nice
improved,
technique,
isn't he?
Yeah.
He's much improved. I mean, we were asked to pick our sort of combined sides at the start, weren't we? And I was sort of edging towards Smith, you know, but he's blown past him, isn't he? Kept beautifully in that first innings. I mean,
absolutely.
Beautiful bit of keeping.
3 for 6 then. Lead 49. Stokes comes in bowls, and Nisa allows that by outside the off stump. Went for a walk yesterday along the river.
Lovely.
And saw a number of reptiles.
Oh, okay.
And they were of reasonable size, I would say.
What, lizards?
Yeah, it was lizardy type things.
Yes.
And Emma got very excited about this and wanted photographs. I said, look, this is nothing like the thing. I was thinking of long grass, you see. Yeah. This is nothing like the thing that emerged down in southern Sri Lanka that time when you were fielding. And he came thundering out on his back legs, didn't he?
He came up like that.
Yeah, he really did. In comes Stokes, moves in bowls, defended by Nisa. And he, I mean, I was watching, I must admit I did laugh, because he sort of chased you, didn't he? He came running out on his back legs. And he was tall. Yes. He was a good size.
Tongue was flickering. It was a monitor.
That's right, it was. Yes.
Yeah, monitor lizard.
I seem to remember you screamed and he ran off.
Absolutely. What else was I going to do?
Well, I don't know. I said to him, I
wasn't going to ask him a bowl.
I said, settle down. you haven't seen anything yet. You asked Tuffers about that one. I think it was the name of the place. It was Welligama, I think it was called.
That's right. You've got to be careful of those little. A local was saying the brown ones are a bit tricky.
Oh. Stokes bowls on an airy drive, almost finding the edge. In fact, almost hitting the off stump as well. It cut back a little bit. 3 for 6. What tricky is and give you a bit of a nip?
Well, yeah, or was it the darker ones, perhaps with a bit of an orange spot on them or something? I think are a little bit lively. Yeah, so be careful. Don't get don't get for the close up.
No, or they give you a nip.
Well, they might do.
Okay, it's worth knowing. Thank you.
Yeah. So what other ones were there?
Oh, I think it was mainly. I think they were just. They were just. Standard.
Warming up, probably.
Yeah, they were basking.
Yes. Yeah. Early in the morning.
It's a lovely walk. There's a new bridge, isn't there, over the river from the last time we were here. A pedestrian bridge. Here's Stokes. Bowls and it's edged, and Smith has the catch.
Good start
and
for
England have the wicket. Well, they need that. Nice ball. It just bounced a little bit, and Nisa on the back foot pushed and edged fatally, and Smith took the catch. So now the lead is 49. There's 3 wickets left.
Captain Fantastic does it again.
Yeah, he does, and it wasn't a bad ball, that was it? It's that little bit of bounce. Mitchell Starc, of course, can bat. He can hang around, and Carey might be encouraged to play a few more shots now than he has been. But that is a really, really important start to the day for England, because Michael Nisa's not bad. He's got a couple of first-class hundreds to his name, isn't he? 5. So, he's a decent man to come in at number 8, isn't he? Anyway, here comes the tall figure of Mitchell Starc, walking out to bat in the sunshine. What do you think we can inflict a bit of damage on him?
Well, I was just going to say that. Nice little sort of in-swinging Yorker on the toe.
Straight on the toe.
Yeah.
Just something.
Yeah, something just to put him off his stride.
Well, he's walking out and joining Alex Carey, who taps his gloves. Just as
bounce there, John.
Well, it did bounce.
Yeah, it was a nice ball.
Last ball
with
of the
an
over.
old ball. With an old ball.
Yeah. Last ball of the over.
The partnership there finished at 54 from 12.1 overs, the 5th 50-plus stand of the innings, but without a 100 stand. And Alex Carey's 50 came from 52 balls with 5 fours, his 14th 50-plus score in Test. 2 centuries amongst those. He's had really good form over the last 18 months or so, since the second Test in New Zealand early last year, averaging 47 in 14 Tests, having averaged just under 30 in his 31 Tests before that.
Thank you, Andy. So, Cass on his way, bowls to Carey, up and under, there it goes again. It's so well played, just so calmly played, isn't it, by batsmen these days? They just practice it so much, and that's the little ramp shot over the slips. Third man not nearly fine enough for that. And Cass playing the price there for just dropping, too short and just it's up for that shot now, isn't it? It's there for that shot.
Look where the third man is. He's almost sort of so far. It's not even going to go to him there. No. So the uppercut is going over sort of second slip.
Yeah, but it has moved a bit finer now.
Yeah.
Cast again runs in bowls, and there's a bit of a swipe there from Carey. I think he might up his game a bit here now.
Yeah.
There's a deep square leg, long leg. Third man has gone down to, well, there's a line of second slip. Deep point. So they're protecting those boundaries now against this any short pitch ball that comes along. Although, again, this field is not really set for that relentless barrage that we saw yesterday. 383 for 7. Australia lead by 53. Carse wheels round again. Carey waits. Carse moves in, bowls to him. It's on his hip, tucked away into the leg side. Carey runs the first one quickly. They won't get the second though. Pope is the fielder. Throws to Smith, and there was outside there. It didn't happen that time.
Well, he's just caught one.
They're leaving him alone.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad he's made it. His heart might have been in his mouth as he's nicked that. He didn't have a great day yesterday.
No.
And your wicketkeeper on days like that, as we well know, John, they're your engine, aren't they? Come on, lads,
Yes,
let's get round. And when they lose a bit of confidence and sort of perhaps go into their shell a bit,
Yeah.
they're the main driver on tough days, the stumper.
Stark, left-handed, of course. He's going to face his first ball, and in goes Carse, bowls to him, and he pushes that away to the offside. Go a bit quick here. The throw was a wild throw, really, from Stokes, and way over the stumps. I think probably Carey was just home, but he set off very late there as Stark just pushed that into the covers. And Stokes' throw is smiling now. I mean, that went way over the top of the stumps. And I'm not sure how it got up there, and it's impossible to tell because of the height whether Carey would have been home. I suspect actually he might have been run out there if that had been a direct hit. Perhaps the ball slipped in sweaty hands. Carse runs up, bowls, and Carey's on the back foot, finds deep point in the form of Duckett, who will definitely throw the ball into Smith because he did it with a smile on his face quite a few times yesterday. The crowd would join in the fun. 390 for 7. The lead is 56. Gabba filling up. So a few gaps here and there, but it's going to be a very good Saturday crowd. Stark looks around the field. Deep point retreats. Deep square leg also. The third man is more than an orthodox position now as Carse runs in bowls, and he's on the front foot driving hard, and that's a desperate scrambling save there by Stokes at cover. He just threw his body behind that, really, and a nasty bounce. I think he might have worn run there for the sake of his team. 390 for 7. 3 overs to go now until the new ball.
Yeah, it was just handy, just the right time to get that wicket, wasn't it, with the old one, because it just gives you that little lift. What you don't want is, getting to the new ball with the two set batters. And the two recognised batters, so good start for England, getting that early one. Just gives you that little G up. Stark can bat.
Yeah.
He's not.
No, he can.
Yeah. But you feel that you've got an end now, don't you, to perhaps have a little bowler.
The stormtroopers settling down, going up and down to the bar here. They're all in white.
There must be a Darth Vader coming in
well,
later.
he apparently does come, and they play the Star Wars theme when he arrives.
Okay. Was it Princess Leia as well, wasn't it, or something? Chewbacca.
Not sure if she's here. In goes Stokes then, bowls to Carey on the front foot, drives it back to England's captain, who fields the ball with his right hand as he follows through.
An R2D2 there, is it R2D2? Yeah, C3PO and R2D2.
Yeah, they could be.
They might be.
They've got some all in pink along to the right.
What are they?
Beside them, I don't know. But it seems as if Saturday, as it is at home, is something of a fancy dress day here in Brisbane.
Oh, well, there's that little thing that goes around with the camera on it. That might be little R2D2.
She couldn't. Here's Stokes. Past the umpire, gathers now, bowls, and Carey's on the back foot, thumping out away for a single. It's quite deep set now, this field. They're giving Carey a run, essentially, if he wants it. And have a bowl at Stark. The lead, 57.
Keep it under 100.
Yeah, well, that's... I mean, 100's...
Let's see, what's the route home here for England, I guess?
Well, it's
100 lead, perhaps. Aussie.
Where are we now? 50? Well, I keep it down a few. If they can get Carey out.
Yeah.
80 lead and then bat well.
Yeah, and what get
Bat in the daylight.
You got to try and get yourself 300 and have 200, 230 chase.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Third man comes up to sort of deep gully now, really. And Stokes with 2 slips comes in round the wicket. Here he comes, bowls to Stark, who lets that one go through outside the off stump. Bit of bounce and carry there through to the keeper, given that this is the 78th over of the innings.
I mean, we have seen this movie before, haven't we?
Which one?
Well, about how it's going to sort of pan out.
Well,
but this the one little nugget I've got of hope is that we've been following this team now for some years, haven't we?
Yes.
And they have managed to do some pretty amazing things, haven't they?
Yeah.
So it is in the locker.
Here's Stokes round the wicket, moves in, bowls Stark. It's a shorter one this time. He plays it very comfortably, getting behind, pushing away out towards point. And of course, part of Australia's plan, which is simply, of course, to build a lead, is to chip away at the daylight hours, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The longer they can wait, the newer their ball will be when dusk descends, which is about an hour before the second break. So after about 3 hours, 3.5 hours of play, that's when dusk descends.
Yeah.
Here's Stokes, bowls to Stark, a good one. Just beat the outside edge there.
He still looks the best, doesn't he?
Oh yes.
He looks the most likely, doesn't he? The England skipper. Everyone's gone round the park a bit, including him. 20 overs for 90 odd, but he just makes something happen. But
it's just nipped away a little bit. That I think there's an element of batsman playing the man too, isn't there? A bit.
Yeah.
He's sort of. He's Ben Stokes, isn't he? Sort of. Yeah. He's in your face. Reputation and all of that. Last ball of the over, 391 for 7, and Stokes in glorious sunshine comes in round the wicket, bowls to Stark, who gets a single, pushing the ball calmly out towards the boundary there at deep point. That ends the first 20 minutes or so of play. So a wicket for England, that's good news. The lead, though, extending, that's not quite so good news, but it's controlled at the moment.
Yeah.
At 392 for 7 with 2 overs to go before the new ball. Tuffers, thoughts on you, and then for the first time, Simon Mann.
Well, you've just mentioned the word there, Aggers, controlled. There hasn't been a lot of control from the England bowlers. I was still scratching my head. That first bowling performance at Perth was probably one of the best I've ever seen from an England side, and then it's just sort of like fallen off a cliff. Simon.
Good morning, everybody at home. Outside the off stump from Cast, nothing from Stark through to Smith. And good afternoon to you, Thomas.
Good afternoon. We were just sort of talking about control and brilliant at Perth. Apart from that second innings can happen and what have you, but it's just dive, doesn't it? It's nosedive. I don't know, but it's fitness, fatigue, nerves, anxiety, lack of practice. I don't know, but it's made me scratch my head.
Cast turns in the sunshine. Not such a big crowd in today. It's probably building up. A few empty seats around the ground. Cast was round the wicket to Stark, who belts it away for 4 through extra cover. Some width there, and Stark was onto it. It's an excellent stroke, and you mentioned it, Tuffers. He can bat, and he puts his mind to it.
Yeah.
And that was a high pedigree shot, actually. It was a really good stroke through the offside.
Well, Dorney's gone up the Gold Coast.
Is she?
Yeah, and there's a lot of traffic up there, so it might be the weekend. Might be the weekend, and people might be listening to it on the radio and they've been up to the beach.
I think if you're an Australian supporter there, you want to be here today, wouldn't you? The Gabbatoir.
So. Absolutely.
To see the slaughter. Here's a short ball, up and over for Stark. That's 4 more. Out to extra cover. The ball hits the fence now. Very well played again. It was given the opportunity to play it, and they've got some licence here. They've got free range. They've got the lead. They've got 3 wickets left. Carey is aggressive. Stark can be aggressive. And the 400 is up. 401 for 7.
Length, width, length, short. Listen, you got an old ball in your hand. You're bowling short and wide. Why don't you sit at the top of off stump? I'm sorry, I keep going on about it, but it's just short and wide. It's poor balling, and it's just not put it in the right areas.
It's also a ball that it just looked around the field of the England fielders. They were all thinking the same thing as you, Tuffers. Why has he bowled it there?
Listen, sometimes it's not your day, but if you do the basics, and some bloke plays wonderfully and he's knocking you off your length, that's fair enough. You can't do much about it, but...
Cast bowls, that's on the stumps.
There you go.
Played into the offside by Stark towards Stokes in the cover. Hyperactive Stokes going away to his left-hand side, taking the ball this morning, getting the wicket, trying to drag his team back into the game. 401 for 7, so the lead is now, it's a tester, 67?
Something like that.
Is that right?
That is correct. You're getting better at maths, Simon.
On air. On air arithmetic.
On air maths.
Cass up the stumps to bowl to Stark, and a straight ball, and Stark defends, forced to defend.
Well,
what if Stokes in the covers? There's no run.
Whatever happens, I think we'll be seeing Josh Tongue at Adelaide.
I wonder whether we should have seen him here.
Oh, absolutely.
I was talking to Michael about this last night on the podcast. Absolutely. He was saying, no, I think they picked the right side, but I'm not so sure. I think there were times yesterday when they loved that fifth seamer. They looked tired, and you can have that collective in these conditions and under the lights. It feels like a seamer's surface.
Yeah, it's almost as if now they're just sort of bowling cars.
I mean, far be it from me to question an Ashes winning captain about team selection.
Well, you can do. We're all allowed opinions, Simon.
Cast bowls, full, driven by Stark. Nice looking shot up to Archer, mid-off. It was a nice looking shot, but he didn't time it perfectly. Archer wearing a sun hat, picks it up and tosses himself a catch. And Cass, overs he in here. He's in his 20th over. He's gone 3 for 132.
Well, I don't know whether it was sort of poor plans, poor execution, but when it was pinging around, he seemed to be the one who had to do the bowling of it, didn't he? So, you feel for him a little bit. You're asked to do something, and if they get away with it, like Weatherall did, well, you're the one who's going to cop it.
Stark waits, Cass bowls to him, and he gives himself some room, goes from the second bounce there to Smith to guide it away into the offside. Missed it, end of Cass's over, 401 for 7, the lead 67. I mean, the worry for England, 3 wickets, a 100-run lead.
That starts getting slightly worrying, doesn't it?
I mean, you back them to get a 100-run lead from here. You've still got 3 wickets in hand. Care is out there. I mean, I've seen Ashes matches where you get into a situation like that and you think, you can keep them under 100, and then it's suddenly the lead is 200. Games back in the day. Gilchrist comes out, for example. What's going on in that match in Christchurch?
Wow, they've done it.
No.
Oh no, they haven't done it. Sorry. I thought it was a news flash.
No, just a later score. They're slowing up, West Indies. Perhaps they're looking at the draw now. It's difficult to tell from this distance. I'll give you the score in just a moment. Carey on strike. I'd love to get him. Stokes bowls. Carey tries to guide it away into the offside. Stokes steps forward to pick up, and there is no run there. So the West Indies are chasing 531 to beat New Zealand, and if they get there, it would be a world record. First test. They're slowing up. 13 overs left. 437 for 6. They need 94 more. So Graves is 187 and Kemar Roach 53.
I'll ask you a question. Do you go for it and sacrifice the loss, or do you try and go for it all and be the one, to break the record? I'd fancy going for it.
After Stokes' delivery, bowls now to Carey. Carey drives out towards extra coverage quite deep, and they run through for a single, setting the field back and allowing Stark the strike to some extent. But Stark, as we know, is a perfectly capable lower order player. I don't know. You've done so much work. It just feels too far away. That you're going to lose if you try to win.
You've got a world record. How many opportunities do you have to have a world record in your hand?
Well, that's what New Zealand will be saying, won't they? Come on, how many chances do you get?
Absolutely.
Well, come on, you've got to play a few shots here, and then you get the wickets and get them out. I mean, they are 6 down, and they are a bit fragile, West Indies. Stokes bowls, forward goes Stark, playing it towards cover, and there's no run. This is the 80th over, had 79.3, so new ball available after this.
Having said that, when I look at those game shows, and you're sort of like, well, your tenner's safe, your tenner's safe, but you do have the opportunity to go for 100,000 or something. You're mad.
So who wants to be a millionaire? Would you how much would you gamble?
Well,
on that,
there you
Thomas?
go. You see, but when do you get in that opportunity again?
Oh, well, Kemal Roach has played out 50 consecutive dot balls. They are going for the draw. So
well, there you go. My question.
He's not going for £1 million question, is he?
No, he's not.
Stokes bowls, guided away by Stark, finds the gap on the offside, probably two. Coming back to the second. Jacks runs back and sends in the return. So two more, 404 for 7, the lead creeping up, 70 now.
Another fast scoring landmark to alert you to, the 400 coming in 78 overs and 2 balls, the second fastest in Ashes history that a team has reached 400. Only England at Old Trafford in that innings, and Zach Crawley played magnificently for 189, has been quicker. England reached 402 for 4 from 74.2 overs, and it's...
Stokes, meanwhile, going into bowl to Stark. Stark is forward, playing firmly up towards mid-on. Archer bends down to pick up, and there is no run. I mean that is another astonishing stat in this. Okay, we're only in the 5th day of the series, but I mean we've had a lot of things gone on. I think it's fair to say so far.
And it's the second fastest England have ever conceded 400. The fastest, Headingley in 1976 against a fantastic West Indian team.
Yeah.
They reached 401 for 5 in just 72.2 overs. It's quite a strong England attack.
Yeah, I got a feeling from that guy. I got something in the back of my mind. You can confirm it or not. Your book might, or your computer might not tell you. Stokes bowls and played away by Stark into the onside for another single. That was the final ball of the over, and I think the new ball is now available. So 80 overs gone, 405 for 7, and Stark moves to 13 with that single. What did you spot there? You were pointing.
Stokes looked like he limped away from that delivery.
Well, that would, as we were saying yesterday, just put the tin hat on everything if Stokes were to pick up an injury. He's doing some low fives with Archer and Atkinson. So here we go, new ball. They were bowling for that. They were waiting for it. It's going to be Archer and Atkinson with the new ball. I have a feeling that in that match, in the first day, West Indies were 149 for no wicket at lunch. I remember thinking at the time, this is uncharted territory. Teams don't do that sort of thing. And then, of course, Rawalpindi, England were 171 for no wicket at lunch.
Well, they were 437 for 9 at the end of the first day. I'll dig around and see if I can find the lunch score, but your memory on these things is generally pretty solid. Fredericks, brilliant opener, who had a spectacular 100 in Australia the previous winter.
Here's Atkinson then with the new ball, bowls to Stark. Stark plays that firmly into the offside, into a gap as well to the left of Duckett. So an easy single. Australia ticking the board over 400 now. They have lost that wicket today for just switching on a Saturday morning. Good morning to you, or just getting in actually after a Friday night out. 406 for 7. Nisa was caught behind for 16.
Just finished that. Fredericks 109 from 124. Gordon Greenidge early in his career, another brilliant open, 115 from 147. And Viv Richards 66 at just under a run a ball, and a quick 50 from Lawrence Rowe. So they ended 450 all out of 88.4 overs at over 5 and over.
It was a brilliant test match that. Atkinson bowls full to Carey and goes down into the gully. He played firmly at it, skewed it away into the gully. It was along the ground there, bounced on its way through to Crawley. 406 for 7.
And the England bowling attack, Bob Willis, John Snow, two of England's finest fast bowlers of all time. Derek Underwood, one of their great spinners, and Tony Gregg, one of England's finest all-rounders, plus Alan Ward, who was a fast bowler and he played a few test matches. But that's a strong bowling attack to be topped for 5.
Yeah, it was a great game. Gregg and Knott made hundreds in that match. England lost by 55 runs from memory. Here is Atkinson going into bowl to Carey, and Carey plays defensively, drops the ball onto the pitch, and Atkinson steps forward to pick up. Atkinson's still looking for his first wicket in the series. He's got an opportunity here. It's his 19th over with the new ball against the lower order. Glenn McGrath is here. So I made you wait a bit there, Glenn, but we're just reminiscing a bit.
Yeah, g'day, Simon. G'day, everyone. It's no one's enjoying it. Your knowledge and recollection of matches and games is It was very good.
I can't remember what happened last week, mind you. But
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm the same. But yeah, now the Australians here, was it 71 in front? England keen to pick up this 8th wicket.
Carry on, 58 guys went into the offside. The right of Stokes for his 59th run. That's the thing for Australia here. Just bat. There's no need to do anything extravagant, play any big shots. Just bat, pick up the runs, keeping them out there. That's the other thing. Just keep them out there, and also get closer to the light going a bit later. That's lunch and beyond. Okay, so that might seem like a bit of a tall order, but you've seen Australian teams do it before. From 5-6 down, Steve Waugh would come out, wouldn't he, and blaze up 150, or Gilchrist would, or something like that. 407 for 7. Atkinson bowls, Stark defends, and behind that, playing up towards mid-on. He was talking before the last Test match in Perth, Mitchell Stark, about being up at number 8. He said, I don't really want to be batting at number 8. He said, everyone thinks that we want to get up the order. He said, I'd rather go down the order. And I suppose he's at that stage in his career where he kind of loiter at the lower end, but enjoy himself here because he's not under that much pressure in one way, although he's up against the new ball because Australia have got this lead that's building. Got a bit of licence out there if he wants. Just dig in if he wants. Here's Atkinson bowling. He fences at that one past the outside edge. And it is through to wicketkeeper Smith. It's the end of Atkinson's over. It's 407 for 7. The lead is 73 for Australia. Carey's still there on 59 and Stark is joining in as well. He's 14 not out. So everyone's going to double figures.
Yeah, no, notice that. That's interesting stat. I think there was 4 ducks in the England batting lineup. A classy 100 there by Joe Root as well. But as this game's ticking on now, every run's important here. Edging closer to that 100 that everyone seems to think is a very good lead. But you're right in what you say. The longer this game goes, that Australia's out there, the nearer and nearer that afternoon, evening session, night session's coming, and the newer the ball, the more it benefits the bowling side.
Well, it is going to be Archer to bowl from the Stanley Street end of the ground, the far end from us. Feels a bit hotter today. There is a breeze, but it does feel hotter today on the first 2 days of the game. Archer comes in, bowls to Carey, and Carey gets into a tangle there, but gets away with it. The ball rose on him. I'm not sure whether he was trying to play it or leave it. It seemed to hit the bat and then looped up in the air, and it dropped about 3 or 4 yards away from him. So he got away with one there.
It sort of just came back into him, just the angle, whether it came back in off. I think what nearly did him was lack of pace there. I was keen to see how Jofra Archer would start here. Normally his first few balls of every spell are very... One came up at 80 kilometres an hour yesterday. It was not correct, but that one there was only 130.
Archer bowls to Carey. Carey plays that down towards third slip. Brook comes across from second to pick it up. He was looking to just use the pace there of Archer and guide it away down towards the deep third boundary. There's no one at home down there. There's a deep backward point. There's Will Jacks out there. Carey walks off towards square leg to compose himself there. Having played that stroke, in fact, having seen the first 2 balls of the over where Archer's banged it in and Carey has kind of tried to play some sort of ramp shot. England have put a fielder in on the deep third boundary. There's no gully with the new ball being utilised. Archer bowls off the hip there of Carey. It's coming down fine. Atkinson rushes round, hurls it in, and there was some bat in that, or some glove, something. So 1 more run to the total. It didn't go quickly. Often if it doesn't go quickly that means pad. It might have been glove. 408 for 7. Carey to 60. He's in his 3rd innings. After dropped yesterday, first ball. And the Duckett drop yesterday was probably the worst of the 5, or the most straightforward of the 5. It's a bit like watching a club cricket drop. I can think of a few players I've played with in club cricket who drop ones like that. Archer bowls, fence from start, misses it past the outside edge, taken by Smith.
Yeah, so just watching Archer here, he's slowly warming up. He had a sort of pretty big day out there. 20 overs he bowled more overs than any other English bowler yesterday. At times looked quite dangerous, but when was the last time he would have bowled 20 overs in a day? Would have been a while, would?
Well, there was one test with India in the summer that India batted a long time. I can't remember. I'll have to look at the day splits for that.
Archer bowls. There's a huge mow outside the off stump there from Mitchell Stark, and he misses it. And it's through to Jamie Smith. I've got my book here. I'm having a look as well. Which test match do you think that would have been? That might have been the Old Trafford. Did he play Old Trafford? Yeah, he did play Old Trafford, didn't he?
Ended in a draw with Jadeja and Washington Sundar making fourth innings hundreds.
Yeah, did they get hundreds in that game? There's a bit chat, wasn't it, at the end of that match?
They don't count, do they?
Archer bowled 23 overs in the innings. Archer goes in now and bowls. That's flicked away before by Stark. It's coming down fine. Leg glance past Smith. Along the ground. Australia continued to press on. 412 for 7 at the end of Archer's first over with the new balls. We've had 82 overs in all. Stark's on to 18. 412 for 7. Glenn, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, no, thanks, Simon. And beautiful day here in Brisbane at the Gabba. Crowd slowly building. It is a Saturday, so kids sport in the morning and things like that. You wonder what the crowd's going to be like. There's good contingent of English. The Stormtroopers, did you see Darth Vader come in with the Star Wars music?
I didn't see him come in, but I've seen all the Stormtroopers away to my right. There's a lot of them. There's an entire sort of bank of them. As Atkinson starts a new over, Carey lets this go by through to the keeper, and there's no run. I took my walk, and I was doing a thing with Tuffers and Darren Lehman this morning.
Okay.
A breakfast. Which is a cruel and unusual punishment for anybody, but at 9:30 in the morning on during a day-night test, that is just crazy talk, yeah?
Well, the sun's been up for 5 hours, so it should be fine.
That's true, because of Queensland's aversion to sunlight doing terrible things to their curtains and confusing the cows. I'm aware of this, yeah. As Atkinson is in again round the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who pulls into the onside nicely out to deep mid-wicket. Fielder runs round, should cut it off. They'll get back for a couple. Oh, he's going to come back for a third here, and throw comes in, but it's a relatively limp one, and Carey can move to 63 to 415 for 7. And where I'm staying in Bulimba, I was walking along Oxford Street, and it was boiling hot. It was 9:15 in the morning. Already I could see a cricket match taking place.
Yep.
And I realised England will never stand a chance of winning test matches in this country, because the entirety of Bulimba was already up. Most of them had already had breakfast, and the other half of them were already playing sport. As Atkinson's in again, this is pushed to the offside, there's no run. Where I come from, club cricket matches start at 1 o'clock. It's 21 degrees, there's a little bit of drizzle.
So with that attitude, you're not going to win.
We're not going to win.
Well, you've got to have a positive attitude at least.
It was staggering. You're very early morning people here, aren't you?
Well, on the weekends especially, you're taking your kids to weekend sport. But it is quite warm. But the thing is, it's not as humid as what it can get here. It can really get muggy and humid here, and we'll probably see a little bit of that later tomorrow, and maybe Monday morning if the game's still going then.
Atkinson into Stark, who flashes at this and misses it. It's taken one-handed by Jamie Smith, well above his head. He's flashed and missed a couple of times. It's Stark in his 18, 415 for 7. The score.
Yeah, so important little partnership here for Australia, 32 off 41. What England have failed to do is take wickets together. And
they got 2 in 1 over, didn't they? And that was
it. They did, yeah. So Simon had mentioned that everyone's reached double figures.
Well, there's
one partnership.
There's a partnership of 1, but the next lowest is 37. Atkinson in, Stark fends this into the offside, gets it square of the wicket, takes a single. Stokes moves to his right from extra cover, 416 for 7. Stark to 19. When we first arrived here, straight after the Perth test, it was muggy. Yeah, it had that slightly Chennai feel of,
Well, it sort of had the thunderstorms building up every afternoon. Then it was the humidity went through the roof. Since then, the temperatures come down a bit. It's not as humid, but they forecast thunderstorms tomorrow night and through the night. So we'll see how things are.
Here's Atkinson with his scurrying approach. Carey goes after this. And has edged it, and he's gone. Well, there wasn't a big celebration. It's Atkinson's first wicket of the series. It was wide outside the off stump. Carey flung his bat at it. It went high above Smith's head. He's taken it well, but there wasn't the excitement you might expect because that is a very important wicket. The lead is still only 82, only I say. But yeah, it's decently taken by Smith. It was on the rise. And yes, his heart had been in his mouth a little bit. And Atkinson has finally made a breakthrough in his 20th over of this innings. And Australia are now 416 for 8. Carey goes for 63.
Yeah, so Carey there trying to push that on. That actually flew through to Smith quite quickly as well. So there's still a little bit of pace. It is very much a new ball wicket. And what? You missed that. The energy level up here.
Yeah. Well,
excitement level up here isn't...
well, you got it. I didn't get that immediately. No, I thought it was yet another play and miss. We've seen quite a few of those today, or a flash and a miss.
Oh, no, I heard it and I thought I saw a deviation. So, yeah, no, I was...
Well, that might be the difference between your 563 test wickets and my 0.
You reckon?
That might be part of it. There's a smile teasing across Gus Atkinson's face, but I think it's a smile of relief as much as anything else. What have been his accumulated figures in this series until that finally getting a wicket? He's deserved one. He's bowled very well at various points.
He had in the first test 0 for 24, 0 for 61, so none for 85 in 21 overs, 12 overs in the first innings. 24.
164.
Yeah.
Well, he's got there eventually. And the lead is 82. And so the chances now of Australia batting through beyond lunch seem increasingly remote. You'd expect Mitchell Starc's going to now swing hard.
You would have thought he'd play a few shots. Yeah, Boland's not renowned as a quality batsman or a big hitter really, and Doggett coming in afterwards. So yeah, the lead's 82. Can they get up to 100 or?
Here's Archer into Stark, who has a little nibble at one that flies through to Smith.
No, he left that.
I think that might be pushing it. He's ridden his luck a little bit as Stark, but you do that when you bat down at number 9, when you've got a nice big lead as well, or I'd say a big lead. It's an important lead, but we're not even halfway through the amount of time allocated to this test match. So,
and the amount of overs bowled, we're not even through day 2.
No, that's true. That is true. Archer in again. And Stark just clips this into the onside, refuses the single.
There's 2 there.
Well, yeah, there is actually. It's quite a long way back at deep backward square leg. And Stark has decided he's going to bat time here. Put some more miles in England's legs.
That's interesting.
It is, isn't it?
If they went hard then, I reckon they could have got 2. But he's just looking to probably, I'm not sure, shielding Boland against Archer. And then you've got...
there are 2 slips in. They're attacking as Archer is in down the leg side. A really good diving take by Jamie Smith, prevents any buys. What do you make of this? You know, England have got a new ball.
Yeah.
And we've got a deep point, deep third, fine leg, deep backward square leg. There's 2 slips in. 3 men in front of square on the one, mid-off, mid-on and extra cover. Now, if Mitchell Starc is facing a new ball, don't you just bowl an attacking field at Mitchell Starc?
You would have thought so, but they think, we'll give him a single and get Boland on strike.
Archer in, and he plays and misses at that in the channel. It leaves his outside edge. But if he's not going to take the single, Glenn, then what's the point?
I agree. Yeah, Mitchell Starc's a good striker of the ball. But it is a little bit defensive. They're worried about the runs. But yeah, more pressure. Like Mitchell Starc could nick one, edge one just as well as anyone else. And
but when you've got a new ball against the opening batters, you have slips in place and you attack, don't you? So I don't quite.
No, they just want to give Mitchell Starc a single and get Scotty Boland down the other end, and they feel they can knock him over fairly quickly.
But he's refusing the single, so the ball's just getting softer and we're in stalemate as Archer is into Starc, who works this into the onside. Now he does take the single because that is the 5th ball of the over. So the field stayed back even for the 5th ball, and now Archer's going to have 1 ball at Boland. So not great tactics, I'd say, in this over. 417 for 8.
We'll see with this ball.
Well, true, yeah. I mean, if he takes the wicket with it, then it's 1 for 1 in the over, yeah.
So the lead's 83.
What do you think is conclusive lead?
Well, a lot more.
180.
Yeah, think back to that after, the evening of day one when England got those 60 extra runs, how important they are, or how important would have been a couple of wickets going into that night, and maybe Australia wouldn't have got to the 400. So, yeah, it still looks a reasonable pitch to bat on.
Forward short leg in as Archer is into Boland, who just leaves us alone slightly. A little bit of anxiety. The ball flies over the top of the stumps into Jamie Smith's gloves. No run. End of the over, 4:17 for 8. Boland yet to score. Start 20. Andy.
Quite a nice stat that highlights how Australia's top order have all contributed without anyone going to make a big score. So the top 6 all reached 30, but the highest score is Weatherall's 72. It's the 47th time in Test history that the entire top 6 has reached 30, and that 72 is the lowest highest score, if that makes sense.
It makes absolute sense. I know exactly what you mean.
Of any of those 47 occasions.
What a time to be alive, Glenn. We're witnessing history, and we're witnessing a dancing Darth Vader.
There we go. Yep.
I don't think he's really in character there.
You reckon?
Yeah, it's not really a Darth Vader-y thing, I wouldn't have said.
No.
Dancing. One imagine such a thing?
He's very different off camera than on camera.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, actually, one of the most carefree blokes you could wish to meet.
Yeah. Well, he is Luke's father, so...
Don't give it up.
Spoiler
alert. Goodness me.
You were going to watch that tonight too, weren't
Public apology is in order. Atkinson in, edged is it just in front of Smith.
Doesn't Vader actually mean father?
Father? Oh my God. Are you saying there was a clue in it all along?
Darth Father. Yeah, it's off. I saw it in a movie. I'm trying to think which one it is. Well, might have been Pitch Perfect. My daughter might have been watching it. Mm-hmm. And he said, "What? They're surprised because Vader actually means father." So
all along, he was hiding in plain sight.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And for those people who haven't seen the trilogy, one of the best.
So basically, he says
ever.
As Atkinson is in, and they say, "Oh, big swing and a miss." The keeper, there's no run. So basically, when he finally reveals it to Luke, what he's basically saying is, "I've been trying to tell you this for ages. I mean, look at my name, staring you in the face. Do I have to spell it out?"
So I can't confirm it. Actually does mean that, but anyway.
Right, well, Stark looks like he's going a bit more on the charge here. Let's take a look at this field, because it is similar. It's a similar kind of tactic here, which is to give Stark the one in theory with a deep cover and men out on the boundary. 2 slips, though, are there as Atkinson's in again. This is just defended along the ground up to mid-off, where Archer fields. And I still remain sceptical about this ploy. I think if you've got a new ball and you've got your new ball bowlers, then you might want to attack a number 9. And if he gets one away, I mean, I'm okay with having, somebody behind square on the offside, maybe even finer than he is, a sort of fly slip for the big swing. I get that. It's just...
I don't know, it's just dragging the game out a little bit longer. It could be over in 2 balls. We just don't know.
Atkinson into Stark, who dabs into the onside and now does take the single off the 4th ball of the over. 418 for 8. Boland's going to have to face, you'd imagine, 2 balls here from Atkinson. It'll be interesting today to see how many runs are scored on the leg side and how many on the offside and how many, says our producer, on the dark side.
On the dark side. There you go.
He can't resist. He's a big fan.
He's a fan. He is a fan.
Yeah, he knows the canon.
And I don't think we've given much away. If you haven't seen Star Wars now, and you don't know what happened, it did come out in 1977, so it is a couple of years.
Yeah, but that bit that we just talked about, that wasn't until about 1982 or 3, was it?
Was it?
Was that the Return of the Jedi? Yeah. Atkinson into Boland, who, nearly gives a catch to short leg, who's in close, very close. The Ollie Pope there, as he comes to ride the bounce, and the ball just plopped down in front of him.
So what did you say? Return of the Jedi was when?
I was going to say 82, 3. 83.
1983. You know your Star Wars.
Well, I went to see The Empire Strikes Back in only the third showing in the United Kingdom. Leicester Square, yeah.
What was that?
It was my
a drive-in?
favourite.
Was that a drive-in?
It was not. No,
it was a cinema.
You don't get many of them in England.
Oh,
Thanks to
okay, yeah.
the dampness,
Weather.
Yeah. Atkinson in again, and he's playing and missing on the front foot. A beautiful ball that goes past the outside edge. Good carry through to Smith. And Atkinson got a bit of his tail up here, having taken the wicket, his first wicket of the series. 418 for 8. We're approaching the end of the first hour of the day. Stark has 21. 2 wickets have fallen. That's
what did they put on? 40 runs.
Matters.
40 runs for this morning too. So 84 run lead. This pitch is carrying through nicely. Just watching Atkinson there. It would have quickened up over the last few days.
Is that what it'll do?
Yeah. And then the thing is, with it being so hot, are those cracks going to come into play? We can see from here a little bit mosaicy, sort of dark green where those cracks are. Will they open up? Will they come in and play?
Archer is in around the wicket to Stark with the field mostly spread. Stark just defends on the front foot back to the bowler, no run. So at the moment he's had one swing off the first ball of Atkinson's over. Generally speaking, he's not really swung. He's looked just to contain, take the single near the back end of the over. And this is dragging things out. It's keeping England's bowlers in the field.
And it's keeping each over, it's later to the twilight, and the ball being harder for the Australians.
The tactics change when you do day-night. As Archer's in again, and this is punched off the back foot, but only picks out the one fielder in front of square, 2 fielders in front of square on the offside, but that one's extra cover. Ollie Pope.
Yeah, so a bit of a hush around the crowd. They're sort of in holding pattern at the moment, isn't nothing.
Sort of waiting, aren't they, for is Stark going to go crazy, and then is he going to do it with the ball in a moment? Because that's when the real meat of this is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we saw England's first innings where Root and Archer sort of took to the bowling, but that was batting with a set batsman and a quality batsman.
Archer round the wicket to Stark, and he beats him on the outside edge. Oh, and it goes right over the top of middle stump.
That wasn't far away.
So it was pretty quick, 142 kilometres an hour, so a shade under 90.
Yeah, Jofra he can't believe it. He's starting to warm up in, what is it, about his third over?
Yeah.
Oh, straight over the top and middle.
I do like exasperated Archer. There's something very expressive about him when he's unhappy. He's beaten the bat by about 2 inches there, and it's gone over the top of the stumps. Stark finds it amusing. Archer has a wry look on his face. I wonder if this might be the short ball out of frustration. He's in, and it's not. It's full outside the off stump, left alone. Now, 4 balls have been bowled. So might I urge Ben Stokes perhaps to bring up deep square leg and deep point. And Archer's got a bounce or 2 up his sleeve here as well, if you wanted to keep Boland on strike, because surely there's 2 tactics at play here. There's Stokes's and there's Stark's, and you would think that England would now try to squeeze the one, wouldn't they?
You would have thought so.
I am bewildered. Here is Archer. This is driven in the air, and he's going to get a single for it out towards deep point, and he gets off strike, and that means that Boland only has to face 1 ball, and had the field have been in at point, that would have been a catch spoon straight to him.
Oh, you should captain.
Yeah, I should. I couldn't do anything else. Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Well, for that ball anyway. Or for this state of the game. So, it's sort of, they're letting it just drag on a bit here rather than sort of try to take it by the scruff of the neck and say, look, we're still in this game. We're going to go hard. We're going to get these last 2 wickets rather than just let it drag on.
When he's got 1 ball at Boland, and he's taken 2 wickets this series with very full balls, a Yorker to Weatherald. Are we going to see that as he comes hurtling in now to Boland, who defends slightly anxiously to backward point, and there is no run. I think that means Drink's going to come onto the field, and I think that means that's the end of our first hour. We'll wait and see. I haven't seen the Drink start yet.
1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. So we've had our first hour. 2 wickets have fallen. Nisa to Stokes. And just then, first wicket for Atkinson, that of Carey for 45. Australia have advanced to 419 for 8. I'm going to get out of the way. There'll be 1 more over till Drinks, and then it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, no, England would dearly love to take a third wicket in this first session with them to drinks. Atkinson looks like he's got a bit more energy. The ball's zipping through nicely. Good carry. It is only 6 overs old. But, yeah, they'd like to finish this off. Lead of 85. They don't want too many more than that, Agus.
Well, they don't. And also there's the question of the time as well, isn't there, which is ticking away. I'm talking about daylight, really. Australia lead by 85. In goes Atkinson and bowls. That's tucked away by Stark off his hip. They don't take the run this time. Down to long leg it goes. So we're 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, and twilight starts. Well, the sun is sinking by 5 o'clock. Not dark by then, but it's dark by the start of the final session completely. But it's the hour up to that, or at least 45 minutes anyway, that can be a bit tricky. So that'll be in Australia's minds as well, I imagine. Atkinson scuttles in, bowls, and Stark just pushes that away as a single if he wants it, but doesn't bother taking it. Stokes trots in to pick the ball up. 419 for 8. Michael Vaughan's alongside you. Very smart kerchief in your
Thank you very much, John.
Your jacket pocket there.
Thank you.
Smart.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, Australia are playing the time game here.
Yeah.
They're just and also get more overs into the England bowlers' legs. That's what Australia do. But they'll be thinking if they can bat another half an hour, just have 20 minutes to bowl before dinner, and then they'll still have a fresh ball when twilight comes later on.
Atkinson again twinkles in and bowls, and Stark just looks at it rather disdainfully, if I'm honest. He didn't move at all. He just looked at the ball going through outside the off stump. It bounced a second time. Stark smiling at that. I don't mind seeing that, but it did. It just bobbled through.
I reckon this. I know that one didn't, but some balls have flown through quicker today than the previous 2 days. I had an interesting chat with Joe Root out in the middle. He said, it's day 3, it's moving day. I said, Joe, but pretty much every day that the Baz ballers play is moving day.
Just seen the replay of that. That hit something and literally went poof, and just sort of splatted. Then goes Atkinson again and bowls a scything stroke from Stark, sends the ball square into the offside. It jagged and stopped and went about a foot.
Yeah, there's a few cracks there, but they don't look too threatening yet. They're not really kind of opening up.
No.
Yeah, so Joe said it's moving day. I kind of said, well, under Baz and Ben for the last 3 years, every day's been a moving day.
Well, it has rather.
Not been many slow days.
Often not moving in the right direction as well.
Well, in recent times.
Moving in reverse.
The stormtroopers are here, Agus, down to our right, Darth Vader. And,
he's arrived. I didn't see him come in, but a lot of excitement. Atkinson runs in and bowls a bouncer down the leg side, taken by Smith, so that's 4 balls.
Yoda came.
Right, okay.
He's just sat down to our right.
Of course, you go out there every morning, don't you? You to do your openings and TV and everything else.
Well, I got...
There's a chap there, look, all got names on the back, and he's arrived with a tray of beers, and the name on his back is Thirsty. So that's a very appropriate name by the look of it. Well, there's 2 balls left in the over. Now, come on. Stokes has come over to Atkinson, who's mopping his brow, saying they've got to keep Stark down at that end here. So what are they going to do? Having a long conversation. Square legs coming up, which he has to do. No, he's not coming up. Surely. You've got Cass going round towards mid-on, but Stark here can just prod one into the leg side and run, because Cass isn't going to be able to stop a single. All right, they're going to go short by the look of it. He's coming round the wicket. Fine leg, a bit finer. Still the deep square leg. Then goes Atkinson, and he bowls full and wide of the off stump. And that is drinks. On they come. So 419 for 8. England have taken a couple of wickets today. Australia have extended their lead to 85. And they're just ticking down to what could happen with England's innings. They've got, again, lots of people running off, including Scott Boland. He's coming off the field. Umpire's coming off. Ollie Pope's coming off. I think they fill themselves so full, inevitably, of liquid that you have to do. Then I'm afraid you have to go trotting off at every drinks break to do the obvious. But how's that first hour for you, Michael? Given what we saw yesterday.
I think the first 20 minutes were excellent. Clearly they were bowling to hit the off stump and bowl a bit fuller. Got the good wicket of Nisa quite early by bowling dots and then one that bounced. It's a big wicket, Alex Carey, because he is very dangerous. He can strike.
Yeah.
And it's good to see Jamie Smith holding on to a couple catches that you'd expect to obviously take, but when you've dropped one yesterday and didn't go for another, that next catch that come the keeper's way has to take. So he's had a decent morning, but Australia are on top by a good distance because they've got such a good lead already. And as we keep talking about this pink ball, and we haven't seen a relatively fresh pink ball in twilight yet. And the first 2 days, the pink ball has always been around 40 to 45 overs old when the kind of lights have taken effect. Today it's going to be a little bit sooner.
Let's say hello to listeners to 5 Live. Nice to have you with us for this next hour. So 5 till 6 until the breakfast show with Eleanor Oldroyd begins at 6 o'clock. She's just sitting behind us, actually. So nice to have you here, giving Ellie opportunity to go and loosen up, get herself organised.
She's got a nice stool, hasn't she?
Yep.
Just at the back there.
Go and do some stretching in the gym. Get herself ready for the breakfast show.
Sheffield Wednesday shirt just down here, Agus.
Yes, there is. Is that the blue striped one?
Yeah.
There's lots of flags and the usual paraphernalia around of the Barmy Armies. Ben Stokes arrives and have a conversation. What have you seen, Andy?
It's on a big screen. They've got one of these things the crowd can vote on. Who would you rather face, Stark or Archer? Both currently on 0%.
Yes.
Which, I don't know if Tuffers has been voting a lot on that.
That suggests that nobody fancies it at all, either of them. That is rather strange. So you show your phone to the QR code and then you vote. So who would you rather face? Well, Archer's come out at 100%.
Right. That might be one vote that's just come in.
This is my point with Glenn McGrath. That there is a subliminal sledge in everything, absolutely everything. There's another one. That who'd you rather face? Well, obviously rather face Jofra Archer because he's a pom.
Votes are coming in now.
The votes are coming in. Here we go. Stark. They're coming in quite thick and fast. There's a lot of England fans in the crowd. Look like they might be voting here.
Yeah, Archer's now 70%. I suspect Archer will still come out on top. But anyway, everything. The adverts, they're talking about the warm beer advert down there on the site screen. It's just, it's subliminal, isn't it? It's just there. Just there as sort of an undercurrent. In an amusing way. At least the Australians are amused by it.
There's a question Glenn asked me just a little while ago about when Archer last bowled 20 overs in the day. He bowled 20 exactly yesterday. And only once in his Test career has he bowled more overs in a day of Test cricket. That was against Australia at the Oval in 2019 when he bowled 24, just under 24 overs, but took 6 for 62 that day. So this is the most overs than he's bowled in a single day.
Refer you to Munganui and Hamilton. How many did he bowl?
Split across days.
So it's across days. Okay. I mean, they bowled him into the ground there. And he's bowling now, and he's bowling to Boland, who won't like this very much, but he's got the ball away first ball, oh dear, down to fine leg. That's not the script. A little bit awkward. He fended it off his body, but
plays it nicely.
Yeah, he did, and he's away.
Well, that's frustrating.
Very frustrating.
Work so hard to get Boland on strike for that first ball, and he gets off strike first ball. I must admit, Ben Stokes with that old ball was fantastic. I think I'd have been tempted to keep the new ball in my hand if I was Ben Stokes, just for a couple.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I mean, loose, and we haven't really seen if the ball swings, have we, really? And you might see that with...
he's bowled the best length.
Yeah. Right, well, Stark's on strike now, and Archer moves in and bowls to him outside the off stump. And Stark quite content to let it go. 420 for 8, so Australia lead by 86. We've only got these 2 wickets left. And there is this subplot going on here about eating up time and watching the shadows get longer, the sun going down. It's 3:10 in the afternoon here. The sun sets early. In goes Archer around the wicket, bowls, and Stark on the back foot plays a nice stroke. Now he's set off, he's running for this. In fact, he doesn't have to, it's gone for 4. His eyes lit up to start with, he thought he was going to get 2. Well, that's gone just past third man's left hand and into the boundary. Another Another boundary in that area. 424 for 8. The lead is 90. And Archer ready to go again. Stark walks into position. He's over his bat now. Virtually all the fielders are back. As Archer cruises in and bowls very full. And Stark digs that out. It's a really annoying innings this from Stark, isn't it? I mean, he seems to produce innings like this when he really has to. He's 26 not out.
Well, Alex Carey's the same. He in recent times has always got a few runs when required. Just a bit of news from the Allan Border field. England lines were bowled out for 166. Australia A are 421 for 5. They lead by 255.
Excellent. As Archer round the wicket, and that's tucked away for a single, so it leaves 2 balls to go. McSweeney, we've come across him before. 116 out. Bo Webster 44.
Josh Hall's got 3 for 86 from 14, so he's got over 6s, but got 3 for Gilchrist, 2 for 96. Nothing for Matthew Fisher. Shoaib Bashir, 17 overs, 0 for 77. There has to be a good chance that Bashir plays at the Adelaide Oval.
Well, the fact that Jack's only bowled 1 over here, I think probably confirms he's really just playing as a batsman. So Boland on strike. There's 1 ball to go in the over. Archer comes in and bowls it, and he allows that to pass by outside the off stump. Very frustrating again from an England perspective. But, Boland has faced 6 balls now. There's 1 not out. The lead is 91, and Stark will be on strike for the start of the next over. At Christchurch, it looked as if West Indies had shut up shop there, and they was blocking it out. I saw Graves on his back having it looked like he got some terrible cramp. He'd faced getting on for 400 deliveries. But, go on, Andy.
West Indies 450 for 6 in the 162nd over. Only 2 overs left after this, so 81 runs to win. They've ceased attempting to win. It looks like they're going to get a draw. Roach 58 from 233. Justin Graves 197 from 379 balls.
Marathon. Stark waiting for Atkinson, who's there now, and he bowls. Stark stands up and casually defends the ball, pushing it away for Stokes. He picks it up at cover.
It's the 3rd longest 4th innings since 1978.
Well, it's a great effort to save that. It looked a bit bleak and a bit windy and cold at Christchurch, I'll be honest, looking at that, but the pictures that I've seen. Now what Stokes up to here is moving some of the field, is moving on the slips. So Harry Brook is going out into the leg side. A bit of leg theory going on here, I think, or short theory anyway. So 3 on the leg side boundary now. Atkinson on his way, bowls, and Stark gets that short, but he lets it go past his ribs. And collected by Jamie Smith. 425 for 8. Australia leading by 91 runs. England have taken a couple of wickets today. That lead, though, once it starts getting over 100, is a bit tricky, and with the, as you keep saying, taking the time out, Michael, it's
the one standout bowler in the match as well. They're going to have to play better, and that's Mitchell Stark.
Yeah. Atkinson runs in, bowls very full. Stark digs the ball out. Moves down to mid-on. How do you think England are going to play it?
Oh, I think they'll come hard. I think.
Do you?
Yeah, you only have to look at the last 3 years of what they've done. They're not going to change, and if anything, every time they've been under a little bit of scrutiny and pressure, they've come out and played even harder.
Yeah,
my suggestion. Yeah, well, I wouldn't. No. My suggestion, it would be quite sensible and realistic to suggest that they should try and see off Mitchell Stark.
Well, yes, surely. Atkinson bowls short. Stark ducks underneath it.
And by doing so, I think they have a great chance of scoring runs off the likes of Nisa Doggett, Cameron Green.
Yes, definitely.
You know, Scott Boland will be a threat because he's a good bowler, but you know, they can see out Mitchell Stark. If you look at Mitchell Stark's wickets in the first innings, he bowled a good one to Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope played a really poor shot. Harry Brook played a really poor stroke. Bryden Carson, Will Jacks played big drives. Now, if England haven't worked out so far in the series, that if they keep doing so, Mitchell will probably get another fifer.
There's 2 balls left in the over. The field is still deep. Another bouncer goes over Stark's head. So there's 1 ball to go. That is counting as 1 for the over. I'm just checking this. So that's, I think he's had his quota of bouncers. Normally you bring the field in after 4, don't you? But they're coming in now with 1 ball to go in the over. It's critical here. Stark cannot get the single. They blocked off the backwards square leg option. Boland will be in his blocks up at the non-striker's end, ready to run. There's 1 slip. Stokes absolutely precisely putting Brook where he wants him there. He goes back into position in the offside. And here's the last ball of the over. Can Atkinson keep Stark down at that end and give Archer the chance of a full over at Boland? In goes Atkinson, he's there and he bowls full. It's driven up towards mid-off, and Archer does really well there. Oh, that was an excellent diving effort with one hand to stop the ball, well, coming for 4, but more importantly, there wasn't a rebound or a ricochet, and they could have scrambled a single. So you could say it's in his interest because he's going to be bowling to Boland, but it was a really good piece of work, that, from the fast bowler. So here's his chance. He let him get away first ball last time, but he peels off his sun hat, and this has to be the moment. Ollie Pope's getting his helmet on. He's coming into short leg. Duckett is at a leg slip. By the look of it, he's taking up a position there. And Joe Root's saying, "Where do you want me?" to Stokes. And I think actually Root is suggesting that a fine leg fielder. Oh no, he's in and outs here. They're all
2 leg slips, isn't he?
Yeah, he does want 2 leg slips, but he's got 1. So Archer on his way, runs in, bowls to Boland, who defends the first ball, getting into line, or thumping high up into his bat, and Archer fields.
So the other thing that Australia have done well here is bat. Now they're into the 90th over, so I know the bowlers out there are batting, but the bowlers have had a good amount of rest. So they've been sat in that viewing area, they've been chilling out, no doubt. They'll be focused now on batting, but rest is so important in these conditions.
1 ball gone. Archer over the wicket, comes in, bowls to Boland, another short ball, fended away, thinks about a single. Stark was going to set off there, but Stokes made sure that didn't happen, and it's 4:25 for 8.
And that's why the kind of approach of England in the second innings will be revealing, because you think if they want to win this game, they're going to need 300, 325.
Yeah, at least, yes.
At least, and it's so important that they bat a long period of time to give these bowlers some rest.
Archer bowls, well played by Boland. Survived 3 now. He took the bat out of the way of that one. Yeah, I mean, they can't just go out there, crash bang wallet and expect the bowlers to come out again. I mean, they're absolutely exhausted, aren't they?
Yes. I laugh because they just do things that necessarily other teams don't do. They just don't seem to care really what anyone says. They just go about the way that they play.
Yep. In comes Archer, bowls to Boland. Again, he defends it. Stokes or Field. Well, I think as we've agreed, our mantra from Perth is they've chosen their way, and it's up to them to make it work. And I said the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So,
they're not eating much of the pudding at the minute.
Well, they're not, and they're up against an Australian side that is definitely beatable. Match drawn in Christchurch. Here comes Archer, bowls, and Boland again gets the ball's a bit short. Really, you can just play that.
I'm chuckling because the way that Boland's playing, the way that Stark's playing, there's no way in a million years this is what England would have done. No. But it's exactly the right tactics for the pink ball game to just take time out of the game.
Yeah.
And this is what I call, you go yesterday, Australia were expansive. They were allowed to be because the bowling was poor, but they dug in at the right times when Jofra was bowling nicely, and when Ben bowled a good spell in that last session, but they were really looking to score, whereas today it's been clear to me that they've got times more important than the runs.
Yeah. Well, here's the last ball of the over. Is there a Yorker up your sleeve, Jofra? In he comes and bowls, and is hit on the pad as the peel flag before wicket. Given not out, and well, it's certainly a little bit fuller than the previous deliveries, but it's been given not out. Jofra looks very disappointed with that. But they've got the option of reviewing it if they want. There's a bit of milling around going on, but it's not going to happen. So that's the end of the over. Boland survives the whole over. 4.25 for 8. Thoughts from Michael, and then it's going to be Simon.
Yeah, too high. It's Boland on the back leg, but it's bouncing over the top. Ben Stokes is yet to bowl with his second new pink ball, which is slightly confusing because he's been the pick of the bowlers, and generally is on a regular basis. You almost need 2 Ben Stokeses with the ball. Well, if you had 4, it'd be pretty handy. The Aussies lead by 91. Carr's back into the attack. He's at 3 for 132 from 20.
Well, something normally happens when he's bowling, as in this innings.
It's like they're going to go short. A short ball tactic come out.
And they've got, well, they're all scattered. It's a fairly unconventional field.
I think Stark might take this one on.
They're scattered on the leg side and on the offside. 4.25 for 8. Carr bowls, and Stark defends. Happy to bide his time there to a ball short of a length. Drops it onto the surface just in front of him.
Ryland Carr's second innings figures in Perth were what? I'm just looking at his figures here. He's gone for 132 off 20 in this innings.
Yeah, he was 2 for 44 off 5 overs and 2 balls in the second innings at Perth.
So the last 25 overs he's gone for around 176. He's got 5 wickets, right? Would you take that?
176 for
5 for 176 off 25.
Well, giving a lot of control, but take 176 for 5, wouldn't he? Short ball flies through. Leaping Smith takes it above his head. He had to get up to take that one down. And umpire Sharfadullah signals the first short ball of the over. So Australia creeping towards a 100-run lead. It's not the most thrilling cricket at the moment because of the fact that we've got this cat and mouse where Stark is not taking it on. He's kind of waiting for the end of the over. England setting the field back, so there aren't that many boundary options. They've got the newish ball. It's the 11th over with it. Goes in now and bowls to Stark, and Stark fences at that one. It goes flashing through. It's taken by Smith. Stark out there for a while now. What's that? His 59th ball, so he's having a good look at this pitch. First time for a while after Australia batted for most of yesterday and into today. So we are 35 minutes, a bit more than that, away from the first interval of the day. And then once we've had that, as we know, the light just begins to go. 20 past 3 in the afternoon. It's fine at the moment. It's a lovely afternoon in Brisbane. Carse rushing in, bowls to Stark, who turns it away into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But it's just fine for Australia, just bat, because just take the innings deep and push the start of England's innings as close to the twilight and whatever night time as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a believer that we need pink ball test matches in Ashes series, but I do like some of the tactics within the pink ball game. And this is one of those moments where I'm looking at a tail end pair and they're just digging in for their team. And they're looking at the clock going, just keep batting the minutes.
Why hit it up in the air? Cast bowls. Stark lets that one go by outside the Austin. Not much carry on that one. Smith tumbles forward to take it. Again, there's no run. 4.25 for 8. We just switched on. Test match special 5 Sports Extra, and also on 5 Live until 6 a.m. when Eleanor Oldroyd hosts the breakfast show live from the Gabba, live from the back of our commentary box. She's perched on her seat at the back.
Is it a sellout today? See 1 or 2 spare seats.
It is a sellout. Yeah, I think at the start of play there were a few people missing. There's still 1 or 2 missing, but I mean, people sort of wander around the ground and they meet up with friends. Cast ball short, that's hit in the air. This could be caught by Archer. No, mid-off, drops in front of him. It looks as though it was going to carry to him. It looked like it was going to be a straightforward catch. Whether Archer misjudged it, I'm not sure, but he ran forward and couldn't get there, and Stark got away with it and also picked up a single off the last ball of the over. It was short. He tried to hit it somewhere. It was going to tangle, and Archer couldn't get forward to take the catch. I don't think he was on his heels or anything like that. It was just one of those things, just short of him. End of the over, 4:26 for 8. Just adds to England's frustration because they got Stark to play a full shot there, and it ballooning in the air, but not to hand.
Well, it was in the air a while. It's just a little bit of fortune for Mitchell Stark, the skipper. He's now got the ball in his hand, and I would not be surprised if something happens, because he'll bowl a better length and he'll probably bring the batter forward and he'll find a bit of movement. That's pretty much what he does. I was staggered he didn't take the second new ball.
And he gave it to Archer, but Archer's finished now. He's bowled his spell. Was it 5 overs or 6 overs? 5 overs. If you missed any of the action, you can watch the highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. Stokes moves into bowl to Stark. He's 28 not out. Stokes ran the wicket and clipped away nicely, but no run there. He's picked out mid-wicket. Joe Root's out there, hurls the ball into
What's this partnership? How many balls have they faced?
Partnership is 10 runs from 49 balls.
He's putting those overs into the legs of the England bowlers.
How long has it been? That's the key thing. You should, in pink ball games, I think time is very important for partnerships at certain kind of stages within the game. And this is one of those stages that time, you should have a stat for time partnerships.
Stokes 3 wickets to his name, goes into bowl to Stark. Stark struck on the pad, goes down to fine leg. They don't take the single. Atkinson trots in to pick up. Full highlight show, by the way, on the BBC iPlayer from 5 p.m. So a couple of wickets. I know people are switching on the whole time. A couple of wickets gone this morning. Neisler was caught by Smith off Stokes for 16. Big drive, flicky drive on the up. Nicked it through. And then Carey was also caught by Smith off Atkinson for 63. Atkinson's first wicket of the series. Stark and Boland have dug in since then. England have pushed the field back, and it's been kind of phony war really. It's not very compelling cricket. Serves Australia's cause well though. Stokes bowls. Stark tries to hammer that into the onside, make good contact, hits it straight to Jofra Archer at mid-on, and there is no run. Stokes has got a chance of a cheeky fifer here. It's 3 for 101, 2 wickets to go. He nipped in with one at Perth after he employed his first 4 bowlers. 5th bowler to be used. He's had to do a lot more frontline work here. It's his 22nd over. Concerning yesterday to see him hobbling, but I think that was cramp. He's back at the moment, fit and well, into bowl to Stark, and Stark is beaten. And Stokes can't believe it, puts his hands to his face and then stares at Stark. I mean, it's easy to have that feeling that every time England have played the flashing drive they've nicked it, and every time Australia have played the flashing drive they've missed it, but that hasn't been the case. But it went past the inside edge and over the top of off stump there, the extra bounce of the Gabba. Stark unfortunate still to be there.
Yeah, and I think those stats from yesterday where England obviously didn't get it right, like 77% of the balls would have hit the stumps. Sometimes it's hard to get the ball to hit the stumps because the extra bounce off length to hit the stumps sometimes on a pitch, particularly it's almost like a half volley.
Ben Stokes bowls to Stark. Stark is edging, short of slip I think. Brook parries it, goes down towards deep third. Crawley to pick up. I think it was short of Harry Brook, who came forward. Might need the replay, but Stokes is hands on his knees now in frustration. He
didn't carry.
Genuinely found the edge there, but it was short of Brook.
Well, straight away Ben Stokes with this newish second pink ball. He's beaten the inside edge of Mitchell Stark, which could have easily hit the off stump, and now found the outside edge. I just think with the way that he bowls, I think he's that skillful and good that with this Kookaburra ball he could easily open the bowling. He's just England's best bowler.
So him and Archer or him and Atkinson?
Well, it just depends on the combinations, but Ben Stokes is the most skillful bowler in the team.
1 ball left of the over. Boland on strike. Stokes bowls to Boland. Boland's in behind that. A solid defensive shot. You can hear the crowd reaction there. Scott Boland doing a good job for his team. He's faced 13 balls. He's scored 1 run. And he's just holding England up, sapping their energy. And they're only inching forward, Australia. They've got a 93-run lead. I think most of us who came this morning thought it's probably going to be a 100-run lead, something like that for Australia. They've done really well to blast out the last 4 for 20 runs, especially with the new ball a few overs away. They've been made to work hard. They've been kept in the field. We've got half an hour until the first break, although that could change, of course, depending on when the final wicket falls, if indeed it does. Got the 9 down regulations to consider. Cast bowls short ball, ballooning through. Nothing there from Stark, ignoring it. Stark feeling there, I'd rather bat today than bowl. He's done a lot of bowling. I mean, he takes a bit of it himself when he's batting, but not as much as when you're bowling. Alex Hartley's here. Good afternoon, Alex.
Oh, there's nothing more that bowlers love than having a bat as well. We always feel hard done by when we don't get a long bat, so you make the most of the opportunities. Obviously got a 99 at Test match level as well.
He's 29 not out. This is his 69th ball. Cast bowls to him, fends that way into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, especially in a situation like this as well. Okay, he's up against the new ball, but the field is set back and your team is ahead. If you're under pressure, then it's a different story as a lower order player.
It's so important though to, if Australia would have lost 3 quick wickets, the lead would have been 85. Instead, now they've got such an opportunity to get 3 figures and a lead of 3 figures on the board, only 7 runs more needed. So, as a batter, just stay out there.
Cast bowls to Stark. Stark ducks underneath a short ball. Saw that early.
That was a proper little frog squat, wasn't it?
Yeah. It didn't get up that much. It was kind of low bouncer, and he's got a long way to go down.
It's quite impressive, that.
Yeah.
Good flexibility.
He must be doing his squats to get underneath it. I saw Harry Brook talking about exercise. I saw Harry Brook doing a pigeon just now.
A what?
Pigeon.
Well, I'm not familiar with a pigeon.
It's kind of like a yoga position where you kind of lean forward and you bend your front leg to 90 degrees to the.
Oh, okay.
So your left leg 90 degrees to the right. So you're trying to stretch your hip muscles. Right, changing the field. Short legs going in.
Do you like the pigeon stretch?
Only on my left side, not on my right side. And most people are strong on, looser on one side than the other. Cast. Oh, a short ball again. It flashes through. Stark ignores it. Tough as his wife Dawn is here. I mean, she's been yoga and Pilates every day.
Yes, he's dragged Agas's wife along as well.
There's Tuffers do it. I think he says he does do it. Dawn does get him to do.
Can't imagine Tuffers in the downward dog.
No,
yeah.
I can't really either. But I think he says he does. I think Tuffers takes his fitness a bit more seriously than we might think.
Yeah. I know he's got a PT every Wednesday.
A what, sorry?
A PT.
Has he?
Personal trainer
Right.
every Wednesday, yeah.
We need to film that, don't we, and put that on social media. There's this other rubbish we put out. Tuffers doing his personal trainer. Cast bowls and a shorter length delivery. Stark in behind that, nudging it towards short leg. Remind our 5 Sports Extra 5 live listeners, you can get in touch with us, tms@bbc.co.uk on email, also on WhatsApp as well. 0330 123 1826. 0330 123 1826. The numbers that matter out there. 427 for 8 Australia. We're in a holding pattern at the moment, just waiting for something to give. Cast bowls, and Stark defends away into the offside. It's the end of Cast's over. That felt as if it might have been a lesser spotted maiden, is that right?
Well, it was, and it's in fact the 4th maiden in the last 7 overs. Bryden Cass is in serious danger of dropping his economy rate down below a runner ball. 3 for 133 off 22 overs and 2 maidens. Now, just quickly wrap up the events from the Test in Christchurch.
Has it been drawn?
It has been drawn. West Indies finished 457 for 6 with a 180-run partnership for the 7th wicket between Roach and Justin Graves in 68.1 overs. Graves finished 202 not out. His maiden Test double century. Roach a career high 58 not out, his first Test 50 in his 86th Test, and it's only the 3rd Test ever played in which both teams scored 450 in the second innings.
Yeah. And at one stage it looks as though West Indies might break the world record, not just break it, shatter it. They'd scored over 500. Well, that's why it's so difficult to do, isn't it? Because they didn't go for it, and in the end they settled for a draw. I think at one point Roach had played 50 consecutive dot balls, and it just decided it was beyond them, and if they went to win the game, they would have lost it. There's a long discussion there before this latest over from Stokes from the Stanley Street end, the far end from us, just trying to come up with some tactics for Boland. They've taken the short leg out, that's one of them. They've also got a leg slip in. So 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip. There's no fine leg that I can see.
Nope.
And here is Stokes looking for England's 9th wicket. Bowls to Boland, who's back pushing into the offside. There you go, first ball, the over, gets the single, giving himself some room. Increases England's frustration. They'd love a hole over at Boland, doesn't guarantee anything. Actually, Stokes walks back shaking his head.
Yeah, he threw his arms in the air there as well, Stokes.
Just one final thing from the Christchurch Test. West Indies 457 for 6, the 2nd highest team score ever in the 4th innings of a Test, behind the 654 for 5 that England made famously at Durban in March 1939, a timeless game that ended in a draw, and they had to leave in order to journey back to England.
They had to catch the boat, didn't they?
After 218 8-ball overs in the 4th innings.
And they were at 40 from victory, weren't they, with 4 wickets left. And it was all building up quite nicely. And then they had to go from Durban to Cape Town to get the boat home. Stokes bowls, guided away by Stark. He could take a single there. He decides against it as it runs towards a backward point. So the situation we're in here, if a wicket were to fall, we 9 down, and we just play on then for, I've started this
30 minutes I think,
30 minutes, yeah, so it could be an even longer first session for England.
Well, I think because we always get that 2.5 hour session at the end anyway, sessions 1 and 2 should be a bit longer.
Well, yeah, but you're punished for bowling your overs slowly, aren't you? It's a 2.5 hour session at the end of the day. You've got to get them in. Stokes to Stark, struck on the pad, shout for LBW. And Stokes, I think, knows that's not going to be out. It was a forlorn appeal. He looks very tired, dragging himself back. Having said that, I mean, only in inverted commas being in the field for 94 overs. I mean, there are much longer times in the field than that in Test matches. And also, I mean, it is warm. Look, it is.
It's hotter today.
It is hot today, but you're only in the heat for one session, aren't you? And it's actually, yesterday evening about when we finished about 10:30, it was actually quite cool. It was really pleasant. So it's actually quite a nice temperature to play cricket in the evening and in the twilight as well. It's not as punishing as it can be some places. Stokes bowls, Stark pushes forward and misses. It's through to Stokes. You can barely believe how unfair life is. He sees that one go past the outside edge. He's in his 23rd over, taking 3 for 103. And what's happening here? I think he borrowed a handkerchief or something, a towel from the umpire. Perhaps it is Stokes' towel or handkerchief to mop his sweat off him. So yeah, it's warm this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the afternoon session. Full glare from the sun, around about 30 degrees. But it does cool down. Stokes bowls to Stark. Stark nudges this away down towards fine leg. That was the 5th ball of the over. The field set back, and they just don't want to concede boundaries. They just think that in a way both sides are trying to test each other's patience here.
It's not something England are good at though, is it? Being patient.
There's a message from Ollie, confused at the Gabatoirs. Has Ben Stokes forgotten that Will Jacks is playing?
I think he just bowled 1 over yesterday. 13 runs came off it.
This is my point about 5 seamers, is that the conditions just so demand pace that you want that extra option. Okay, they've gone for the batting option, but batter at 8. Well, we'll see. It might work in the second innings. Stokes bowls to Boland. Boland plays and misses.
Stokes.
Who said life is fair? Nobody. And that's the whole point. It's not. 4:29 for 8. Boland 2, Stark 30. 20 minutes to go until lunch. Alex and then Jim Maxwell.
Well, I do love watching Ben Stokes because he really does wear his heart on his sleeve, and everything he does he's always hard done by. When he gets out it's always an absolute seed, or he makes it look like it's an absolute seed. When he gets the ball to go past the outside edge, he can't believe it. He puts his hands in his head, but he just leads from the front. He's so passionate, which is probably why these guys love playing for him.
Yes, but he puts it all in, and you always worry in situations like this, in the heat, the toil of battle. He doesn't want to get an injury. That's what everyone's, I think, at times worrying about, with the amount of work he takes up himself. And more often than not, he's the best bowler in the team, which maybe is a bit of a commentary on the rest of the attack. But the 2 new ball bowlers taking a wicket apiece. Now, Cass, he's running in, and it's a bouncer. Wow, what a surprise as it goes through outside the off stump. So there's a curious futility, it seems, watching the way the game stumbles into this mood now, where the waiting game goes on. Who's going to take a risk? Stark's been reluctant to do that. He's had a couple of flings and missed. Boland's hardly faced any deliveries. What's he faced? 15 so far. And Stark he's handy. He's 30 not out. He's got a short leg in there as Cass runs in towards him now, and he gets back and pushes away. It's a plum pitch, this one.
Yeah.
Very plum.
Yeah, it is indeed.
And by the time it changes character, if it does at all, it may be when Australia have got quite a big lead. We will see. They've now got a lead of 95 with Nisa out, nicking off earlier in the day to Smith for 16, was it? Yeah. And then Carey out, nicking off to Smith from Atkinson for 63. Cass goes in, drops it short, and he's fiddling and missing outside the line of the off stump. So it's just something we've become used to in the current game. Spread fields when tail enders are batting, and the hope that they'll make the mistake before England offer up something that he'll have a lash at. But in between, it's ... single off, 5th ball.
Yeah, I'd love a Yorker here. It's something else slightly different,
He can bowl a Yorker. We have seen it. But doesn't do it very often as he goes in towards Stark, and that's of a length to draw his bat in behind and defending it out there on the offside. 8 for 429. And he's going to ask you a question about that game in New Zealand. I understand it was the 6th time in Test history that a batsman has scored a double century in the final innings of a match. I'd be interested to know how many of those games were lost. 6 is not many, and Graves got there, but they stopped going for a long time before that. Around the wicket, Cass coming in, and he swats at this, and he hits it away on the offside, loopily towards the boundary for 4. Archer can't get to that. It was a little bit wide. He gave him the room to release a shot. Wasn't totally controlled, but he got enough stick on it to pick up a boundary and increase the lead to 99.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while since a boundary as well. And this one just wider outside the off stump than the previous deliveries, and Stark goes, I'll have a crack at that one, thank you very much.
I just think in these circumstances, if you've taken a new ball, you should be trying to get both batsmen out.
Yeah, I agree.
But here comes Cass again. He bowls it, and it's a Yorker of sorts. It's hit hard down towards mid-on. It's gone through the fingers of Stokes and down to the boundary for 4. That was pretty well hit by Stark. He timed it, and Stokes dived to his right, couldn't intercept it, and Stark 2 boundaries to finish the over, and the lead is over 103 at 8 for 437, and Stark is 38 not out. And you're listening to Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra, but also currently on 5 Live through until 6 a.m. when Eleanor Oldroyd takes over with 5 Live breakfast live from the Gabba. In the old days, I'll be announcing the shipping forecast, but we don't have that anymore.
I miss the shipping forecast.
So do a lot of fans I met this morning.
Bring back the shipping forecast.
They want the announcement of it being on somewhere anyway. I think it's that as much as the forecast itself that they enjoy. Now, Boland's got to face the first ball of an over. Stokes has him going back, and whoops, run, no, sent back. Pushed it out there on the offside. But Boland's done his job. Andy?
Yeah, the 4th innings double centuries. This was the 7th in Test history.
7th, right.
2 have been in wins. Kyle Mayers just 4 years ago for West Indies in Bangladesh, 210 not out. I can't remember if that was his debut, but certainly very early in his career. And Gordon Greenwich's famous 214 not out on the final day at Lord's, 1984. And West Indies chased 344 to win by 9 wickets.
Stokes tries again. He's running in. Boland's shuffling and pushing, nudging down to third man. That'll go for 4. That'll go for 4. It's downhill. It's close by that boundary, and he just nibbled it with thick edginess, if you like, and he got 4 runs for it.
He just did what with it, Jim?
Thicky edginess.
Thicky edge. I quite like that one. Thicky edginess.
It's a gimme here at this ground. If you play down there,
yeah,
it's like it's dropping away on the line of the slope at Lord's or something.
Yeah, he purposely opened the face of the bat there as well. But it was a bit thicky edgy.
Here comes Stokes again, and he has a crack and chops it onto the ground towards Brook at second slip. 8 for 4-4-1. Andy?
Only one has ended in defeat. That was Nathan Astle's Pyrotechnic 222 in Christchurch.
Yes.
11 sixes, 28 fours, just 168 balls. Chris Cairns was batting 11 due to injury, final rounder, and at one point they were on the verge of pulling off one of the great heists in Test history. The other 4, including today's one by Graves, all ended in draws.
More of Stokes running in, and back goes Boland and defends watchfully out there on the offside. Who were they?
So Graves today, Sunil Gavaskar at the Oval in 1979. India were chasing 438 to win. He made 221. They ended up 8 wickets down. The game was drawn. Bill Edrich in the timeless test in Durban that I just mentioned made 219. And then the great George Headley, the first true great of West Indian batting, 223 in Jamaica in 1930 on England's first test tour of the West Indies in the 4th innings, after England had racked up 849 in the first innings with a 100 for Andrew Sandham from Streatham, where I live in South London.
325, yeah. 2 slips, Cully. Now a silly mid off in place for Boland. Stokes rumbles in and he flips it around the corner, and he's got a nice chunk of it to get a single and put Stark back on strike as he got wide of the leg slip and down towards fine leg for 1. 8 for 4-4-1. Thank you very much. Boland's moved to 7, and Australia's defiance goes on. They'll be loving this. The longer they can bat, the closer we get to twilight time in the dark with a pink ball.
I think that wasn't far away from Ben Duckett. Would have been an unbelievable catch if he managed to cling on to it. He's diving away to his left-hand side, but that could have been another drop catch there for England.
Oh, Duckett's due for 200 in the second innings. First ball duck, a few catches spilled. Overdue. So slip Cully backward point for Stark. Men up as we get, yes, one more ball to come in this over. Let's see if Stark can manoeuvre the ball. He might have a bouncer to deal with as Stokes rushes in towards him now, and he slams this away through the covers. That's a pretty good shot. He pitched it up, and Stark said, "Thank you, that's the length I like," and he middled it, and it seared across the turf and out to the boundary. It's 8 for 4, 4-6 at the end of the over, and Stark, who has scored 99 in a test, is 42.
Yeah, lovely shot from Stark, and every single minute England are out there now is just more and more frustrating for them. You'll have Duckett and Crawley thinking about when we're going to get our pads on. You know, it's a lovely time of day to be batting, but Australia's saying, yeah, it is a lovely time of day to be batting, so we're going to stay out here.
17, including 4 boundaries from the last 8 balls. Previously, the partnership was 13 from 70 deliveries.
So they've added 30 for this wicket. Yes. Well, we've got a few records around the place after England's 10th wicket partnership in the first innings.
Just a bit of confirmation, that one near Ben Duckett didn't carry. The one to Ben Duckett at leg slip didn't carry, just dropped short.
Very good. We don't want him to have any more disfavour, unpopularity from the Barmy Army and all the other England supporters, and there are a lot of them in the ground. A lot of them want to see 2 quick wickets now, as Cass runs in and Boland fudges away, back and across. The ball's not doing much off this surface. It looks pretty benign at the moment at 8 for 446, and the lead is 112. Is it getting tricky for England with the deficit?
I believe so. I do believe so. It's as you say though, the wicket isn't doing anything, but
no.
I think what Australia have shown is if you bat time, the runs come. You can still be aggressive, but you've got to pick the right moments to be aggressive.
Cass is coming. Boland is playing, shuffling, pushing. He watches the ball. He mightn't be a distinguished creator of scoring strokes, but he knows where to go with the limitations, back across, and get something behind it. Hopefully the bat before it hits the pad, and he's doing it quite well, annoying England. And this partnership is lingering up towards the lunch break, which might be a movable feast depending when the next wicket falls. Cass runs in and bowls it, and it's shuffled and pushed down into the gully, away towards backward point there. Well, Jacks might be worth a crack before lunch. He got 1 over yesterday before lunch.
It didn't go too well though, did it, Jim?
No, it didn't.
First ball down the leg side, 4 byes.
Just something a little bit different, particularly with a number 10 loitering out there and getting behind it. Yeah, they just play the little shuffle and miss the straight one. See you later, LBW. But we'll see. We'll see. At the moment, it's Cass who bounces in once more from this Vulture Street end, and he's pushed away by Mr. Sturdy.
Mr. Sturdy.
Mr. Sturdy, yep.
The Boland blocker.
Yeah, well, he's doing a great job for his team. Keeping England in the field, that's the main thing. And this is the way you wear teams down when you've got scoreboard pressure as well. Just make them hang about when they expect to be inside having an ice bath or something, and a cup of tea and a Vegemite sandwich, if you like. 2 slips weight. Boland is ready. Here's Cass, and he's back, and he clips it down into the ground. He got a bottom edge on that, and it went around to backward square. So for our 5 Sports Extra listeners, a note that you'll be able to hear our view from the boundary. The guest at that show at the interval currently scheduled for 6 a.m. Simon Mann will be talking to the host of one of the world's most successful podcasts, the historian Tom Holland. Okay, so hang about for that as you get your cup of tea organised or your Wheat Bix for breakfast.
Not to be mistaken for Spider-Man.
Yes.
I did do that this morning. I got really excited that we had Spider-Man. I'm not saying I'm not nothing against this Tom Holland.
No.
Would have liked Spider-Man.
Now there's the sniffers in close. It's silly mid-off. Cass bowls short, but there's no bounce there. He just knocks it down towards third man. They don't take a run. Last ball of the over, and the lingering keeps lingering. 8 for 4, 4-6. So you know that Tom Holland is coming on, the historian?
Yeah, well, he is the host of my brother's favourite podcast.
Is that right?
So, yeah.
What's that?
The Stick to History or something? The rest is history.
The rest is history.
As me, I don't really do history, but one person in our family's got to be
very popular, yeah.
Academic, yeah.
I haven't heard it, but I've heard of it. Anyway, listen in the lunch break. It might proceed with a little more pace than the game is at the moment as Australia try to hang about. And here we go. The moment has arrived. Jack's second over of the Test match. 24 hours later.
There you go. You got your wish. You might even get 2 in. Well, he won't, but England might.
Well, you'll probably get another one, depending how long they muck around out there. Fields, warm-ups. Stark will be facing, and he's facing a field that slip, short cover, whitish mid-on, short fine. The rest of them are out. So Stark does have a liking for the slower bowling, but whether or not he'll be adventurous, we'll see. It's Jacks around the wicket. He bowls to him and he's leaning forward. We want a single. No, we won't take it there. He wants to keep control of this. 4 minutes to go until lunch.
Well, a better start than yesterday for Will Jacks.
True.
The positives, Jim, the positives.
He comes in now, and again, Stark pushes forward as if he's facing Jim Laker or someone, and goes up to cover. Well, he's not quite Jim Laker,
not
is he?
Not quite, no.
No, but he could be a very effective slower bowler. But
yeah.
And now adjusting the field, another man in close with the bat pad coming in. Ollie Pope's going to short leg. He has 2 pushes from Stark. Stokes continues to fiddle with the field. He wants the long on up, close. I don't know. He wouldn't get a job with the Brisbane Police managing the traffic. They'd be going 3 ways at once on the signals he's been giving to his fieldsmen. So we settle. Here comes Jacks bowling down the leg side off the pad. It goes away on the onside. So that's taken up a bit more time. We should get another over. We've had, 3 balls? Yep. 3. How many is that, sir? 3 to come or 3 bowled? And on the back foot, it's missed. Tried to angle it away through mid-off. That was a great question of a leading Australian fast bowler one day, walking back to his mark.
He's got to have been messing around.
Jacks bowls. Forward he goes, pushes away to the onside. It comes scooting back at him and past the stumps from Archer, and they get an overthrow. So a bonus single for Stark means Boland has 1 to face at 8 for 4, 4-7. The fast bowler walking back to the top of his mark says to the umpire, how many? And the umpire raises 3 fingers. And the bowler says, is that 3 bowled or 3 to come?
I know, great. But fast bowlers, you never know if they've been serious or not.
Well, we're always taking the mickey out of fast bowlers, but they often have the last laugh by splattering your stumps.
Very true.
Now, Boland has to face the off-spin of Jacks with a leg slipper, short leg, and the clock ticks over. 1 ball to come. He bowls now and Boland's forward. An appeal for LBW. It was more of a throat clearer than a fair dinkum one, and it plops down in front of him. So we get 1 more over. 8 for 4, 4-7. The lead is 113.
But it just shows with that over, Stark with a couple of player misses, one that half an appeal there from Jacks, that having the option of a spinner does offer something different. So maybe we might see Jacks bowl a little bit more after lunch.
I would think so. We'll be handing our 5 Live listeners to 5 Live very shortly, but we'll keep going on 5 Sports Extra. So you reach in for the cricket as you go. Now, Cass is down here at the Vulture Street end for the last over before lunch. And the clock hasn't quite hit the top of the clock at 6 local time, but it's Stark who faces Cass. Here he comes around the wicket, and Stark forward defending. Stoutly, staunchly away on the offside. So the score at the start of the day was
378 for 6 and 73.
So 69 runs. Yeah.
It's very valuable.
It's not rollicking and rolling, is it? Not at all.
Does it need to be, though, does it? There's still so much time.
Not from Australia's viewpoint, but England would like to finish this innings off, surely. Just to get off the field and put the feet up. So it's Brydon Cass around the wicket. A man at slip, another at short leg. He bowls to Stark, who leaves the ball bouncing through outside the off stump. So 8 for 4, 4-7. Another big crowd in here today. A lot of them getting sun-drenched, sun-bleached, and hopefully have got some slip, slop, slap to make sure they don't get little nasties on their skin.
It's free around the grounds in Australia, isn't it, sun cream?
Yes, I think it is.
It's so good.
I'm always sitting here, so yes. I think it is, yes. So you got no excuse for not slopping up with the protective stuff. It's Cass once more. He comes in to bowl to Stark, and Stark is beaten. Good ball, just outside the off stump. Yes, maybe occasionally get one a bit fuller at the boot. Stark, probably the closest he's got to getting out was a very full ball. Stokes or Archer, one of them, was just going down leg. But it's not a bad idea to attack the stumps more than England do. It's not the area they like to be bowling, it seems. They get a bit in between short and full at times, but mainly short. And now Cass says, we might change the angle here, come back over the wicket. Stark is on 43. Cass moves in towards him, and Stark is going back and playing off a thick edge. There's a run there if they want, but they don't, because that was the 4th ball of the over, and there are 2 more to come. So he'll say, thank you for leaving the field where I can pick up a single. Just oblige me with the right ball to caress somewhere into a gap.
Yeah, England need to be...
Oh, here we go. It's lunchtime, and now we got something coming out of glove or whatever.
I think he's broken his gloves there.
Stark. He may have got a little collect on his glove as he pushed that away. Anyway, it's a quick moment as one of these sub fielders rushes out onto the ground to give him some new gloves. Right, so we got exactly 2 balls left. It's 2 minutes past, almost now it's 3 minutes past the top of the clock. You can hear the tapping of Stark's bat as he looks keenly. What is he going to do? Cass runs in. Stark is hit on the pad and it deflects away on the onside. There's a single there they don't want it.
Yeah, interesting.
Scuttled out towards square leg. But there's 1 ball to come. Surely he'll take one if there's a chance to. But he's keeping Boland away from the strike in this over. And that gives Australia the opportunity to have a little cool of the heels and have a paddle pop or something at the lunch break with a lead of 113. Cass is around the wicket. Here he comes. Last ball before lunch. He moves in. Stark drives over the top and collects a boundary. As he hits that well enough, it's going out towards the boundary. It's pulled up. They come back for 3. Yeah, he got under that. He mistimed. And it's almost an overthrow out there on the onside. They won't worry about that. Stark's already off to the dressing room. and a good session for Australia, really. 46 to Stark, 7 for Boland. The 450 coming up with that stroke. So they've added 71 runs for the loss of just 2 wickets. The new ball didn't do what it needed to for England to finish off the Australian innings. So let's look back with Alex Hartley on the morning's play here after we saw the wickets of Neser caught by Smith off Stokes go for 16 and Carey caught by Smith for his 14th 50 in Test cricket, off the bowling of Atkinson for 63. Archer 1 for 89. Atkinson 1 for 85. Cass 3 for 109. Stokes 3 for 113. And Jacks has become one of the new record holders in Test cricket for bowling 2 overs in an innings, and each of them were bowled just before lunch on consecutive days.
Yeah, look, I think Australia will have frustrated England. Obviously, England started the day well, knowing that the new ball was available in 7 overs and picked up 2 wickets. Atkinson got his first Ashes wicket, and you could see how much that...
For 89. Atkinson 1 for 85. Cass 3 for 109. Stokes 3 for 113. And Jacks has become one of the new record holders in Test cricket for bowling 2 overs in an innings, and each of them were bowled just before lunch on consecutive days.
Yeah, look, I think Australia will have frustrated England. Obviously, England started the day well, knowing that the new ball was available in 7 overs and picked up 2 wickets. Atkinson got his first Ashes wicket, and you could see how much that meant to Ben Stokes. You know, he was the first person that went up to him, gave him a rub on the head and said congratulations. And the partnership between Stark and Boland has just been frustrating. You know, England not being able to break that partnership, not being able to bowl enough at Boland. Stark's been quite clever out there by farming the strike, taking the singles when he has. So England are going to have to, I think they could have used Jacks a little bit more, if I'm completely honest, but it's been a bit abject after the wicket of Carey.
The lead's 116. Where's that put England in the game now?
Oh, I think behind, to be honest with you, Jim. It's a good wicket. It doesn't offer much, but Australia are in such a good position to bat as long as possible and then throw England in when the sun starts to go down, and that's when we know Mitchell Starc with that pink ball is a very dangerous bowler. He's a dangerous bowler in the middle of the day with a pink ball, let alone when the lights are on.
So the ground staff are out there doing their stuff, and we're going to have a break here from TMS with England at 8 for 450. So I mentioned the score. Stark's the not out batsman. It's a beautiful day here in Brisbane, and Simon Mann is keeping himself out of the sun, as we all are here, very pleasantly in the air conditioning, and he's going to come in and join Alex in a moment. So you just have to wait a couple of minutes for your lunch.
Don't you worry, I can fill time for about 35 seconds while you swap over. Thank you very much, Jim. Always fun. I'm just looking at the crowd. Everybody's still to our right. The people that are in the shade are still all in their seats. They haven't gone to get their lunch yet. The stormtroopers out there, but everybody to the left that have been baking in the sun all day, they have vacated their seats. They've tried to find a little bit of shade, get out the sunshine, but Australia, for me, Simon, are on top of this test match, and they're in charge of it now.
Oh, well, that's a perfect morning for Australia, and not because they're still batting. They haven't scored flamboyantly this morning. They've scored steadily, and the lead is 116. But the other point, of course, is that they are eating into the day, and they're getting closer to the time which they can bowl under lights. So it's all going Australia's way. They've still got power to add as well. They've still got those 2 wickets left. That partnership for the 9th wicket has eaten up so much time. So Stark 46, Boland there on 7, and Boland's just resisted. It just shows what's possible on this pitch with some determination. And Mitchell Starc, who said before the last game that he actually doesn't want to go up the order. He was batting at 8 in the last game. He showed what a very fine lower order player he can still be when he really puts his mind to it. You sometimes see him swinging away in T20 cricket, but in this Test match, in this series, he has been England's nemesis. Wickets and then runs today, vital runs for Australia. So he's 46 not out, and Boland is there on 7. Kerry out for 63 and Nisa for 16, a wicket for Atkinson and a wicket for Stokes this morning. But we've got a 40-minute break here, and England need to recharge and somehow knock out the last 2 and then get batting a long way behind.
Will Jacks is going to continue. He bowled an over earlier on from the far end just to try and change the tempo a little bit, I reckon. But he's going to bowl again and see if he can get a mistake out of Stark, who's played really very sensibly so far. Jacks bowls the first ball of this session. It's outside the off stump, and that's spun. It's spun from round the wicket to the left-hander. It's turned, and Nathan Lyon will feel even filthier. Den McGrath is sitting alongside me. Jacks again moves in bowls, and that tucks Stark up a little. Looking to flick the ball away. There's no run. Well, that was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, g'day everyone. It's a little bit of turn out there.
Yeah.
So it's good to see a little bit of variety. But did I hear a little bit of pessimism?
No, not at all. Here's Stark stretching
declaring after the next session, 2 hours away.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? I said even if they have to declare to do something.
Yeah.
But they would, wouldn't they? I mean, this is what they're doing. They're just playing a very intelligent game here. Here's Stark allowing that one to go by outside his off stump. There's a little bit of suggestion of spin there from round the wicket. The lead is 116.
Yeah, now looking at those this over, there is a little bit of turn there. And like you said, Nathan Lyon would be sitting there thinking, I should be playing.
He will.
I think the Australian selectors might be sitting there thinking, I wish we'd picked him.
Well, having seen that ball, I mean, it was quite wide, but it still did grip and spin. So shadows creeping on from the right-hand side as Jacks bowls, and Stark's gone for this, hitting it, clubbing it away into the leg side, into those shadows for 4. Cleared his leg, he reaches his 50. And that's a really outstanding innings for Mitch Stark. What a series he's having. Not just a bowler, but these valuable runs as well. But it's not even the runs, it's the time. It's the time that he's taking. I have to say, I can't imagine England having played like this. With that question of dragging it out, taking the time, and then using the conditions which will come later. Here's Jacks bowling outside the off stump, and Stark's on the back foot, forcing it away for a single. Deep point comes in to pick the ball up. Stark goes to 51. He's faced 101 balls now, and yet again he's kept the strike. And this has been a frustrating aspect of what we've seen in the last hour and 20 minutes or so. Is that's happened just too often. He's been able to steal the strike, and when England really want to be bowling at Scott Boland, but he's escaped again.
And then in saying that, Scott Boland's faced 27 deliveries and 7 runs, so the scoreboard's ticking over, and England haven't found a way to break this partnership. They would have thought at the start of play, get a couple of wickets, which they did in Nisa and Carey. They thought, we'll just get these last 2, but every run, every over they stay out there, it's just frustrating England even more. And when the 9th wicket, 10th wicket, if they put on a bit of a partnership, more pressure on the opening batsman, especially if they lose an early wicket, that impact it has. So it's Atkinson here has to start well. They need to find a way to pick up this 9th wicket, and hopefully the 10th to follow.
Atkinson it is. He's going to bowl to Stark. There's only one slip as Atkinson goes scuttling in and bowls, and Stark stands up tall and pushes the ball away for Joe Root to pick up there at mid-wicket. And all this time out in the field for the England bowlers' legs again. They've got to come back and bowl in the second innings, presumably. And they're going to be a weary bunch after this, because as we've been saying throughout, you can have as much net practice as you like. Nothing comes close to actually going out there and playing a game of cricket and spending a day in the field with a big crowd. The heat and the humidity, the pressure of the game, all of those things count as Stark lets the next one go outside the off stump.
Mitchell Stark's 50 came from exactly 100 balls with his 8th 4. It's his 12th 50-plus score in Test cricket. Just his second in his last 50 Tests. Made a fine half-century in the World Test final against South Africa at Lords, prior to which he'd gone 44 Tests without a half-century. He's become quite a different player with the bat over the course of his career. The first half of his career had 10 half-centuries and 52 Tests. Averaged just under 23 with a strike rate of 67 per 100 balls, around about 4 per over.
He's waiting now for Atkinson again, slightly hunched shoulders he bowls, and once again Stark just stands up and taps that away easy as you like in Stokes Fields at mid-on.
Since then, like I said, less productive with the bat. That's just his second 50 in 50 Tests. Averaged down to about 17.5. His strike rate is down to just under 50 per 100 balls, almost 3 runs and over. So he's become a much less attacking player, but capable of playing innings such as this. And this, his Lord's Test final 50 was his slowest half-century, and this was the second slowest of his 12. So he's become a very different player over the course of his career. Still very effective.
Atkinson round the wicket, bowls to him, and also action replay of the ball before. Just full ball round about middle stump, and he's just tapped that away up to mid-on for Stokes to field. 455 for 8 is Australia's score. So they're pushing up that lead now. These two have put on 39 together in 85 minutes.
And they've 106 deliveries, and that's the key, pushing it closer and closer to this night session for the Australians.
Atkinson runs in, bowls, and that's driven down the ground. It defeats Atkinson. It's going to defeat everybody, including Archer, who's chasing that all the way to the rope. Just a little clip. It wasn't an expansive drive at all, but and it's a no ball. That won't add much to Atkinson's humour, I don't suppose. No ball driven down the ground.
They're very good with the no balls. They never miss a no ball. They miss the occasional caught behind, which doesn't have a big impact on the game. But no, the thing here is this pitch has no demons in it. It looks a very good batting wicket at the moment.
Yep.
So that's one thing that be in England's favour when they bat.
Atkinson bowls and Stark stands up, pushes a shorter ball away into the offside. So that's the fifth ball of the over. There's only one ball to go for Atkinson to bowl at Scott Boland, who takes guard. The big fella. He's, I think I'm right in saying he's had one sort of longish innings in Test cricket, 70 odd balls or something. He's sort of hung around.
It's frustrating you, isn't it, Agus, the way, just giving Stark a single on the fifth ball, or just so they only get the one delivery at Scotty Boland.
Well, it is. It wasn't usually the way that you bring the field in after 4. That was usually the way.
And if that's not working, then you just a little bit more attacking and just see if you can bring about a false shot.
Atkinson bowls and Boland struck up on the thigh pad. It's the only delivery that they'll have at him, and Stark will be on strike again, and inexorably that shadow is coming closer and closer to the pitch. So it's now more than halfway across the field. The sun will dip pretty quickly here, and the lights will come on. I'm not very good at Star Wars, so.
Aren't you? Well, we had Darth Vader, we've got all the stormtroopers and Yoda, and now Princess Leia
there she is.
Has arrived.
She's a very glamorous woman indeed. She's suitably dressed. She was escorted by a stormtrooper called Rhino. I don't remember him in the film necessarily.
And one of the stormtroopers today is a guy called Michael Kaspovich.
No.
Played,
Kasper's
in there. He decided, part of the fast bowling cartel, he wants to feel what it's like to be in the crowd.
Oh, good old Casper. Wonder where he is. He's a lovely fella.
And you can sort of hide as a stormtrooper and people don't realise who you are.
Now we've got Jacks bowling an over. It's pushed away down to mid-on by Stark. Well, Gary Balance spent a day in the Barmy Army. He wasn't playing in the match, and I'm racking my brains as to where it was. I think it might have been in like Johannesburg. That might be wrong. There's Stark forward, pushed away for Jacks to field again. So he went incognito. He wasn't playing in the game. He was in the squad. He disappeared. Was given a day off. Went and spent the day in the Barmy Army.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone actually rumbled him in there, but. Word did get out, but he said, well, if you have a day off, don't you? Jacks again bowling, and that's pushed away into the covers by Stark.
Some ex-cricketers like coming and watch the game, and they go on tour groups. I remember in West Indies '95, Steve Waugh got his 200 in Jamaica. I was out batting with him, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, appears Greg Ritchie. And he jumped off the first level of the stand into a big mud patch and came out covered in mud and just tapping Stephen on the shoulder.
No, was he?
Mud all
No. I don't think Stephen would like that very much. Here's Jacks. It's a short ball outside the off stump. He's just hit it to backward point, rather frustratingly for Stark. There was a boundary written all over that. So that's 4 gone, isn't it? So actually, I'd like to feel really tight now.
Now for the big shot for a boundary and then a single.
It could be, couldn't it? There's Jacks again bowling, and Stark blocks this. So there's 1 ball to go.
Or bring him in now.
Who are they going to bring in? Then he might go for the big hit. If he doesn't go for the big hit now, with the long on coming up, he's just playing for time, isn't he? Let's have a look. Duckett's not sure where Stokes wants him. I don't think Stokes is quite sure where he wants him either at the moment.
It's still a single push to him. He's not in close enough.
They're protecting the big hit here. Jacks moves in bowls, and he's felt for that and hit it straight to backward point. So it's an opportunity here for England to bowl at Scott Boland again. He hasn't looked too flustered so far, if I'm honest. 461 for 8.
Yeah, no. 102 overs bowled. Most of the bowlers have bowled 25, 24 overs, which is not a bad day at the office. It's solid. You're talking about England maybe looking a little underdone by not having enough match practice. You wonder this test will give them that, so they should be fine for Adelaide onwards.
That's my theory. That is my theory. That we'll just forget what's happened here. They've had 2 matches.
Again.
They had 2 matches of preparation.
Okay.
And they're going to come and hit hard at Adelaide.
The Ashes is three matches.
Yeah, that's what we think. We'll see if we can agree to that. 127 is the lead. Right, Boland looks around. There's 2 slips of gully. And Atkinson has the chance here to take this wicket. He bowls, and that's caught at point. No, he hit hard into the ground. I fell for the crowd catch.
You were excited then for a minute.
Well, it just looked like it was, but he hit it hard into the pitch, and the ball flew up to point. The fielder took it two-handed. He could have really done with there. Sometimes Pope does this. He throws the ball in the air in mock celebration. But no, it's nicely played by Boland down in the middle of the bat. 461 for 8. He's still on 7. The lead 127. Atkinson scurries in, he's there and he bowls, and that's been he's got that away down towards fine legs. Has that gone for 4? I think it has. A bit of a scythe from Scott Boland.
That's an inside edge. It must have been close to the stumps.
Yeah, he's got an inside edge. The ball's flown away to fine leg for 4 runs. Not what Atkinson wanted at all, really, but it's a sign of Boland there wanting to play a shot, but that's just gone past the off stump by a whisker.
Did it go over it or just beside it?
Just beside, I think. Atkinson can't believe it.
Some days when it's not your day,
no,
things just keep going against you.
It's up with umpire Shah Fadullah.
Something on the field, there's a white paper or...
it's just come out of somebody's pocket. Joe Root's gone to collect it. Umpire Shah Fadullah is now happy. 465 for 8. The partnership is worth 49. Atkinson runs in, bowls to Boland. There's a little bit of room there. He opened up the offside, but played the ball out as far as Pope at point. And there's no run, so the lead 131.
It's now the second longest partnership of the series. Only Crawley and Root's 25.2 overstand in the first innings here. It's been longer than this one.
And with Scotty Boland now moving into double figures, every batsman has got there as well.
Yep.
When was the last time that happened with the top 9, Andy?
Top 10.
Top 10, sorry, correct.
Atkinson played by Boland on front foot. Fielded by Stokes at cover. And there's no run. The crowd sitting quietly. I mean, they'll know exactly what's going on here, and they'll be biding their time for the excitement. When England have to bat under the lights, it's like the Colosseum, the poor old Christians being led out to face the Lions when that happens. A noise, I suspect, will be remarkable. So at the moment, they're just sitting back quietly, having a quiet beer or two if you're one of the stormtroopers there, as Boland defends the next one. He's making it look so easy. I mean, the trouble is, from England's perspective, there's no zip from the bowlers anymore. They're tired, and it's just coming out.
Well, the ball's 22, nearly 23 overs old. Probably lost a fair bit of its shine. Not quite as hard as what it used to be, but you've got to still keep trying to take this wicket. They've got a field change here. Going close on the offside.
Yeah, Pope's got the helmet on in the offside rather than the leg side. He's staring into Boland's eyes at the moment. Atkinson runs up, bowls very full, and that's flicked away nonchalantly. Oh, there's a single there for him. The poor old number 10 wanted a single, and Stark says no, you can't have it.
There's nothing worse when you're 10 or 11 and they're turning down your runs.
Yeah. 465 for 8. Partnership worth 49. Glenn's thoughts of you? They're Daniels coming in.
Yeah, these final runs for Australia. They're England would have thought they'd be batting by now, or hoped they would be batting by now, but every run they score now is just extra little knife in there, isn't it? So the lead's creeping up. They need to find a way to break this partnership firstly and then close the innings off. But doing it tough. The pitch is still looking very good, Dan.
Does it good, doesn't it? And the tactic is driving me absolutely berserk.
You and Aggers, both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone, I think.
I mean, I'd go so far as to say I'm quite repulsed by it. It's driving me insane with rage. Anyway, I'm going to have to let that go. Here comes Jacks to start a new over. Round the wicket, the left-handed Stark, who comes forward, defends into the offside. There's no run. Andy?
Well, Glenn, in answer to your question, the last time in any Test match that the top 10 all reached double figures was Pakistan against England in Rawalpindi in December 2022. So that's a good omen for England because they won that game.
Here's Jacks again, flighted slightly and worked back up the wicket towards Archer at a straightish mid-wicket.
It's only the 9th time it's happened in Ashes history, the top 10 all reaching double figures.
Ooh. Jacks again, flighted, flicked into the onside, happy to take the single because Stark can trust Boland against Jacks.
50 partnership.
Yeah, the 6th 50 partnership of the innings. This one took 20 overs and 2 balls.
That feels like quite a lot of 50 partnerships in one innings.
And no one's gone on to get 100.
Well, there's still time for Stark. He's only 43 short. And indeed Boland.
It's only the 4th time in Ashes history that either side has hit 6 50 partnerships in the same innings. The most recent was here in 2006-7, Australia's first innings of that series, Glenn's final series.
Jacks is over the wicket to Boland with a forward short leg in place, and he clips it into the onside with great acumen and just picks out short mid-wicket. Stokes has no run.
The other 2 occasions when there have been 650 plus stands in an Ashes innings, just down the road from here at the exhibition ground, and the one Test,
1928
there in 1928.
Oh, it's one of my favourite Test matches, that.
It's England batting on that occasion.
England had a win, did they?
They won by 679 runs.
Oh.
And here's Jacks, tossed up, driven by Boland through extra cover. The chase is on. I think it might make it to the boundary. It's getting there, it does. That was a flamboyant shot from Boland. A lot of flight from Jacks. Planted the front foot down and larruped it through the offside. Cars goes to retrieve. 470 for 8 and Boland to 15.
And I'll come to it off this ball.
Yes. As Jacks just waits for Cars to get back into position. He's in now. There's high action. And Boland just lets the ball thud into his pads and plop out at the onside. There's no run, so Stark will have strike at the start of the 105th over of the innings. Boland 15, Stark 57, 470 for 8. The lead 136.
That game in 1928 was Don Bradman's Test debut, and the only other instance in Ashes, men's Ashes cricket of 650 stands in the same innings was at Adelaide in 1892 when England had 6. So very rare.
You remember that one?
Well, I'm trying to recall it. It does ring a bell.
Was this in your current or your previous life?
Well, now then. I think Archie McLaren. You feature in that one, Arthur Shrewsbury. Did your fellow Monkey Hornby get a look in? as Gus Atkinson starts a new over around the wicket to Stark with this absurd field, and Stark just defends back up the wicket, no run. And you might be wondering, if you're just waking up, what is vexing me and indeed Aggers so much? And really, I mean, the damage was done. The new ball is taken, and you've got Stark at one end and Scott Boland at the other. And when the new ball is taken and you've got Jake Weatherald and Travis Head, you have three slips, a gully, and you try to get both batters out because you think that you can. But apparently when the number 9 is there with the number 10, then you have to let him just play any ball he likes with the field all out on the boundary, and then wait for the 5th ball for him to take a single, as Atkinson is into Stark, who just dabs it into the offside, doesn't take the single because time is ebbing away and getting closer and closer to the crepuscular hour when the ball will do loads and England will be batting under lights with a brand new ball in Mitchell Stark's hands.
Well, we think it will do loads. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
And the both 2 night sessions we've had have been both with old balls, and
this is a thing,
been a bit of carnage. The batsmen have sort of dominated. So we'll wait and see how we go. There's less grass on this pitch. There's not as much humidity as sometimes you can expect up here. So
good balance from you, that, Glenn, as Atkinson. And he beats the bat with a beauty, and he thinks he might have got a little tickle on that. No one else does.
That's gone over middle stump as well.
That's a lovely ball. And that can be what happens sometimes when you try and get people out with a hardish ball and bowl it aiming for just above the top of off. We see that. Oh, it's
just
lovely.
Straightened. Oh, the pitch is starting to do a bit. There is a few cracks out there.
You're such a calming presence alongside me, Glenn.
I'd try my best.
Still a slip in place as Atkinson runs in around the wicket to Stark. 4th ball of the over. Stark drives. It was uppish very briefly, and then it finds Jofra Archer. Now then, it's all very well having this tactic, but then the next part of the tactic is an ability to count to 5. And with this next ball being the 5th ball, it's often a good idea if you want to try to keep a batter at the other end to bring the field in at this point.
Yeah.
But instead England are opting to leave enormous gaps open, and Stark is just reminding himself, this could be a new one. Stokes has worked it out. He's brought in deep point. He'll keep deep square leg.
And deep everything else.
Deep most things. Actually mid-wicket's coming in a little bit tighter.
Yep.
And actually Jofra Archer at mid-off has taken 7 or 8 steps forward. Stokes is still pretty deep at mid-on. Could be giving a signal. Here we go. 5th ball of the over. Atkinson into Stark, who drives through extra cover for 4. Full pitched up, whacked away. Lovely, majestic shot. Archer ambles back, collects the ball. Another 4 to the total. 474 for 8. Stark into the 60s. Field will stay up, but I still think points a trifle deep there.
Yeah,
for me.
Just drop and run. Or will he
do? And actually short extra's not short. I mean, except it's Ben Duckett, but in every other sense it's not short.
Well, it's got to be a bouncer, doesn't it, really? Or will he go wide?
You'd like to hope short.
Wide Yorker.
And he goes full and stroke through the covers. It could be 3. This could be the worst of all possible options. Fielder's after it and brilliantly cuts it off so that Stark can get back for a 3rd. So everyone's really on the same page here. That showed great commitment by Cast to ensure that Stark could keep the strike as he clawed the ball back at extra cover. And Stark moves with that 64. They will double check it. And
this is the one time you want it to go for a boundary?
Well, it's not about me. But now then, maybe. Has he got a bit of elbow on ball? I think he's got elbow on.
Yeah, he has. That is 4.
So he's tried really, really hard to pull that back, but he's been fortunate there that the 3rd umpire is going to signal 4, and Boland will be on strike. So, big question for you here: do you continue with Will Jacks when you've got Boland on strike now at 478 for 8, start of a new over? Don't you think about?
Well, you would, but who else is putting their hand up at the moment?
Well, maybe even the skipper.
Stokes, yeah.
Skipper himself.
Maybe. There is a little bit of turn in this pitch.
Yeah, but for the off-spinner to the right-hander, I mean, it just feels like if Boland's going to face any bowler in the England side, it's this one, as Will Jacks is into him, and he's beaten on the outside edge. So what a
You've got to
think
that the slog sweep has to be on here. Like, there's so much room out there. You bowls it outside off stump. It's just in the
forward short leg.
Oh, that one there.
Leg slip, mid-wicket, mid-on. Yeah, there's plenty of gaps.
It's there.
Over the infield.
Will he play
Here's
it?
Jacks in. Oh, he's beaten again. This time the ball turns a little.
Oh, straight on.
The outside edge. Yeah, but it was taken. It's a bit of an optical illusion now because he's sort of taken that over off stump, but he's beaten the outside edge. Very close to the stumps as Jacks is in once more, and that's a better shot from Boland. He gets right forward, smothers what turn there might have been. You want the slog sweep, don't you?
Oh, it's in the slot. It's in the spot.
Speaking as a number 11 here, aren't you? Those are the
it's the only shot I enjoyed playing against a spinner. Had no others.
Here is Jacks into Boland, who defends solidly on the front foot. Back to the bowler. There is no run.
Just watching this shadow here, it's just creeping further to the left, isn't it?
The menacing shark teeth. Yeah. The presage of doom.
Well, he's coming.
Oh, I like this. He's coming around the wickets. He can try and turn the ball back into the pads, bring LBW into play. Still got the forward short leg, the leg slip. 5th ball of the over. Change of angle from Jacks. He's in, back into his crease goes Boland, and he just stabs the ball into the ground, but really well. Right.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce.
Yard and a half in front of Pope. Bit of bounce, yeah.
I'll be looking for Nathan Lyon right now just to see how he's feeling, because there is a bit of turn, a bit of bounce out there for the spin.
Jacks in once again, and that's solidly defended. Shows a few stumps, but defends really well on the back foot. Back up the wicket to the bowler. Boland survives. A couple of little scares early in the over, but otherwise very solid. And a maiden over, 478 for 8. I think.
Would you have pushed everyone back there for a single?
No, I don't think Stark's daft enough to have taken it.
No, you're right.
Andy.
It's Mitchell Stark's highest score in a test innings since December 2016, the Boxing Day test against Pakistan. He made 84. This is his 69th test since then.
And highest test score?
His highest test score is 99. That was back early in his career against India in 2013. With Boland reaching 15, we're talking about players reaching double figures. The top 10 have now all reached 15. There's only the 5th time that's happened in the entire history of Test cricket.
Oh, that's absolutely beautiful.
They've all made 15 or more.
Thank you very much. 478 for 8, Australia. The lead 144. Glenn McGrath's going to take a break and take his Cheshire Cat grin with him. And alongside me now is a very upbeat Michael Vaughan, who reminded me that Australia had a lead of 221.
2010.
Atkinson starts a new over to Stark, who plays away from his body, guides the ball down a deep backward point, doesn't take the singles. The field is spread. Are you frustrated with this tactic? I mean, maybe the horse has bolted, perhaps.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, morning, everyone. I have to say Australia played incredible today because it's been smart. Real clever cricket, just batting for time. Then they've hit the boundaries and rotated the strike at the right time, but it's been purely about batting for time to make sure that they get that new pink ball in their hand when the twilight is around.
It looks like they're going to do it. Atkinson into Stark, who flashes at this and then guides it.
And I'll ask you a question.
Deep backward point, no run.
So Australia have played the kind of the pink ball game up and down in the gears. They went really up in the gears yesterday. Struck.
Yes.
Got to day 3 with the afternoon sunshine and thought, we have to go down in the gears now. It's all about time.
Yes.
Would England have done that?
Well, I don't think so. What do you think?
No. And that's what really good cricket teams do. They realise that you can't play the same way all the time, and then they bring the right style of play out at the right moments.
Atkinson round the wicket to Stark, who has a cut at this but doesn't time it at all, and it rolls into the offside. 3 balls have gone, and the field will still stay out. The field may well stay out for another 2 balls. If the evidence of the last 2 hours of play. I think I was on comms when England took the 8th wicket, and that would have been coming up towards the back end of the first hour of play. So the partnership's been going on a fair old time. Atkinson into Stark, who smashes this out towards the fielder, a deep cover, and they take the single. So 2 balls for Boland to face from Atkinson. 479 for 8, Stark to 66.
I've watched this partnership, and straight away, as soon as Boland went out there with Stark, it was like, right, defend, gift England nothing. And I keep thinking, what would have happened if it had been Gus Atkinson and Bryden Carse in that same situation, and they'd have just tried to launch it out the ground?
Well, I mean, you can do a head count of people who've given their wickets away in this game. Cameron Green did, but when you think about, you know, team to team, Atkinson into Boland, bowls in the end a wide bouncer, really. I was quite close-ish to Boland, but he was able to sway out of the way easily enough. I mean, obviously we're thinking about Lee Pope, Harry Brook, Will Jacks, to a degree Atkinson himself, and that little flick early on when you've got Root at the other end.
Well, you also look at the amount of overs that England have to bowl. Yeah. They're now into the 107th over in a 5-match series. This is what Australia do down under. They don't just work on this game. They think if we can get more overs in Gus Atkinson, Bryden Carse, Jofra Archer, Ben Stokes, that might affect next week and the week after.
Atkinson scurries in away from us. Oh, and that's gets an inside edge of Boland's bat, and then just lands, fortunately for him, in front of the stumps. Pope goes to collect, and Boland has survived those 2 balls. He has 15 off 45. He's playing very intelligently alongside Stark, who has 66 off 126. The tempo of this partnership, when they came together, was at the end of the 83rd over, since which time they've had 24 overs and scored 63 runs, which is exactly to your point, isn't it? Because they're going in under 3 and over, and they're very happy to do that. Yeah,
it's all about the time. I mean, clearly you always have to try and get the scoreboard ticking, but a pink ball game is quite fascinating because there does come a moment where actually time's more important than the runs. I was just saying to Andy earlier about, you know, stats are about runs and averages of how many you got, where sometimes in the pink ball game, like the minutes, Scott Boland's been out there, he's got 15, which isn't a great deal of runs, but the time that he's now been out there, Andy, is...
I'm going to think he'd have been out there for, well, 110 minutes or something.
Yeah, well, I don't make notes of times. At 24 overs, the sort of over rate we've seen are about 12, 13, so just under 2 hours basically.
So nearly 120 minutes of batting.
Yeah. Jacks starts a new over to Stark, who punches off the back foot up to mid-off. They might have taken a single there, but they didn't. Deemed a little too risky. Field spread a bit for Stark, but he's shown no real sign of swinging for the hills. He's trying to eat up the time. As Jacks is in again, he comes forward and defends into the onside. There is a short mid-wicket. So we've got a deep mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are back, saving 2. With a deep, well, a long leg, really. And a backward point saving 2 as well. Jacks in, and it's cut away by Stark, having to take the single out the deep cover on the offside.
Has there ever in the history of Test match cricket, 5-match series, Dan, has there ever been at the end of game 2 the presentation party announces the man of the match, but then just goes, and the man of the series is after game 2? Because they might as well just give it Mitchell Stark now.
It does feel a bit that way, doesn't it? It really does. 480 for 8. Stark now on 67 to go with all the runs he's got. As Jacks is in, back into his crease goes Boland and defends. I'm just not sure about this with Jacks. Just kind of feel that they've
throw him
got
over
to
the wicket.
try to get Boland out somehow.
Yeah, that's better over the wicket. He beat the outside edge a few times. He's got one to spin back into the pads. He's got more of a threat from over the wicket.
He's got 2 balls left in this over. And that's too short. It's easily stabbed into the onside, picked up by Pope at forward short leg. There's no run. The Shadows have moved about 15 yards in the last 10 minutes. As Jacks is in, he beats the outside edge again with a ball that didn't really turn a great deal, but Boland stretched forward but didn't get bat on it. 480 for 8. Boland 15 off 48. Stark 67 off 129. England's frustrations continue as the shadows lengthen. The lights are coming on. It's another gorgeously warm day. Early we saw Princess Leia coming out in front of the stormtroopers, and they were all clapping out. This seems to me to be inconsistent with the narrative arc of Star Wars. I would have thought that at this stage, wouldn't she being interrogated by them? I mean, it didn't make any sense to me, that.
Do you want some more bad news?
Well, why not? Why
England
not?
Lions, I've just seen the scorecard. The Lions got 166 and Australia A are at stumps on day 2, leading by 388. They're 554 for 7.
Atkinson in. This is Larratt back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and then a trickle over. Well, more than a trickle, really. A bound over the rope for 4. An aggressive shot from Stark, who may be now thinking that with the time 5:18 locally, now is the time to have a little bit of a tee off, because with 10 minutes between innings, twilight is around about 6:10. So
it's quite nice for him, isn't it?
Off.
He's the best pink bowler of all time, and he can now kind of dictate when he really wants to bowl that first over.
That's right. It's gorgeous, isn't it? 71 not out for Stark with that, and he pushes the ball into the offside, doesn't take the singles, picked up by Duggett. So just to be clear, Australia A 554 for 7, the Lions 166. I keep on hearing the likes of you and Aggers complaining about a lack of preparation. That seems perfect preparation for what the Lions are going to face in 4 years' time.
Well, Shoaib Bashir is playing in the game, 25 overs, 0 for 115. Nathan Gilchrist 3 for 102 off 24.2. Jacob Bethel's got a wicket.
Oh, good. Atkinson in, bouncer, horrible bouncer, really high, wide. To the cheers of the Gabba crowd.
Nathan McSweeney, 222 not out.
Well, yeah, I would say they're ahead of that in that game.
Got a chance. They have a chance, Australia A.
Dear, oh dear.
We did some on the pitch before the game about the pink balls, and we had a brand new ball, and we had one that was 35 overs old, and they do go so soft. The seams just
really?
like marshmallows, yeah.
Atkinson into Stokes, Stark, who drives in the air again, up and over mid-on this time. 2 bounces onto the sponge, and there's a definite change of approach from Stark. He's prepared to take a few more risks now as we move nearer and nearer to the moment of maximum peril for the side that's going to have to come out and bat. That side being England, 489 for 8.
Just something on Mitchell Stark's achievement of a 5 for and a 50 in the first innings of an Ashes test. A pretty rare achievement. It's only the 5th since 1963. Ian Botham did it at Headingley in 1981, 50 in the first innings, 6 for 95. Then he made his second innings 149 not out.
Well, he's on for 100 here. Stark, he's on 75, and he's going well. Field's a little deeper. He's gone for a big heave and a miss. This is a change of tempo. Right, it's all happening now.
Well, he's practicing his golf swing. That was a golf shot, trying to launch it over mid-wicket. I think he's the best of the golfers in the Australian team. That's the whisper, him and Usman Khawaja. Obviously, Uzi won the trophy, didn't he, the day before the first test? He got 41 points. Yeah, but I think Mitchell Stark is known as being the most consistent player within the team.
Be even more chilling if he just started practicing his bowling, wouldn't it? Just turned his arm over. Atkinson in, and well, this is well played by Stark, but a ball that pops a touch. This is the last ball of the over. I'm just making letting Stokes know that it might be the time to bring the field in. He didn't bring the field in for that ball, and he's not bringing the field in for this ball. Archer is still at the moment deep, trying to shield his eyes from the sun as it's coming down low over the stands. And now, I mean, I do think, Michael, don't you, just as a player, aren't you just looking at the scoreboard? Aren't you just thinking 5 balls have gone? Obviously, they've got to come in. You know, don't you know to do this? The leg side, there's just a single on the leg side if he wants it, anywhere he wants it.
Wide of off stump, that's all he could be bowling.
He's coming over the wicket. And that's pushed into the offside. They're going to take the single, shy at the stumps, misses. And Stark is home, and he will keep strike. And I fancy he might tee off very shortly. I'm going to get out of the way now because Simon Mann's going to come in. I'm going to take my splenetic rage and do whatever I can to calm myself down. 490 for 8, Poland 15, Stark 76. Andy.
But just to finish that stat, players with a 50 and a 5 in the first innings of an Ashes test, Botham in 1981, Darren Gough did it at the SCG in 1995, Andrew Flintoff in the final test of 2005, Mitchell Johnson at the Wacker in Australia's one win in the 2010-11 series, and Stark, they're the ones since 1963. In terms of highest scores by players who've taken a first innings fiver, only 3 higher than Stark's 76. Keith Miller 7 for 60 and 79 with the bat in Brisbane in 1946. Bobby Simpson 5 for 57 and 91 at the SCG in 1963, and Jack Gregory, the only player to have a first innings fiver and a first innings 100 in an Ashes test, 107 for 69 at the MCG in December 1920.
England have just produced probably their best tactic just with that last ball. Quick single, Brydon Cars came at cover point and he launched it and it hit Mitchell Stark. maybe that's there, that they've gone to that tactic.
Where did it hit him? I didn't notice.
It's just flicked him on the back.
Right.
I think he's fine.
What they want to do, no, I'm not even going to say it. Sprint a quick single, and in a way, they don't want to face him later. But, he's having such a brilliant game. How many? This is a bit presumptuous, but he's 76 now. How many number 9s have scored Test hundreds? It can't have happened that often. I'm sure it has happened, and he's still a way away. But if he does tee off here, so we're having a break while the players having drinks, and they're standing in the shadows, and the shadows are coming across the ground now. They have reached the pitch, so England are going to be batting when it happens in twilight or in the dark against the new ball. Boland has survived 48 balls, Stark 135 balls. It was kind of looking okay for England when they got that 8th wicket of Carey, 416 for 8, and thought, well, last 2 might even be able to keep it under 100 lead, but Australia bounding away with this Test match and doing what I seem to remember them doing the whole time, back say in the 1990s, where Steve Waugh inspires something, Gilchrist would inspire something, someone down the order for Australia. You think you've got them, and then there would be resistance, significant resistance. Right, the backup support's gone off the field. It's 490 for 8, and Mitchell Stark is on strike to Jacks. And what sort of field we got? There's a cow corner, deep cover, mid on and mid off, sort of halfway back to tempt Stark. There's a slip in, Harry Brook there, and here is Jacks to bowl to Stark, who leans forward and guides that away into the offside. I think they could have pinched a single there if they wanted one.
I reckon he's just waiting for one that's just a little bit higher. I think he's going to try and launch one straight into the side screen.
Yeah. So there's Jacks, tease him and hope for a miscue. Jacks bowls, it's flat delivery, Start on the back foot, guides it up to extra cover, and there is no run. So he's now scored the second highest score in the game, 76, joint with Zach Crawley. And Start off the back foot, goes to cover, no run there, finds the England captain Ben Stokes, who bowled pretty well before lunch with that great deal of luck. You understand his frustration. Perhaps there's just acceptance now as Stark guides it away and goes to 77 with a single, 491 for 8. This is so good for Australia, just keeping in and out there, just batting time.
You love that, don't you, Si?
I do, yeah.
I do actually. It's what you call Test cricket.
Well, it's just also something called common sense as well, Michael. Just
He's trying to suggest that the England side don't have much of that.
Well, there's 2 ways of playing, aren't there? I mean, you can play in different ways, but to me, this is what I've seen work in Australia so often.
Yep.
Jacks bowls, and Boland nudges it away on the banks towards short leg.
I've got a load of numbers here actually. Over the last 15 years, England playing in Australia, and when they've had success, the top 3 or the first 3 wickets, no surprise, they've done rather well.
Yeah. Jacks fires that in, Boland defends, he's blocking that into the onside. It's the end of Jacks' over, his 8th over, no wicket for 22. I reckon you've looked up number 9 just scored Test centuries. How many of them are there?
17 at number 9 and 4 at number 10.
Right.
In the Ashes, 3 centuries at 9 and 2 at number 10. So the most recent of any of those was Ray Lindwall, made a century at 9 at the MCG in 1947.
Wow. So not since just after the war has someone made a century at 9 in an Ashes Test match. Well, Stark is 23 runs away, and he's got the bowling, 491 for 8.
Yeah, so the draw here in 2010-11, England was 3 for 117 after 37.3 overs in the first innings, so not a bad start. Second innings, 1 for 517, got the draw. When they won the next game, 3 for 351. When they won in the fourth game, 3 for 262. When they won in the last game, 3 for 165. The games that they lost, or the game in Perth, they were 3 for 82, 3 for 55. Then it gets messy, because we haven't won since. But the draw in 2017-18, when Cookie got that double at the MCG, was 3 for 218. It pretty much tells you that to be successful in Australia, you have to bat time. And you have to bat a long period of time. You can't lose early wickets.
Cast bowls to Stark as a swish outside the off stump. He's missed it. They're going to carve that away into the offside. Collected by Jamie Smith. Only 2 England fielders in sunshine at the moment. Jofra Archer wearing his sun hat at long on. And then a deep square leg. He's a long way away on the far side of the ground. I'm trying to spot who that is out there. He's also holding his hand up because he's looking right into the side of it. If it comes his way, it's going to be a tricky catch, that. Stokes is waving to him. Actually, he might be waving to Archer. No one's taking much notice. They stayed the same. Cast bowls, hit in the air. Stokes is underneath it, 2 underneath it. Stokes takes the catch. Duckett nearly trips him up. Stokes has caught Mitchell Stark. England have taken that 9th wicket. They nearly made a mess of it. Duckett going for it, Stokes going for it, and Stokes got there. And Cast gets his wicket, 4 for 144, and Mitchell Stark's innings is over. He's gone for 77. No century at number 9 in the Ashes for Mitchell Stark. It's 491 for 9.
Yeah, what an innings from Mitchell Stark. Good catch actually in the end from Ben Stokes, running round at mid-off, and at one stage Ben Duckett was coming from extra cover and they looked like they were going to collide. Pretty sure I know who would have come out best in that confrontation, Stokes versus Duckett, but it was a good grab, much needed for England. The Aussies lead by 157. 491 for 9. It's been a tough old day. It's been a tough couple of days for England. From arriving yesterday morning and seeing England get 335, and all the sense was that was a pretty good score. They were in the contest, but within 12 overs, and the ball was flying to all parts. I think we all went, maybe it's not enough, and they just haven't bowled well enough. They haven't caught well enough. If they'd have held the chances last night, they'd have been batting last night.
5 drops yesterday. I can't remember one today, or has there been a chance there?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
Stark's final numbers, and that's superb, ending 77 from 141 balls with 13 fours, his highest test score since December 2016. The partnership was 75 in 27.2 overs, so the longest partnership of the series so far for Australia's 9th wicket.
Now, Brendan Doggett in the last game showed he could block. He resisted for a while in Perth. Didn't see him, of course, in the second innings. This is his first ball. England looking to finish it off. Cast bowls to Doggett, and he ducks underneath it, and it's through to Smith. I mean, this would really cap it if these two could just hang around half an hour, wouldn't it? Just frustrating England. Just keep them out there.
Brandon Cast is 1 wicket away from a 5-wicket haul. He's got 4 for 144 in 25.3 overs. And it is getting to that stage where it's quite nice to bowl.
It's worked out perfectly for Australia, but they've worked it out.
Yeah,
they've worked to get here. Cast bowls full. Doggett offers the full face, pushes it away into the onside, up towards Archer at mid-on. And there is no run. This ball now is in its 31st over. So Doggett out there, he's not got a great first-class record. Brendan Doggett, I think I looked this up before the last Test match. It was like in the low single digits, in about 3 or 4. A quick look back at how he was out in the last game. He wasn't out, he was 7 not out. Cast bowls to him, and it's turned away. There's his first run, or runs possibly, down towards deep back with square leg. Fielder running round, picks it up inside the rope. They've gone for 2, and they decide against coming back for the 3rd. I think they could have got it, actually. It's a big boundary out there. Doggett happy to take the bowling. Perhaps Boland, well, he's 36, didn't want to come back, didn't want to sprint back for that second.
Just a little bit of breaking news. Pat Cummins is just on Fox, and he said I should be right for Adelaide, so I'll have one more ball tomorrow, and then we'll go to Adelaide, have another bowl there. So barring any hiccups, I'll be good to go. Body feels great. I'm bowling at 100%.
Well, there we go. That's good news for England.
Great. Lovely.
Cast.
Thanks, Pat.
Bowls to Doggett. Doggett plays and misses the ball outside the off stump. Perfect looking defensive shot, but it went past the outside.
Don't you
edge.
feel like there's that? I can't remember other incidences like that, but don't you think Australia always find a way of just bringing news like that when England are just on a little bit of the slide? I mean, you look at this Australian side. Nathan Lyon, I believe, has been told he'll play at the Adelaide Oval. So Pat Cummins will come in for maybe Doggett. Nathan Lyon will probably come in for. I mean, will Mitchell start play all 5?
Well, it's quite a big break. I mean, they might give themselves an extra day or 2 off here as well. So it could be a 10-dayer again. So it's quite a long time to
What
rest.
are England doing in between 2 and 3? Are they? Do you know?
I think you know, Michael, don't you?
I don't know now.
Do you know?
I know they're not playing cricket, but I don't know what.
Well, aren't they going out to Noosa?
Are they?
Yeah, for 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
Here's Jacks going into bowl, and it played away. That one turned a bit and bounced. It's played away into the onside by Boland, wide of the leg slip fielder route. Yeah, they're off a short break, short kind of like holiday R&R break up at Noosa, which is north of here.
A few days on the beach.
493 for 9. Jacks bowls. Played defensively off the back foot by Boland into the onside. Imagine the drones will be up again, won't they, for the Aussie media? I would have thought so. 2-0 down, and this is what they're doing, or whatever. You know, you can see the headlines now. Jacks bowls. Forward goes Boland, dead batting it into the offside. There's no run. Australia not just tossing their wickets away here, anything like that. They're playing big shots. They're being determined. A big shot might come if Jacks were to toss it up, but Boland happy just to block rather than play a big shot with Australia 9 down. Jacks goes in again. It does toss that up, and Boland leans on it. There's a big gap on the offside, and he gets a single. And Atkinson comes in to pick up.
Is I'm a Celebrity still on? The Jungle Show.
It is, apparently.
Is it?
It is, yeah.
Why do you ask? A couple could go in there.
You can pop in the jungle.
Let's get the jungle. Let's see a few snakes and spiders. And
where do they film that then?
It's close to the Gold Coast, isn't it? I think it's close to here. Not too far away.
Jacks to Doggett. Doggett is beaten on the outside edge as he leaned forward there. The ball just going straight on from Will Jacks. Yeah, just spin. I think Doggett just playing for a bit of turn there. Just covering his stumps and went past the outside edge. Jacks moves into bowl to Doggett, who's right forward there and using the spin and guiding it away down towards flying leg. They're off for 1. Doggett wants to come back for a second. Well, initially he does. He's sent back by a throw to the non-striker's end from Crawley. It's a scuttle back. That's the end of Jacks' over. 1 to Doggett. He is on to 3. And Australia 495 for 9. The main action today you can catch on the BBC Sport website. The highlights, the wickets, the boundaries. And lots of ways to stay in touch with the Ashes if you've got to get up and do something today. Saturday, the TMS podcast, the highlights later from 5 p.m. Go to BBC Sounds for all the podcasts. Search Ashes and see our content. 495 for 9. Australia leads by 161.
Was that your accent, was it?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
A bit half-hearted, wasn't it?
Yeah, just do with a bit more of a twang.
Boland 16. Doggett 3. Now, Boland's tiring himself out, isn't he, out there? Well, that's standing up. A bit of running. 54 balls. Now, Doggett cast, looking for 5 for here. some scraps at the end. Bowles to Doggett, who dead bats that. He really does just block it into the onside.
I think
no run.
I think Boland showed, Mitchell Stark has shown that you can really stay in on this pitch. There's no gremlins. A new ball will do a bit. That's always going to happen. But if you can get the ball to 20-25 overs, just go back to 2010-11, and England were 221 behind in the first innings, and then Jonathan Trott, Alistair Cook, Andrew Strauss just went out 517 for one. I mean, I look at this England side. Do they have anything like that in them?
Brendan Bowles, Doggett defends again. Dogged defence from Brendan. Up to mid-off, picked up by Stokes. There's no run. Short ball tactic, I think now. I've had enough of that from Doggett, enough of pitching it up. I think the field's going out. We've got a short leg coming in, deep back with square leg is going out. There are some slips as well. But this looks like a change. Doggett, he's got a few semi-pitched up, maybe shorter length, but presumably now it's going to be a bit higher. That will be the idea anyway. 495 for 9. Cass bowls to Doggett. There's the short ball. He goes after it, gets something on it, down towards fine leg. And they are off for a single in the glove there, just helping it on its way. 496 for 9. Doggett to 4.
Only the history of Ashes cricket, I think they never come back from 2-0 down.
No.
Okay.
The only team that's come back from 2-0 down was Bradman's team, in 1936-7, and in the 3rd, 4th and 5th test Bradman made a double 100 in the 3rd test, so a double 100 in the 4th test, and 169 in the 5th test.
So that's Joe.
Yeah. Right, okay.
There were no draws. I think all tests in Australia were played to a finish then, so
it was timeless tests. Okay. So it's a tall order if they go 2-0 down.
Here's Cass bowling and defended by Boland into the onside. So no ball as well, was it? No.
But in the last Ashes in England 2.5 years ago, England were 2-0 down, came back to draw 2-2, so at least they have some experience of coming from 2 down.
I like your positivity, Andy, on that. I've got to go.
Yeah, and the rain at Old Trafford, the thing is you don't quite know what would happen at the Oval. If England won at Old Trafford, then you just don't know. The whole feel of it might have been different. But that was 2-0 and then could have been 2-2, or probably should have been 2-2. Cass bowls a short ball, it doesn't really get up, but batter there gets underneath it, Boland, on its way through to Jamie Smith. But that's a real higher wire act, that, isn't it, to go 2-0 down, say, well, we're going to come back, win 3-2. I think Stokes did say that, didn't he, after Lords? Is it McCullum? One of the two said, we're going to come back and try and win 3-2. Or, they weren't that far away from doing it. But this is Australia. This is away from home. This is an Australian team that won 100 test matches at home this century.
And those first 2 tests were close in that series as well. Yeah. Who knows what will happen here. But
Cass bowls, wipe outside the off stump from Boland. He misses it through to Smith, who doesn't take it cleanly. And that is the end of the over. It is also the end of the first hour after the first break. And Australia still batting, so they batted for 3 hours today. That's an absolutely perfect scenario for them because the light is beginning to go, and when they start bowling, they're also going to have a little spell before the second break as well, and then get to bowl under lights. We're going to have a double change here. Aggers is poised. Alex Hartley's already here.
Yeah, we were all just having a laugh at the back of the commentary box because I just made a little comment yesterday and said, when Australia still batting at tea, they won't be batting at tea. Well, the way they're going, it's only another hour till tea. They might well be, and then that'll be the perfect scenario. Mitchell Stark just have a half an hour rest now, put his feet up after his batting performance, and then him with the pink ball under lights. He's the world's best bowler with a pink ball, even during the day, but let alone when the lights come on. So Australia well and truly in charge of this test match now, Aggers.
They absolutely are. They've played so sensibly today, haven't they? In proper multi-dimensional cricket, flexibility, intelligence, going hard sometimes and defending the others, but that partnership was just so clever because of course it wasn't really about runs, or at least runs were kind of second priority really. It was about the time, it was the bat until until now, really, they could start bowling any time now, because the lights are on. There's just some sun left on the crowd to our left, but otherwise the field itself's all in shadow. And this is the time, isn't it? This is the time when someone like Mitchell Starc is so dangerous. So they've played brilliantly today. They really have. Starc and Boland, you know, it doesn't have to be edge of your seats excitement and balls being smashed to the boundary every 2 seconds. You can have periods like that because they're there for a reason. They're there for the big picture. They're there for you actually creating your position to win the game. And there's no embarrassment or shame in that if you have to take your time for a while. That's what the game's all about. It'll liven up as soon as they come out here with Mitch Starc walking over that boundary rope. This crowd, 40,000 over it is going to go ballistic.
Well, I had a fan come up to me when I was on the way to lunch and he said, "Wow, what thrilling viewing it's been today." And if you're going on the England mantra of playing cricket, it's not been thrilling at all, has it?
No.
Well, they would say, "Oh, God, it's been quite boring actually." But he was like, "It's been a brilliant day."
Yep.
Loved watching it.
Well, they've had a drink, and this poor chap with that drinks cart is loading up his empty esky again, lashing it onto the back of his golf buggy with that rather ridiculous sort of enormous plastic bottle that's attached to it as well. Nobody ever takes a drink from it. Nobody even goes to talk to him.
Aww.
He comes driving out, he sets himself up, he takes the ice box off the back, puts it on the grass and opens the lid, saying, come on, drinks over here. No one ever does because they've got their own drink bottles.
I wonder if it's even got drinks in it.
No, I don't think it has.
Or if you opened it and it
The
had
way
a
it
nice
goes,
cold
yeah.
beer in it, you'd be like, "Oh."
Yep, off he goes. We know from our health and safety exam that we had to pass to get here, he can't drive faster than 20 kilometres an hour. We know that. I know when I get to Melbourne, I can't drive my forklift at faster than 20 kilometres an hour. And I have to have my hazard lights on when I'm driving it.
What about the ladders? There was one about
The ladder,
ladders.
I failed the test on the ladder here. I had to do the whole thing again, which took half an hour. I failed the precise process of the ladder selection for when I need to climb more than 2 metres off the ground. Failed, had to do it all again. Right, we're ready to go. 496 for 9. Here's Jacks. And Doggett stretches forward and pushes that away into the leg side. There's been a bit of slow spin out there. It's only the third day. And I think Nathan Lyon, who described himself as absolutely filthy about not playing in this game and is watching, there's the next one from Jacks, pushed into the offside, will be filthier still now. He'll be like he's gone for a wallow in a mud bath somewhere. Absolutely filthy.
Well, I'm so surprised it took Ben Stokes so long to bowl Jacks. I know he didn't bowl well yesterday, but he only had the one over.
Yeah, he sort of just forgot about him, didn't he? Jacks again bowls, Boland on the back foot. The senior partner now in this partnership plays that away out to mid-wicket. Stokes is fielding. The lead 163. That's it started at 44. Boland clipping that away out towards backwards square leg. Started at 44. England got an early wicket as well.
Too early wickets,
Too
really.
early yeah, they were. I mean, they were chipping away nicely. But this Australia just always find a way. They find a way. Jacks again moves in, bowls, and Doggett plays a nice shot. He's stepped away to leg, he's opened up the offside, and he's cut that hard for 4. Poor old Archer has had to chase that all the way to the boundary, and it's still beaten him over the rope. He's sprinted there, good 50, 60 yards. 500 up. And listen to the crowd, and I say that when Australia take the field, expect much more volume even than that. 502 for 9. As Jacks bowls and Doggett this time defends and turns the ball to mid-wicket, where Stokes fields. Zach Crawley comes trotting back onto the field again. He had a 5-minute break there that he's on because, well, he might be opening the batting in 10 minutes time, or 11 minutes, or it may be.
Or an hour.
Might be an hour. I think they'll call it in.
Yeah, they will.
We've got an hour, just less than an hour, isn't it? Until about 55 minutes until the break. So they could also be bowling before then, because actually the really horrible time is about that half an hour, isn't it? Half an hour up to tea. Whereas now they're quite one thing nor the other, and that's really tricky. So they will want to be bowling then. Well, Carse is on his way again. He's trudging in again on well-worn steps and bowls, and he wanted a single there, Boland. I think it would have been crazy to have done. He'd been run out by the length of the pitch, and Doggett realised that and said no. So Carse followed through, and you can see why they like Carse, England, because he just runs it all day. Sort of wind him up, stick another set of those long-lasting batteries inside him, and off he goes, isn't he? He just keeps going all the time.
Like a Duracell bunny.
Well, he is. He is. They could say, oh, he rather bowled like a Duracell bunny yesterday, but there you go. But he has great stamina. In he goes again, past the umpire, over the wicket is there, and he bowls, and that's pushed away up to mid-off. Stokes will field that.
I mean, he's a hard nut, isn't he? You know, we were all laughing last year when he was saying, "Oh, I'll just lob my big toe off so I can carry on playing cricket." You know, his big toes causing him so much jip that he wanted it amputating. Like, you know, that's how hard he is.
Well, it is.
Bit of a lunatic.
I think someone talked him out of that.
Well, rightly so.
But no, he is, and he's a very approachable young man. So he'll just bowl and bowl and bowl. 92 on his back, in he goes again, those long strides, bounding in, and bowls a bouncer. Boland ducks very low indeed and gets comfortably over the top of that.
This is a tail-ender's dream, though, isn't it, Aggers? We used to dream about being able to have days to bat in a test match. Going, God, I'll just have a net, I'll just stay out there. I always used to love batting, I just wasn't very good.
No, I thought you were firmly number 11, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I would have been 12 if that was a possibility.
Yeah, I think you're
a bit like you, really.
No, I was a bit. Hey, well, you got a first-class score of 90, mate. Let me just put that one out there. 502 for 9. And here's Carse bowling to Boland, who steers that away down to third man. Chase for Duckett and for Crawley, the two openers pursuing the ball down to the boundary. It doesn't go all the way. Pick up another couple of runs. That's loosened them up anyway. Yes, I didn't really enjoy batting very much, really.
Did you not?
Well, it was quite a painful business in my experience.
Well, yeah.
Every now and then you'd play a shot that you rather wish had been on the telly so you could record the highlights later.
Makes you feel like you're the best batter in the world, and then you get your middle pole lobbed out.
But when you did see the replay of it, it was usually rather disappointing. It was nothing like you imagined it to have been. In goes Carse again, and it's defended by Boland. Carse picks that up and starts that lonely walk back to his run again. This is the hard work. Those feet.
It's a very unusual innings. Past 500, no century stands and no individual scores over 80. It's only the fourth time in Test history that a team has made 500 without at least one century stand.
Boland on his way again through the shadows. He's there. He bowls to Boland. Another bouncer. I wonder if it's really worth the effort of all that. You know, you're putting so much into it, and Boland just ducks underneath it. And what it has done is it kept the number 11 on strike. I suppose that's possibly what the plan was there. 504 for 9. The lead is 170. Boland 19. Doggett has 9. Well, it is unusual, isn't it? Actually?
Yeah. Fourth time a team has reached 500 without a century stand, and I'll make it only the second time. I have to double check to merge a couple of data sets. The second time that a team has reached 500 without any player making 80. So very unusual innings, and if Doggett can get one more run here, it will be the 16th time in Test history and the third time in the Ashes that all 11 players have reached double figures.
Watching you merging a couple of data sets could be the most interesting thing that's happened since lunch. Do you mind if I watch over your shoulder?
With pleasure.
504 for 9. The lead's 170 as Jacks bowls, and that's another lovely shot for the number 11. He's driven him out to wide mid-off. He's only got one for it, but
double figures.
Shot. Yeah, not a bad shot. That goes to 10. So that's everybody, isn't it?
Yep. So the 16th time ever in Tests. Yeah. First time since 2019, and the first time in the Ashes since 1928. Well,
England have to try and make it. There's the third time, won't they? Whatever it may be. Archer's come quite close there to cover. It's Jacks bowls. It's just pushed that back at him by Boland. Still 3 around the bat. And the occasional one's turned, and one actually did to take his glove. Jacks again, a little bit flatter but too short. It's tucked away to a backward square leg, and a single can be taken. 506 for 9.
I never thought we'd be at this stage of a test match when you've got 10 and 11 batting going, how are England going to pick up a wicket? It's been one of those days.
It does feel a bit like that, doesn't it?
And I know as a tail ender, number 11, number 10, you are more than likely to have a brain fade than anybody else, but it just doesn't feel wickety.
It's Jacks. It's tucked away past route. Comes down towards the fine leg, chased by Crawley. He's got the ball on the way now. Trouble is, his bowlers, the quick bowlers, are all running on empty, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm afraid. Just absolutely bowled out.
Well, there's going to be a problem. If England can get above Australia, they've got a back time. Let the bowlers rest.
Yeah. Next one, Doggett defends. Pope trots around, tosses the ball back to the bowler again. No run, 508 for 9. Lead 174. Next one from Jacks. Oh, it's edged. Oh, did that carry? Don't mind seeing that again. Brook diving forward. I'm not sure that it did. Jacks has kicked at the ground there. A little nick, it went to slip. He was diving away from us. Brook still on the ground. Did this one carry on? Not. It's just pushed at Brook.
On the half volley.
Incredibly close, isn't it? Really, really tight. Nah, just bounced in front of him. That won't add to England's humour, and they're just waiting here now for this innings to end, either by their hand or by the Australians themselves. 508 for 9. Boland 20 from 67 balls. And now Doggett has 12, so that whole list of double figures all the way down. The highest score, Starks 77, Witherell 72.
And Boland's tied his highest test score with 20.
Right. He's on strike. He's got a short leg there now. And the former volley Pope. And poor old Carse. He's going to continue. Archer's being moved across to the offside. Haven't seen Stokes bowl for a little while, have we? When did he last turn his arm over?
His last over was the 96th, and we're about to have the 117th, so 20 over 60
years ago. Right. We might see him at some stage. In goes Carse. There's some excitement amongst the crowd for some reason as Carse runs in and bowls a hostile ball, but it's down the leg side. It's a wide.
Good take by Jamie Smith, actually.
It was. You had to go a long way for that. So what that excitement is, there's a couple of police women below us here. Queensland Police, keeping an eye on things. They're law enforcement officers. I saw them doing speed tests on bicycles and scooters on the bridge the other day. In goes Carse again, moves in, bowls, and that's pushed away out to short leg. You can't go faster again. They like the 20 km/h rule, don't they? Like the forklifts and the drinks buggies. And I think it's the same for a bicycle or those electric scooters that you've been flying around on.
Oh, they go quick, they nip around.
But the thing is, if you get zapped, they do it like a speed gun if you're speeding in a car.
Yeah.
So they're hiding behind those bollards at the end of the bridge. As you come down the bridge, boom. But if you haven't got a speedo on your scooter, because you haven't got a speedometer on there, have you?
No.
Or on your bicycle.
You've just got to go with the wind in your hair.
Well, yes, but what do you do? In goes Carse, bowls, and a swish and a miss outside the off stump. I mean, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's a good question.
Are they pulling them over? They were.
Really?
Yeah, they were. Yeah. I don't know if they were actually booking them or not. Well, they're actually handing out fines.
Saying slow down.
Yeah.
I can't, I'm going downhill.
Yeah, but they were. Yeah.
They're good though, they are speedy.
Yes, I've not been on one yet.
Oh, I'll get
I
you
don't
on
know if I
one.
trust the trap. No, well,
We can go around the gardens.
It's 5 lanes of traffic.
No, we'll go around the gardens. Like a little whip around. And you can have your fun.
Okay.
You can be your inner child. You know how you like a shopping trolley, you always want to lean on it.
It goes cast round the wicket, bowls, and another slash outside the off stump. And another miss. Actually, I mean, I have had a little bit of scooter envy.
Yeah, so therefore we'll let you live the 18-year-old Jonathan Agnew.
But I don't fancy crossing those 5 lanes of traffic
No.
to turn right.
We'll go in there.
So what do? How do you turn right? If you're going on your scooter and you've got 5 lanes.
You've got to point with your legs.
Right. But how do you cross the lanes? You just go
Just
across.
go, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Point with your leg, and then the car or bike behind you knows that which
Point
way
with
you're
it.
going.
Do you think I'm stupid? I mean, really?
Inform, educate and entertain.
Yes. Cast again on his way, bowls. Yes, another bouncer. How many of those has he bowled in this innings? Goodness knows. 509 for 9. But yeah, I fancy the only trouble with the park and the gardens is the ibises,
Yeah.
who are stalking around with those great long noses, looking
You
for things
fit
to
in well.
forage. And thank you, Alex. You're not the first person to mention that, I hasten to add. Give me a tough time here, isn't it? Brutal.
Sorry, the cricket's boring me.
And the snakes. I saw a snake in there once.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Here.
Took a photograph of it. I think it was harmless.
Ooh.
509 for 9. Boland's on 20. In goes Cast, bowls, and he's feeling for that. But he's going to get a single as a rather stiff-looking Archer runs to his right there to field at backward point. 510 for 9. The lead 176, and no sign yet of this coming to an end.
It just feels such a long time ago this morning when the lead was 44 that we were talking about, if they could get to 100, it would be such a win for Australia. But England, they could come out and get a couple of early wickets, and they did. They had a brilliant partnership with Boland and Stark, and now it's almost, they might have a lead of 200.
Going back to plan D here with the short stuff. Short leg, square leg, long leg, backward square leg, quite deep mid-wicket. Don't know if Doggett's a hooker or not, but we're about to find out, I think. In goes Cast, bowls, short of a length, pushed into the offside. This fella can bat. He can play. Another single to Australia's number 11. And it's 511 for 9, the lead 177. I'd like to say I enjoyed that, Alex, but unfortunately it's time to go. And Dan Norcross is coming in here. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I can only apologise for the public bullying there that I've just done live on the radio, but we've got a good friendship, that's what we do. He'll get me back later somehow, and I'm dreading it already. But Australia are frustrating England, as I can see Don Topley on the TV, Reece Topley's dad. This day is getting weirder and weirder as it goes on.
What is it about the word frustrating that made you suddenly say Don Topley? It seems a bit unfair.
I just saw him on the telly.
I saw him in the box a moment ago.
Did you?
Yes, yeah. Just around the corner. Yeah. He's out here with
Barmy Army.
one of the many well-known tour operators that are here at the moment. Yes, and I think it is that one, since you mentioned it.
Well, there's only one that matters there, or they come in numbers.
Come in numbers, yes.
They get bags and everything.
Tell me about it. They got I can't say.
No, never mind.
I was about to talk about a new shirt they brought out, then I suddenly realised I can't say that. Anyway,
Google them.
Yes. Yes, they respond, let's say, to current affairs very quickly. Now then, Will Jacks is continuing. He doesn't really look... Well, he's beaten the bat a few times, I'll be fair to him. He's coming around the wicket and bowls a back of a length ball, which is easily stabbed into the onside. There's no run. So if the cricket itself is, let's say, somewhat torpid at the moment, let's do some tactics. Let's do some thinking, Captain Hartley. And actually, let's check out the rules and regulations as well before we do it. As forward comes Doggett, defends because there's no run. Because if a wicket were to fall now, they could still go out.
Yep.
But is there a thing, because there used to be a thing with T about the last half an hour, so we'll get to the bottom of that in a minute, because this is up. Oh, edged and gone! That is the end
of the Australian innings. Will Jacks has taken his wicket. Harry Brook with the catch. The players are running off, and we are going to get, not a declaration, but I think we are going to get a very awkward 28 minutes as twilight descends before the tea break. And Australia have been bowled out for 511. Doggett, the last man to go. Jacks' first wicket, caught by Brook at slip. It was a nice bit of bowling. It was a good thick edge and a pretty comfortable catch around about knee height. So Australia's mammoth effort. I say mammoth, we've seen longer innings. 117 and a half overs, but 511 runs. They've gone pretty slowly today, but they've tactically been brilliant. Stokes has got his arm round Jofra Archer to say, come on, keep in there, you've done well. As we see that replay again, it was a sharp catch, but one that you would have expected Brook to take. He came down a little bit late, did Doggett, and it went to the left of Brook, and he took it comfortably. 511 is mammoth, and it's a lead of 177, which feels like a mountain to climb. And
well,
I was just about to ask you if you would have declared. It didn't look like Australia were going for that, but I would have thought the 2 bites of the cherry before tea works out really nice for them, doesn't it? Because now Stark could potentially bowl maybe 3 overs before tea.
Yep.
They come back and bowl another 3 after it.
I actually don't think losing that wicket is necessarily a bad thing at all for Australia. The only thing, it would have given Stark a little bit more rest. It might have given 10, 20 more minutes, but no, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. If you want the sun setting a little bit further, so as soon as the crowd to our left is all in the shade, it'll be a little bit darker. The lights will take effect a little bit more. You want to start with that brand new ball then. However, it's not going to make all that much of a difference.
Well, it's already pretty awkward because, you know, when we're in England, if we see 4 shadows,
they come off.
Then we go, that's too dark, isn't it? And we're at that stage now. You're absolutely right that the crowd away to our left on the top tier are still bathed in the sunshine, but it'll be gone in no time, won't it?
That's probably actually when they'll come out. Well, it is when they'll come out.
When they come out, yeah.
Exactly, it's not a bad thing for Australia at all. And they were all ready to go. You know, I love it when the tail enders are batting and all the teams sat in the dugout going, well, this is great for us. We're getting more runs on the board, but kind of want to get out there. Yeah,
it was a relatively long time coming, but I think what ordinarily, before Bazball, 117 and a half overs would have constituted, well, you wouldn't often get to 400, would you, Andy, back in the day, as they say. But in the modern era, in the last few years, 117 and a half overs feels like a lot, and it looked like a lot for England's bowlers, who looked exhausted at the end of that day. I will run you through the scorecard very shortly when I shown it because you keep on moving your screen around, Andy. Yeah, thank you very much. Right, this is all double figure scores. It's a really funny looking scorecard. No Centurion, a top score of 77. Travis Head was the first to go, scooping one up in the air off Bryden Carnes, what feels like an eon ago, for 33, having been dropped, you will remember, by Jamie Smith. That was 77 for one off just 13 overs. They started really slowly, didn't get a run for the first 23 odd balls or so, and then went berserk after that drop catch. Head went hard, 33 off 43 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Next to go was Wetherell for 72. He was LBW to Archer, a beautiful Yorker that just trapped him in the toe, bang in front, didn't even bother to refer it. He made 72 off 78. It was a good pugnacious knock, 12 fours and a 6. Then Labuschagne was caught by Smith off the bowling of Stokes for 65 from 78 balls. A surprisingly fast knock, really, from Labuschagne. That partnership with Smith, exactly 50. That was 196 for 3. Then there was a partnership of 95 as Green and Smith looked as if they were going to bat England completely out of the game, but suddenly there was an over from Carrs that looked like it could change the whole narrative of the game. First he bamboozled Green with a bouncer that was a wide. He then stepped away to the leg, exposed all 3 stumps. Carrs produced the Yorker, the Zing bails lit up, and it looked like Green had just thrown his wicket away and Australia's position. He was out for 45. The very next ball, Carey was dropped at gully by Duckett. Then he got a single, which brought Steve Smith on strike. This was all in this same highly eventful over. And Smith slapped the ball round the corner, only to be absolutely gobsmacked at the sight of a flying Will Jacks, who pulled off one of the catches. It's probably the catch of the Ashes, I would think.
diving away to his right, the ball behind him. Carrs had his second wicket in the over, as well as a drop catch. Smith had gone for 61, so 291 for 4 became 292 for 5. Then an awkward stand of 37 between Josh Inglis and Alex Carey was ended when Stokes bowled a rare straight ball that nipped back, kept a little bit low. We wondered if the pitch was starting to play up at that point. He went for 23 from 25. Smith, having made 61 off 85. That was 329 for 6. And then we moved to today, and early on in the day, Nisa was out, caught by Smith off the bowling of Stokes. A similar dismissal to the Labuschagne one, really. A drive off the back foot, got an edge through to the keeper. 16 he made from 41. But then awkward stands that held England up. 33 between Carey and Stark, which it was more the time taken really than anything else. 6 or 7 more overs before Carey was out, caught by Smith off the bowling of Atkinson for 63. Went hard at it, got quite the edge, and it's a good take by Smith. Above his head, it went through fast. Carey went for 63 from 69. That was a partnership of 33, and then the one that really hurt England, because at that stage the lead was only 82, but a partnership of 75 then developed between Stark and Boland as England's tactics became completely mystifying. Players out on the boundary with the new ball, not attacking Stark at all, and Stark and Boland just batted and got closer and closer and closer to twilight. It was really good stuff from them. Stark eventually out, caught by Stokes off the bowling of Carrs as he looked to up the tempo. Nearly collided with Duckett in the taking of the catch, did Stokes, but he managed to hold on. 77 to Stark. He didn't manage to get 100 and take 6 wickets, but he did get a half century and 6 wickets, which was a distinction in and of itself. 141 balls, 13 fours. It wasn't the swashbuckling Stark we normally see, but towards the back end certainly got a bit of a wriggle on. And then the icing on the cake, a partnership of 20 between Doggett and Boland, finally broken when Doggett was caught at slip by Brook off the bowling of Jacks for 13. That left Boland unbeaten on 21 from 72 balls. He really did do a job, 3 fours in that. And the bowling figures is all that I have left to give you. Jofra Archer toiled away, probably the pick of England's bowlers. 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 87. Gus Atkinson, 28 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 114. Finally got his first wicket of the tour today. Bryden Carrs, leading wicket taker, but possibly the most scattergun 4 for 152 you could wish to see. 29 overs, 3 maidens. Ben Stokes picked up 3, but didn't manage a maiden in that. 24 overs, no maidens, 3 for 113. And Will Jacks had a good, was it an unbroken spell of 10.3 overs? He seemed to bowl unbroken from the Stanley Street end. 2 maidens, 1 for 34, picking up that very last wicket. You can watch clips of the action on the BBC Sport website and our full highlights show on BBC iPlayer from 5 p.m, where you'll also find the TMS Ashes debrief with Alex Hartley and guests yesterday. Tuffers was on that. And so much to enjoy on BBC Sounds. Just search Ashes to find our range of podcasts, including the Ashes Top 10 with Ishikawa, Aggers and Sir Alistair Cook, and Tailenders with Greg James and Sir Jimmy Anderson. That, I think, has taken us to the point when their players are back out there, and we're going to start with Phil Tufnell alongside me and Andy Zaltzman with his hand raised on a day of statistical weirdness. I'm thinking you're loving that scorecard.
Well, it's a very odd one, and just to sort of conclude a couple of stats we've been talking about, Australia's 511 with no century partnerships, only the 4th time a team has reached 500 without a 100 stand, and one of those featured a retired Hurt.
Ooh.
Which splits the stand into 2 halves, so more than 100 runs were scored without losing a wicket. So I'm going to say the 3rd time a team's reached 500 without a 100 stand. The highest score of 77 is only the 2nd time a team has scored 500 without any player making 80. And Doggett's 13.
Yes.
It's the first time in Test history that all 11 players have made 13 or more.
Oh, now we're talking.
Lovely.
Because it was so disappointing when you gave us a stat about 20 times they got to double figures. But now we've got something hard and fast, something concrete, something to explain what the purpose of all that was for us, Tuffers. And finally, we've got meanings to our lives.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I've been scrabbling around at the back of the box trying to find meaning to my life.
Well, you've got it now.
I have indeed, so that's handy.
Is that the highest score with 77 as the highest score? Go on.
No.
has there been a specific 77?
Well, not 77 specifically. Yeah,
well, no,
India made 5:24 for 9 with a highest score of 70.
70, really?
In a game.
So where was that?
Just get the score.
Did they get all 11 into double figures as well?
Has any side lost a wicket in its first over 4 times on the spin?
Oh, that's just what we wanted to hear, Tuffers.
I'm reversing the psychology here.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything's a bonus. So once we get through this first over,
right,
I'm going to punch the air.
Here comes Mitchell Starc. He is ready at the top of his mark at the Vulture Street end, the menacingly named Vulture Street. With the twilight upon us, the crepuscular hour is here.
It's just perfect for Australia, isn't it?
Could not have
dropped any better.
Well, and in fairness to them, because of the way they played,
yes,
because they didn't throw it away, they didn't go hard, they had a plan, and that plan was to bowl right now, and it's happening for them. So fair play to them. 3 slips, gully, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, a forward square leg and a long leg, and the most menacing, terrifying pink ball bowler in the world at the top of his mark. Ball in hand. He's now going to lope and naively run in to Crawley. Left arm over the wicket, and Crawley's forward in defence and pushes the ball into the covers, and there is no run. 5 balls to go, Tuffles.
I know. Well, it must be tired, mustn't they? You know, never having opened the bat in my time, but you can just feel, you know, what a job that is. I mean, what is it, a sloosh on the face, or jump in a quick shower, fresh kit perhaps, just to try and, you know, stir the blood.
See, Harry Brook can put his feet up for a little bit, can't he? We'll see.
Okay, but it's going to be tough, isn't it? It's going to be tough. Crucial just to get through this little spell. Australia, as you said, couldn't have happened better for them. They got 2 bites of the pink cherry.
Ooh. What's under that, baby? Tell us about a pink fruit. Here's Starc. In again. Crawley defends, ball into the offside, and picks up a single. Really nicely played. A drop and run. He's off the mark. A pair in the first test, but now 72 in the first innings? 76, I beg his pardon. 76 in the first innings, and he's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, I mean, one good thing is that, you know, if Boland can stay out there and make it look pretty simple with an old ball, and, you know, and Starc we played majestically, didn't he? So you've got to take heart that there's no demons in this pitch. It's just that Mitchell Starc doesn't really use the pitch, does he? His angles and he's running
and his mystery.
Yeah, a little bit, isn't it? He doesn't need a pitch to help him to wobble and wibble, and you know, just to sort of get people thinking there are just by angles, bit of pace still as well.
Starc into Duckett, he's on a king pair. Duckett defends into the offside, pushes into the offside. There is no run. He's survived a ball, his first survived ball of the match.
What was that? Was that Andy? Yes. Was that Andy just chuckling away?
Chuckling away, yeah. I can imagine he could be quite evil in his own way, Andy.
Oh, well, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, don't cross Zoltz.
3 more balls to go. Starc has picked up a wicket in his first over in the first 3 innings of the Ashes. He's got 3 more bites of this pink cherry, as you say. Passion fruit? I don't know.
Dragon fruit.
Dragon fruit, that's the one I'm after. Here he comes. 3 slips, gully in place. Starc in. Duckett drives into the offside but picks out point. There's no run.
He was scuttling off there when he fancied getting off him.
Well, you can imagine, can't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much it mattered to you, really. The pair?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't get nothing.
Did you say that you didn't get a pair?
Well, I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. No, I never said that. I think I might have done it. But there was a weird thing. I might have done it at Melbourne, I'm not sure, but I definitely got 1 or 2, but not many.
Was it Aggers as well, surprisingly?
Yeah, I think it might have been Aggers who didn't get one.
Yeah, surprisingly seems a bit harsh, doesn't it?
You said, I mean, how rude.
I know, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I've just let my brain speak then. I should have kept quiet. Here's Starc again, the 5th ball of the over. Duckett on strike. Duckett clips his end of the onside, so he runs here. He's off the pair.
Well done.
Fielder in very eager pursuit. How far is he going to get? Not quite to the boundary, I don't think. No, it isn't. But they will get back for 3. So Duckett will be off strike for the last ball of the over with a score 4 without loss. With one ball to go.
Yeah, England have just got to clear the brain, haven't they? Now, I mean, that was a long chastening day. It was, well, 2 sessions perhaps. Just got to clear your brain. Forget the scoreboard.
That is one of the things they're very good at, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because the way they play does look like they've forgotten the scoreboard a lot of the time. One ball to go in the over. 3 slips to the gully. Crawley on strike. Stark in. Last ball of the first over. And Crawley works it to the onside. He's going to pick up some runs. And will he pick up 1? England have survived the first over. 5 without loss. The pitch is clearly now so easy to bat on. We're going to see a reprise of 2010-11. If England aren't 517 for 1 in a couple of days' time, I'll be stunned.
See, there you go. See, reverse it. You see, that's what I did there. Now that's that first little...
Well done, you.
First little step.
So you're the reverse jinx coach. Are you on the ECB payroll?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I might ask them. But, yeah, so there you go. First little thing done. That one's done. So, OK, we haven't lost a wicket in the first over. And that's almost kind of how you got to do it. Don't think, what is it, 170 odd? I mean, it seems a lot before you can even start sort of getting into the positive, so to speak. But put that aside, play your natural game, perhaps tweaked a little bit, you know, and not quite so flamboyant, and then just see where you end up this evening.
Michael Neser is going to open the bowling as he did in the first innings from the Stanley Street end. Same end as he took the new ball last time, with his greying beard, his buzz-cut hairdo. And he's going to waddle in somewhat, with Crawley taking guards, 3 slips and a gully.
Get a bit of swing. He does swing it.
Backward point, mid-off, mid-on. And Crawley's already looking to do a bit of gardening because there's 21 minutes now to go.
There is the odd sort of little crack there, sort of on and around that off stump. The odd one has just deviated off of it.
Here is Neser. He turns in. Elbows bent. Crawley lets it go by outside the off stump through to the keeper. There's no run. Andy?
I found Tuffers' pair.
Oh, did you?
It was at the MCG
Yeah, I thought
in 1994-95, though you were run out in the first innings.
Oh, that doesn't count.
Does that count?
No, I don't count then.
Well, it does technically count.
Yeah,
But I don't. I bet someone else
Stuffed
did it
me.
to you. Yes. Who were you batting with at the end there? Who was not
Devon,
out?
perhaps.
Who was not out?
It was Devon.
Well, there you are.
Hey, that's
There you
fearsome.
are.
Fearsome. They were lucky there.
It's a
And
fine.
who got me? I think it
fine
might be
set of
Craig
them.
McDermott.
Neser into Crawley, who lets this go. He's gone through very low. That's
Was
gone
it?
very low on the bounce, but a bounce a good metre or so in front of.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
intrigued now. That wasn't in my debut, was it?
No, it was 94-95.
Oh, right,
Tom.
I've
okay.
just seen the scorecard of the second innings, and
not
it's
good.
not pretty.
No.
The bottom 4.
Yeah.
Run us through it.
Go on. No.
Well, De Freitas, LBW, Warren for North.
Oh, this was the
fourth.
hat trick.
Yeah. Goff caught Healy, bowled Warren first ball. Malcolm caught Boone, bowled Warren first
An
ball.
amazing catch.
Yeah.
So, did you survive the
quadruple.
4 in 4?
I must have done.
Well
I
done.
suppose.
Neser into Crawley, who flicks this away out to square leg. The fielder is after it, and he's not going to get there as it goes on to the boundary sponge. A fine shot, but just straying a little bit too much into the pads of Crawley. He goes to 6 and England are 9 without loss. The deficit is now down below 170.
Excellent. Keep chipping away, Les.
Absolutely.
Keep chipping away.
Well, the thing about the modern game is that, you know, if you had a deficit of 177 15 years ago,
Cards of money.
you would be looking at 2.5 sessions, really, wouldn't you?
Lovely.
Whereas actually,
like this, 5 and
you're
over.
sort of looking at 1.5 sessions,
Yeah,
really,
absolutely.
if you can survive. Neser in, left alone outside the off stump, a little bit closer to off stump this time. Well judged in the end, but quite tight. 131 kilometres an hour, it's about 81.5 miles an hour.
There's that little crack just outside off stump. This one just jagged back, it just hits it, you see.
Yes.
And that just nipped back and kept a little bit low.
Yes.
Squatted down.
It did a touch. I think it's still just above stump height when you looked at it from that angle on that replay, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I can see what you mean.
It's in the eye line.
Here is Neser again. Crawley lets another one go by outside the off stump through to the keeper. A little bit wider on this occasion, so 1 ball left in Neser's first over. With the time in England at 8:22 in the morning, if you're making your way to work. It's been a frustrating day in the field for England.
Was it Saturday
conceded.
morning?
Oh my goodness, it's Saturday.
Yeah,
you might just be lying in bed having breakfast in bed.
Kipper breakfast.
Oh, lovely. Unless, of course, you work on a Saturday. Don't deluge me if you're working on a Saturday, because there are some who do.
Absolutely, we are.
I mean, in theory, yes. Here's Lisa into Crawley, lets it go again through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. 2 overs survive, Tuffers. Crawley 6, Duckett 3 more from you, and then it's going to be Jim Maxwell to take you up to tea, or whatever it is we call it. Dinner. Right.
Supper. Whatever it is, yes. But, a crucial little period. I mean, as we were saying earlier, it couldn't have dropped better for Australia. They've now got a nice little spell here up until the next break, and we'll see where we go from there. But I think these two won't particularly... I don't know whether they think too much anyway, really, about batting. I think they just go out and enjoy it and try to not be put under pressure. But there certainly is a little bit. Jimbo, how are you, mate?
Toughest, yes. How are you?
Very well, sir.
Yep. You relaxed?
Yes.
Oh, you get some runs here.
Yeah. No demons in it, mate, are there really?
Be none for 150 at stumps. Something like that.
That'd be lovely.
That'd be all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Come back again tomorrow. Parity.
Got to get through this. Stark runs in. Duckett is cramped, chopping the ball away, and went off the inner part of his bat to the onside. Boland's off the field from what I can see, unless is he back on now? Oh, he's back on. Well, he missed the first 2 overs. He's down there at mid-on.
Yeah, the big
a young guy with no number plate came out called Mac Wright.
Right.
Yeah, all wrong or right.
Right, okay.
And he's one of the young subs that most teams have around a test match, as you do in England when you pull these blokes out who are hopeless in the field and run people out.
Is he a young banana bender?
I think so, yes. Stark charges in and beats the edge of the bat.
Which is...
That moved away, bounced. Useful, wasn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, Andy just snapped his head round there. That's a Queenslander, isn't it? A banana bender, isn't it?
Yeah.
I heard that term before.
Yeah.
Haven't you?
There you go.
You need to do a tour of all these places with the big banana, the big lobster, the big what other ones we got? Big
shark.
Shark, yeah, there's a big shark.
I want to guess.
There is one of those. We're sort of aping the Americans, you know, who always got the biggest of everything.
Yeah, massive chair or something in Houston.
Excuse me. Here comes Stark again. Duckett goes forward and he plonks it away on the onside. Doggett is chasing the shot from Duckett back towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They get 3 runs. Tidy little shot. And that's what happens. Stark pitches it up, trying to swing it. And if it's not quite right, it can be clipped through the field. But don't miss it. None for 12 in the 3rd over. Stark the star today with 77. And I saw a note. He's batted longer, cumulatively, I think, than about 5 England batsmen in this series in 1 innings.
He's having a lovely summer. He's having a lovely time, isn't he, at the moment? Bat, ball, catches, everything. He's having a great time of it. Purple patch.
16 wickets in the series so far. He moves into Crawley. Crawley's back and pushes off a thick outside edge. It runs away past point. It's going down towards the boundary, and it will be overhauled by Green, chasing back, and they collect. What do they get that time? Just 2. Off a thick edge, controlled along the ground, no problem there. Crawley's 8. I mean, someone's going to prosper here with the bat, surely.
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
You got to on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't...
It's as flat as a dead banana.
Yeah, it is a bit. Someone's got to get some runs, and I think it's just the wearing down process. I mean, I've been a little bit disappointed with the lights, actually. I thought it was going to do all sorts, but it hasn't done that much.
Stark runs in and bowls it, and good-looking stroke in defence from Crawley right across his stumps. That first innings has done his confidence a power of good. He looks to be moving comfortably into position to play his shots here. And there's a little bit of movement from Stark. But as we've been observing for most of the day, even as England tired in the heat perhaps, and had a longish day yesterday, bang the ball in. This pitch is just right for batting. Mainly true bounce. No apparent variation in bounce. And there's no spin bowling of any note to worry about. Stark charges in, pitches up, that's whipped away beautifully for 4. Took it off the line of his stumps. Superb stroke from Crawley. Picked it off. And it's chased back to be collected out on the boundary with a score now 18 in 3 overs.
We don't mess about when we get going, but can we keep it going? It's just got to be shot selection, isn't it? It's shot selection. We've been banging on about it, haven't we? You know, this England side, we're not. They're positive, but they've just got to be a little bit more selective. You know, wait for that one to come on the pads. You're good there, so whack it away. You know, if it's really, really full, we'll go after it, and that's fine. But it's just that sort of that teaser that we've succumbed to over the last couple of tests.
Now, Michael Neser, he's not much more than 130 clicks at top pace.
Skillful bowler, though.
Very skillful, but there's not much in the air with the ball off the surface that excites a bowler. He's just got a hard pill and hopes that he gets one in the right spot that might hit the edge or something like that. 3 sleeps a gully waits. Neser moves in, Duckett goes back and plays a nice little crisp back foot shot down to Weatherall. None for 18. Australia all out earlier today for 511. And I'm told, Andy, that was the first time since 1992 that every batsman in a test innings got double figures. That was against Sri Lanka all those years ago. It was a match in which Shane Warne arrived all of a sudden as a test match bowler in Sri Lanka. Now, it's Neser who bowls wide of the off stump, and it passes through to the keeper. Today, Neser made 16, Carey 63, Stark 77, and Doggett caught sharply by Brook. It slipped from Jacks, got the last wicket for 13, 5-11 all out. And Duckett getting busy here. Got off the mark, broke his pair, and he waits now as Neser arrives, and he's driving him, smashing him. He's gone straight into the bowler. He was looking through the offside, I think, and he headed straight back to Neser at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Wow. This is this twilight zone, Jim, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is this twilight zone. I mean, it's tricky for us up here, let alone when you're 22 yards away from it. I think everyone on the field there lost that. Was it a catch?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it's a catch.
Yeah. He tried to smash it down the ground. He hit it in the air very hard, and Neser got his hands to it, but it didn't stick. Tough chance.
Well, tough chance, but I mean, what? Just keep it on the deck a bit, perhaps. Just till the break.
Well, he numbered it, and he's down the leg side, and it goes past Carey and down to the boundary for byes. Yeah, Carey didn't get anywhere near it. He didn't really attempt to.
No.
As it moved down the leg side and scuttled away to the boundary for byes. None for 22 in the 4th over. Yes, you could see the intent from Duckett, but it was the wrong length.
Yeah.
And he dragged it back. We're just seeing a replay of that wide delivery. No wonder Carey didn't go for it. It would have had to have been a 10'2" goalkeeper to get anywhere near that.
Yeah. See, that's the length the English boys like to smack in England, because it doesn't have that little bit of extra bounce. That comes on nicely to the bat. You can just play through the line. Over here, different kettle of fish.
Neser bowls wide of the off stump this time. So he's been a bit out of control in this over, especially since the ball came flying back at him on the big drive, and getting a chance to see a slow-mo of that. And he would have had a split second to react, which he did. It may have stuck as he threw his hands up to it on his left-hand side in the follow-through. He's off balance as well, and it went onto the floor. So none for 22 a bright start by England here. As Anisa goes in and he picks him off with a lovely shot through the onside. It's racing away towards the boundary out there at deep mid-wicket. And it is just stopped inside the boundary by Boland, who knocks it back very close to being in touch with the boundary as he did so. And Doggett is there to collect the crumbs, and they get 3 more runs.
4.
Went for 4?
No, they ran 4.
They ran 4, yes. Duckett came back for the other run. So none for 26 from 4 overs. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. They only know one way. And, we've been on this journey, haven't we, for the last 2 or 3 years, so it's nothing sort of unexpected. And they could break the back of it. 140, 170 is a long way off. But, if you have a session of these twos, you'll be up round about it. That's for sure.
I reckon you'd be feeling pretty good about things if you get through 7 or 8, 10 overs of the new ball.
Yeah.
And there's no Nathan Lyon to face.
Well, absolutely. Well, the odd one spun and bounced, Jim, didn't it?
Yeah.
And there was a lovely picture that the cameraman picked up, I saw, of Nathan Lyon sort of sitting in the dugout a bit growly, and then had a little smile on his face as he saw one zip past the outside edge with spin. 3
slips of gully now for Stark. He runs into Crawley. Crawley firmly forward and straight down the ground for 4. Beautiful stroke. Tall man leaning forward and without any demonstrative movement of his bat, he just played through the line. It hit the middle of the bat and it flew straight down the ground for 4.
Glorious, absolutely glorious. Searching a little bit there, Mitchell Stark, with the full delivery. Oh, it wasn't that. It's fully-ish delivery, but cool, that's an absolute corker of an off drive. Meaty.
None for 30, starting the 5th over. Stark runs in once more to Crawley. Crawley around his pad, turns it fine down towards the boundary. It will be collected by Nisa as they come back for a couple of runs and their leg byes. None for 32. Duckett 10, Crawley 16.
32 off a 4.2. It's just, go out there, come on lads, let's get through to the break, let's knock a bit of shine off it. 32 off a 4.2 overs. I mean, it's just I don't know, electric.
Well, it's standard practice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is now. England?
Yeah.
It is now.
And it's great to watch. So Stark, what's his response to that? He comes in now at Crawley. Crawley drives through the covers. More runs. Wetherell's after it. Chasing it out towards the boundary. He gives it up. It goes for 4. Crawley moves to 20. This is a spectacular start. Can it continue?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Can it continue? Now, where they've got in trouble beforehand is once they sort of get themselves in a position where they're on top, a little bit of clever, a little bit of nousy bowling by Mitchell Stark, just getting it wider and going away. They've succumbed. Now, have they learned from these last 3 innings is just to spot that one?
Wetherell stays at deep cover. Stark bowls it and he drives and misses, and that's the loose shot.
Yep.
That ball was a bit further outside the off stump and he went after it. It's
the length.
You get into this adrenaline addiction when you're middling the ball.
Yeah.
And he fancied that, but it looked like a pretty ordinary stroke. Very nearly nicked it.
Yeah, I mean, that's balanced, Jim, isn't it? I mean, that's sort of just back of that good length. And you're trying to ride that bounce and hit it on top of the bounce. I mean, it's fraught with danger. Leave that one alone.
Ball selection.
Well, absolutely.
Ball
Shot selection.
None for 36. Stark goes up again. Crawley waits and nudges it away on the offside. Square of the wicket. There's going to be a second run as Green chased out through point. And that's been it's not the over. They've got 10 plus 2 leg byes, 12 runs so far from the over with 1 to come. None for 38. This is a very encouraging and exciting start. We've got a deep cover, a long leg, a deepish square just in front. And Crawley looking for the ball to go through the line and strike it down the ground.
Pick length. That's what you got to do, Zach Crawley.
Stark tries again, bowls to Crawley. Crawley forward, nibbles at it, sends it deep to cover, only gets one. Weatherall runs in and lets it out of his hand to the keeper to end the over, an expensive over. Stark none for 24, 5 from 3 overs. The score's none for 39.
It was interesting. I was listening to Ricky Ponting after Perth, and he said that he sort of trained himself on Australian wickets, and you could see it as well because they had some footage of him, that when he went out the bat, you saw him sort of like take it into his stance, and then he'd look down at an area of the pitch which he said was like an A4 piece of paper, and he said, anything there, I'm going to give that to the bowler.
Yeah.
You know, I can't look to drive that. I can't look to get on the back foot or pull it like he used to as well.
Yep.
You know, and so sometimes you just got to give that to the bowler. You know, that good length area, I'm going to defend it, I might leave it. You know, anything else, well, I'll think about it.
Now Nisa comes in, Crawley takes it away to the onside, more runs here. It's galloping away towards the boundary, but there is a man in the deep, and that means they get, as Doggett chased it around, 3 runs, 3 more runs, none for 42. In the 6th over of the England innings. This will be the last over before tea, which will be more of a relief for the Australians than anyone else, because they're flying, absolutely flying at 7 and over.
It's just full steam ahead, isn't it?
Yep.
We thought they might. Well, this is what this pair do. This is why they're there. This is what this pair do. Hopefully they can get some of that ball sort of shine and hardness knocked off it for the more flamboyant players in the middle order.
Well, it gives them a great chance to build something.
Yeah.
Because there's no Cummins or Hazelwood here.
No.
And the attack looks a little under strength, you'd have to say, as Nisa goes around the wicket. Duckett's forward, plays the ball hard towards mid-off. There'll be a run or two here. It's been missed down there by a diving Weatherall at mid-off, and they'll come back for 3 runs again. He just punched that ball up the offside. Weatherall dived, he couldn't stop it, and the result is 3 more, none for 45 in the 6th over.
Flying along, you're right, Jim. They don't necessarily think about when the breaks are coming up, or, you know, perhaps just having a little look at 1 or 2. They just go, these 2, and they clear the mind and don't worry about the scoreboard and just play.
Got 25 from the last 9 balls.
Might be a few more. Crawley's got the strike. Nisa runs in towards him and he's forward and says no. It went straight out to Inglis, who's there in the covers. 2 slips gully, a deep point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square, and a fine leg, a wideish fine leg. And we've been saying it all day, the way Australia's tail batted, you had to believe the pitch was pretty good to bat on.
Oh, yeah.
And with a new ball, if you don't quite get the length right, you're going to get picked off. And Crawley is in good touch. Nisa runs in towards him. Crawley forward, gets an edge onto the pad, out to cover, and it's collected out there by Josh Inglis. So another very good crowd, around 35,000 here today. The atmosphere has been electric, superb for an occasion, a sporting event, and you can hear the interest, excitement, the thrill and expectation of what they're going to see next. It's all around us. Nisa bowls now. Forward goes Crawley. Chops it, knocks it straight back into the pitch and to the bowler. But he's an imperious figure at the crease.
Yeah, oh yeah. Tall.
Yep.
You know, shoulders back. Stiff upper lip.
Public school boy, is he?
I should imagine so.
He's raced to 26 from 22 balls. And we're almost on tea time now as Nisa runs in and Crawley forward, checks himself. He hit a good length there. And that is the end of the over, and that is time for check the blood pressure.
Cup of tea.
45 without loss, and so they've knocked off 45 of the deficit, 132 the difference, and England have made a flying, very positive and entertaining start to their second innings.
Don't go anywhere.
No.
Don't go anywhere. Back home. Go and make yourself a cup of tea, as you say. Put the eggs and bacon on, if that's the right. Yeah, 8:45.
Breakfast, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of brekkie, and then get yourself back here for what is going to probably be one of the most exciting sessions. England could fall in the heat, but if they don't, they'll be belting along. It's going to be great.
Well, there's 2.5 hours of cricket coming up.
Yeah.
And England could score 150 easily if they don't lose wickets. So Zach Crawley with his marine haircut.
Sharp, isn't it?
Yes, very sharp. Straight into the Marines. So that's the situation. Australia bowled out for 511. Nisa was caught. Smith bowled Stokes for 16. Carey to the secondary ball, caught by Smith from Atkinson, 63. Stark eventually out, caught by Stokes off Cash, yes, for 77. And Doggett, last man out, caught by Brook from Jacks for 13. Boland, 21, not out. 511. Archer, 1 for 89. 1 for 87. Atkinson, 1 for 114. Cast, 4 for 152. Stokes, 3 for 113. And Jacks got the last wicket, 1 for 34. And in their second innings, England rollicking along, none for 45.
45 for no wicket is England's score. They got away to a very positive start before the interval. Doggett moves in and Duckett plays. He might just have taken his bat out of the way at that. He would like to think that he had. I think the bowler will claim that. But he doesn't leave very much, Duckett, and he was definitely trying to leave that. So
I've seen him leave 3 balls already this innings, which is nearly unheard of.
It is. And he was definitely trying to leave that.
He's trying to adapt his game a little bit more, is he?
It looks like he could well be. 3 slips are waiting for the edge. That's Duckett over his bat again, and Doggett moves in past the umpire, bowls Duckett forward, slides that away off the face of the bat. It's one of his favourite scoring areas, down to deep backward point. And 1 run is taken.
They love that deep point, don't they?
Yeah.
To start off with, and just easy runs out there. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
You'd have him up.
Yeah. They didn't take the risk of hitting through there. Might find the edge or hit it in the air. Run saving, build a little bit more pressure, but that's a modern day cricketer, isn't it? They seem to.
Yep. They've got one for Crawley as well out at deep point.
And deep mid wicket.
Doggett then with Crawley now waiting for his first ball of this session. He lets it go by. It keeps it a little bit low. We've seen that happen increasingly actually today. Quite a few balls have dribbled along the ground at perhaps a good second time of several yards in front of.
Yeah, you look at the pitch. You can see a little bit mosaicy in those green lines where the grass goes around. You wonder if those cracks will open up anymore. It's quite a warm day today. Not too bad, but quite warm.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's supposed to be warmer again. So we'll see how it goes, sort of day 4, day 5, this pitch, whether a little bit more inconsistent.
Doggett bowls. Crawley played at that one. That's a good ball. Just nipped off the seam a little. Crawley fortunate not to find the edge to that. England 131 runs behind. I have a little job for you, Andy Zaltzman. I may be proved completely wrong, as usual. But just wondering, it seemed to me that Stark got away off the last ball of the over quite often while he was batting with Boland. I was wondering if that was just what it seemed like or whether it was right, because they were together about 28 overs, weren't they? There's Doggett again, bowls, and Crawley's in on the pad. He likes that. It's a big appeal. Umpire says no. Immediately, Steve Smith comes running up to have a conference. Doggett's turned his back on that conference. Now, they're not going to have anything to do with that, but his head just fell over a little bit there. I think that would probably have gone on down the leg side. So,
it was angling down the fraction high, but a little bit of movement off the seam there. A couple of good deliveries from Doggett. That previous one sort of angled in, then went away. This one just, it's not far.
Well,
we're
away. Not having stock. Boland is going to bowl from that far end. Again, that seems quite unlikely, isn't it? That the man everyone's talked about and all these wickets in this series so far, and he's bowled 3 overs. That's just going over the top of leg stump, isn't it?
Yeah, line was good, but just a little high.
Good decision by Mr. Hodgson. He's a good umpire, I think.
Yeah, well, you look at Crawley compared to Ben Duckett. Quite a size difference and a difference in pads. So if it hits Crawley on the knee roll, you could suggest it's going over, but if it hits Duckett on the knee roll, you could suggest it's not going over.
They're getting on with that mission.
Only 3 overs, which Stark got a single off the last ball during that partnership with
is that right?
With Boland.
There you go.
There was 6 overs in which he took a single off the 5th ball of the over.
Oh, that's some kind of meaning. Right, this is Duckett pushing it away out towards backward square leg, and they take a single. No wicket for 46 then, 47 now, and England 130 runs behind. Smith calling up the deep square leg, pointing here and there, moving people around. He wants a deep point back a little bit, I think, by the look of it. He's theatrical and fidgety in everything that he does, even just moving a fielder into a certain position. And he's at second slip. He's got his mate Labuschagne at first, and Green crouching there in the gully as Boland makes his way in, shoulders rocking, bowls down the leg side. Crawley can't do anything with that. Taken tidily by Carey. And everyone here at the Gabba watching intently. They have enormous bars with television screens and so on, but I'll bet that everyone's actually watching at the moment. Certainly all the stormtroopers are lined up there. In fact, the floodlights reflecting off their helmets, all in white, sitting to our right.
There's some pink stormtroopers as well, just the other side.
Are they actually stormtroopers?
Yep.
Here's Boland, and that's played away by Crawley for a single to long leg. One more to England. 48 for no wicket. I saw our friend Michael Kaspovich. Yes, there he is. He's in a pink one.
Yes, he's a pink stormtrooper today.
Kasper. Yeah, he's a lovely fella as well.
Fast bowler. You know that.
I know.
All fast bowlers.
All these fast bowlers will be snarling away on the field. Actually, turn out to be good blokes. It's
were you a snarler on the field?
No, not really. Snarl. Competitive. Not the
same thing.
Yeah. 48 for no wicket. In comes Bowler. Nose bowled him. Oh, Duckett standing there. Has that shot along the ground? Body language of Duckett suggests that's kept very low. He's walking off bitterly disappointed. Boland's broken through. Duckett's clean bowled. It's the early wicket that England really did not want to lose. And I want to see a replay of this because Duckett is really having to drag himself off the field. Let's have a look at how low that has kept. Well, it's come off the bottom of his bat. Certainly lower, I think, than he had a right to expect. It's come off the very bottom of his bat and gone into his stumps. Well, we saw one keep low in the previous over, didn't we?
Yeah, you need to see that from side on and get a true description of what happened there.
He might have misread the length of that.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see. They'll put all the graphics up and we'll see. But certainly Duckett there is walking off like a man betrayed. 48 for one, and out comes Ollie Pope, and he's on a pair. And that's the wicket that England just did not want to lose. Yeah, that's kept low. That's kept low.
Yeah, it's the length hitting the top of off stump, and it's hit the bottom of the bat and gone under.
I'm afraid so. That's bad luck.
Those ones, if they're on if they're online on the stumps, there's not a huge amount you can do with that.
No.
So the cracks are starting to play. We saw some of the other commentators out there pointing at the certain spots on the wicket, and I reckon that was very close to where they were pointing, and it was from that end. So whether a little bit inconsistency there.
Well, here's Ollie Pope. It's 48 for 1. And the Gabba's rocking as Boland makes his way in now to the right-hander, who clips that back at him, almost gives a caught and bowled chance. Ooh, that was not far away at all. He looked to chip that into mid-wicket. A thick leading edge. And we know that Pope could be a jittery starter. Well, the atmosphere out there, I think, will give anybody the jitters. He's been working so hard to be a bit calmer, but that hit high up on the bat, actually. It wasn't the leading edge, it was more near the splice of the bat. Trying to work that towards mid-wicket. 48 for 1 with 1 ball to go in this over. And Boland wipes his hand on the back of his trousers, grips the ball, and now he's running in. He bowls to Pope, who's flicked that away for his first run. He's off his pair. And that's fielded down to our left by Doggett. And that's a successful over for Australia. And Boland, who's had a good day, pulls his cap on. And you can see the Australians there. There's a spring in their steps as they jog into their fielding positions. In fact, there's a spring in Boland's step as he runs off the ground. I'm not sure what he's up to, but he was off the ground before the interval as well. So keep an eye on that.
The wicket by Will Jacks was the first by a spinner this series. There were no wickets taken by spinners in Perth or in Hobart in the 5th test of the Ashes in Australia 4 years ago. There'd never been an Ashes test in Australia without at least 1 wicket by a spinner before that. Can you tell me who was the last spinner to take a wicket in an Ashes test in Australia before Jacks today? In Australia.
Australian?
Yep.
English.
Australian.
Right, Doggett on his way, runs in and bowls, and Pope allows that to go through outside the off stump. So any spinner, you're saying?
Yeah, the last wicket by a spinner before Jacks is in Ashes cricket in Australia. Who was the bowler?
So Nathan Lyon would be obvious, but it's not with the way you're looking at it.
It's not. He did play in the game.
Xavier Doherty.
No. So so it was in the Sydney Test 4 years ago.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought it was some sort of extraordinary challenge. So in the Sydney Test last year, a spinner took a wicket. Hang on, in goes Doggett and bowls. That's flicked away by Pope out to mid-wicket. I can't do 2 things at once. I can't. Okay, so the Sydney Test last year, 4 years ago, a spinner. Come on, Pidge. Think of 4 years ago.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is it Travis Head?
Nope. Remember how the game ended, Agus?
No.
Well, it ended with England's last wicket pair together.
Oh, because of Jimmy Anderson blocking it out. This is outside the off stump, and Pope lets it go by a hard-fought draw. Jimmy Anderson faced the last over.
Yeah. Do you remember who bowled it?
No.
Steve Smith.
Steve Smith
got Jack Leach out because
that's right.
Because of bad light, and his spinners
had to bowl. Okay.
Steve Smith was originally came in to be the replacement for Shane Warne, the new blonde leg spinner.
That's right.
How things have changed.
I remember Anderson blocking out that last over. 49 for 1, and Doggett bowls to Pope. Full, round about the off stump. Pope comes forward, plays a nice straight bat to Travis Head at mid-off.
That's one of England's joint best result in the last 16 tests they've had in Australia. One of 2 draws to go with the 14 defeats since the 2010-11.
Good result that was. 49 for 1, 128 behind. And Pope waits for Doggett to swing round and then start his run again. He's got his shadows at his feet. Now he's trotting in and he bowls to Pope. Another leading edge again. He's looking to poke the ball through mid-wicket. He keeps looking at his bat. And so they're going to hit high up either on the leading edge or on the splice.
Yeah, whether those cracks are starting to play a little bit more of a part, or whether it's because under lights, just a bit of moisture coming up as well through the pitch itself.
Look at how he's playing. It's hit right high up. What do you do when you do a couple of those? You get a new bat. He's waved to the dressing room. Not another one. This one's doing funny things.
That's what we should have done, Agus.
Yep, absolutely. We've got through a few, I think. In goes Doggett, bowls, and Pope drives that back and just runs away from Doggett's right hand to end that over. 49 for 1. You see, if he'd hit that for 4, would he still want to change it back? We'll never know, but he's going to have on brought out in a second, I think. He's still looking at it very quizzically, isn't he, at this one? If there's something wrong.
Yeah, it's hit high, just looking at the splice. Nope. He's put his hand up and said, no, it's
right.
okay.
Look at these bats. How many are there? Must have been.
There's at least.
He must have 6 bats there, I think. Whoever was going to bring them out. He's been sent back again now because Pope decided he actually quite likes this one after all. Who's going to bring out 6 bats?
Only 6
4 in one hand, and 2 in the other. 6 bats.
I remember a match we played at Trent Bridge. Shane Warne always sat in the corner, and he had all his bats. And there was one time he would have had 30 odd bats. Warney just sitting in the bat, working out which one he would. Yeah, he just loved his cricket.
Is that right?
He had so many. I'm sure Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne would have. They'd have hundreds at home, surely, wouldn't they?
Probably would. Probably would. But this shows when you go on tour what the excess baggage must be. Here's Boland running in and bowling to Crawley, and there's an appeal. It's been given not out, but Boland likes it.
Yeah, no.
Up they all go, the crowd appealing as well.
Ooh.
49 for 1. There was a little sound there, Carey saying no, it wasn't off the bat. There was a noise, but not bat. I think they're all agreed on that. But it was a good delivery. It came cutting back and just flicked the back thigh guard.
No, this wasn't.
No,
didn't even appeal.
But again, the crowd. This must be amazing out there. Crawley, 27. Boland runs towards him and bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side. Didn't go very far, only as far as the man coming in from mid-wicket, but they take a single. And that brings up England's 50 for 1. Battling away. He's got to get through this period. There's 2 hours and 10 minutes of play left.
12
minutes. You can have your extra over.
Yeah.
2 hours, 12 minutes, and it's going to be immensely challenging.
Slightly different game now as before the last break. It was coming on nicely.
Yeah.
Now it's in full darkness, hard ball.
Here's Boland. He bowls to Pope. Oh, again, there's an appeal. And Boland again really wanting this, and Steve Smith too. That one also seemed to keep very low to me. The umpire's given it not out.
LBW they're going for.
Yeah, Ollie Pope is desperate to go up and do a bit of gardening there, I think. That did seem to keep low. Lots of hands on hips out there. Pope's going up to have a look at the pitch. That did seem to keep very low.
Outside the line, just sort of straightened.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
And that's hitting well below the knee roll. Coming forward, that's not going to go over. But yeah, just outside the line, I would suggest you're right. Well, this is challenging. Duckett bowled by a ball that definitely kept low. This one is also very much lower than the batsman would expect. Here's Boland, bowls, and there's a shorter one this time. That's well bowled actually, because you can bet the Pope actually was looking to get forward there, because the ball had kept low the ball before, so he dug one in.
Yeah, no, Scott Boland's got his tail up here. That's last one, 139.5. 140 kilometres an hour, which is quite quick for bowling. He's normally around about low to mid 130s. But I mentioned on day one, should England have declared to have a go at Australia under lights?
Well, you can see why that was an argument, can't you? Here's Boland again, bowls to Pope, who drives, it doesn't time it. This is the first time we've seen a new ball in this match under the floodlights, and you can see the difference that it makes.
And this is on a pitch that doesn't have a huge amount of grass. I was curious. I thought, will it do as much? If it had the normal 8 mils, it would be interesting. Yep. But before the tea break, or that last break, Crawley and Duckett looked very comfortable with the ball coming on. Now it's just a little bit inconsistent bounce.
It just shows again what the Australians are playing at this afternoon and why they batted the way they did. They wanted this, wanted this opportunity. Boland comes in, bowls to Pope. There's some bounce from a decent length outside the off stump. Yeah, Boland's loving this. He's absolutely in control at the moment, and England are battling away. 50 for 1, Crawley 28. Pope has 1. Glenn, some thoughts from you, and then we've got Simon Mann coming in here.
Yeah, no, Australia going for a change. Mitchell Starc coming back into the attack from the Vulture Street end. Doggett bowled well, 2 overs for 1 run. They see now that the little bit inconsistency. Is there any swing out there? If anyone's going to get a bit of swing, it'll be Mitchell Starc swinging a newish ball. It is only 10 overs old at the moment, although there's a little bit of swing. They say the ball swings once the lacquer comes off the pink ball a little bit more too. All that wobble seam that he bowls, Simon.
Yeah, Starc bowled 3 overs before tea, not particularly well. It's a completely different effort from Australia after tea. 50 for 1, and Crawley waits for him. Crawley's on 28. Starc lopes into bowl. Crawley lets that one go outside the off stump. There was a lovely setup from Starc before tea, though, that he bowled 1 full. It was driven by Crawley. Okay, fine. And he bowled it a bit wider. Crawley drove him through the offside, and you just knew what Starc was going to bowl next up, and just a fraction wider again, and Crawley tried to hit it on the up and missed it, and that was exactly what Starc was, well, not exactly what Starc was looking for, but that was what the stroke he was trying to force.
Just bringing it back a little bit shorter each time as well, but not too short.
I would have thought that Crawley knew what Starc was going to try to do, but anyway, he survived. 50 for 1. England 177 behind on first innings. Starc bowls, forward goes Crawley, playing it back to the bowler, picks up, and there's no run. There are a few freebies on offer before the break. Overpitched, and there was a ball on, a couple of balls actually on Crawley's pads. It's where you want them as a batter. But since Boland has come on, it's felt like a different game. He looks as though Pope at the moment, you feel he could almost be out any ball. So tough for him. He's on 1. At least he's off the pair. And Starc down beneath us, under the lights, sets off again. Goes into bowl to Crawley with 2 slips and a gully in, and Crawley's in behind that. Initially he was minded to go there, but he realised he hit it far too close to Inglis and the covers. In fact, not far too close to him, straight at him. So he was off initially for the run.
Well, they always say the best way to play on a pitch that's doing a bit as a batsman is down the other end.
Yeah, well, that can help, can't it? Actually, just rotating the strike as well, isn't it? So you're not facing a full over from the bowler. England 2 right-handers out there now, so they can't mix it up with left-hand, right-hand, but you've got different heights. And back with Starc. Vulture Street end of the ground. Moves in and bowls to Crawley. It's full, and he scuffs it away off a thick inside edge. It goes down fine. He was looking to drive through the offside. He's coming back for the second, throws on its way to Alex Carey, and Crawley judged that 2 perfectly well. It was a comfortable 2 in the end. 52 for 1, and Crawley moves to 38 with a full shot. He's just played the shot again. He was looking to play. He was just easing the ball away on the offside. Starc finding the thick inside edge of Zach Crawley's bat.
There was a wobble seam again. Just sort of straightened a little bit off that pitch.
Crawley looks up to see Starc moving in towards him. Bowls now, and Crawley's back, hitting it hard into the surface, and it runs out towards Inglis and the covers. Duckett out bowled by Boland since the break. One that kept low. You don't see dismissals like that very often. Hit the part of the bat and went onto the stumps.
Yeah, no, it was funny. It hit right on the toe, didn't it? And the length he bowled, you would have thought it was going on to hit the top of off stump and would have hit the middle of the bat. So we've been talking about the inconsistent bounce not really having a big impact so far, but
that one did.
That one very much did.
Stark rolls to Crawley. Crawley leaves the ball. It's across him. It's through to the wicketkeeper Carey. It's the end of Stark's over. It's come back over in the second session. 4 overs to 27. 52 for 1 England. They need 178 to force Australia to bat again.
45 for Norton, the 6 overs before the dinner break, and 7 for 1 in the 5 overs since.
Well, at the moment, England are trying to play it on merit, aren't they? They're not going after it, and I thought they played it on merit before the break as well, because there were some free balls to hit. There was the odd scatty shot, if you like, but generally speaking, they played it on merit. They've done that so far. And there's a problem with the footmarks at the far end, and they've got that big tamper out to try to beat them down. Scott Boland standing over there surveying it. So the golf cart is on the field at the moment, and this is going to take a little bit of a while.
Oh, the umpire's saying where he wants.
Yeah, Boland was surveying it, and then he's gone back to his mark, and the umpire's having a look. That's what you can hear in the effects microphone. It's hammering down where the foot lands.
Just around the edges, so it's not as the contrast between the two.
Steve Smith wouldn't mind them actually having a go on the pitch with that, around where those cracks are. Well, they've got to be careful. I just need to see conceivably England could put some pressure on Australia with, in terms of a fourth innings chase. That's a long way to go before that happens. Boland bowls, but that one nips back. Pope struck on the thigh pad. Ball goes into the offside. He was tiptoeing down in anticipation of a single. It wasn't there. Weatherall coming in from cover. No run. And the umpire's on his way again here. What's he doing? Coming all the way down the pitch.
He's having a look at the cracks. He's seeing. That's interesting. What did he do there?
Yeah, well, he seemed to sort of scuff some debris off the
Did
pitch.
he kick something off?
Is that his job to do that?
No. Unless it's... Maybe he just wanted to come and have a look, see what the pitch was doing down there.
I don't think I've seen that before. Odd one. Normally the batter would do that. That's the batter's job, isn't it? There's a little bit of debris on the pitch. You brush it off with your bat or flick it away with your glove. Boland rolling in and bowls to Pope, who plays a one-handed drive. He'll get a couple of runs through the offside towards deep cover. Head runs across from mid-off to pick up. Boland's bowling with a leg slip in. 2 slips a gully and a leg slip against Ollie Pope. 54 for 1. Pope moves to 3 in this tense final session. It's felt since the second break that England are clinging on a bit here. They've already lost that 1 wicket. Boland's probing. Feel he's in control at the moment. Pope waits. Boland bowls. It's full. It's clipped away. Past that fine leg field. It's gone for 4. Pass short fine and to the right of the deep fine leg. And Pope gets his first boundary. The score advances to 58 for 1. And Pope to 7. I mean, Australia, they're kind of looking for that, or that's one option for them. If he just plays that one away off his pad slightly uppishly, the English waiting behind square, just to the left of the wicket-keeper. But Pope played that along the ground. Twiddle of the bat from Ollie Pope. Settles. Boland starts off again. Past umpire Sharfadullah and bowls to Pope. And Pope gets a thickish outside edge to the left of backward point and pinches another single. So there we go. Get off strike. Get up the other end, actually.
You can even see a couple of those balls have sort of jumped off a length more so than what you'd expect. Plus we've had the one that sort of keeps a bit low. So those cracks are starting to come into play.
Yeah, which is... I mean, it's fine for England if the first thing scores were level-ish, but with a massive deficit, then big problems for them. They've got so much work to do here. Boland bowls to Crawley, and Crawley drives down the ground for 4. That's a fine shot. Boland pitching up, he immediately turns and walks back to his mark. That's the best of Zach Crawley. down the ground, beating the dive at mid-on, and 4 more. Score goes to 63 for 1.
Yeah, a couple of balls this over. He's just got it wrong, Scott Boland. One was a little bit too straight, which Pope hit the fine leg, and that one there, it's just over pitch, floated up, half volley. On a pitch like this, you have to keep hitting that pitch, that length. A little bit of variation in bounce, but that one there, that's exactly where Crawley wants it.
Yeah, bowl those all evening, Scott. That Crawley be saying. Boland bowls outside the off stump, attempt to Crawley going for a huge drive there, and he misses it through to the Kibby. Yes, you feel after Crawley's hit a 4 or 2, you feel you must be in with a chance as a bowler.
Well, that one there was a lot wider than it had been previously, and when it pitched, it seemed back quite a bit and went inside Crawley's back when we watch it here.
Just having another look on our monitor. Yeah, it's gone past the inside edge.
But that's a very loose shot, like out through there. It looks good if you hit it, but it only has to move a little bit to
high degree of difficulty, isn't it, when it's out there?
Yeah, the risk goes. The risk factor goes up significantly.
63 for 1. That was the end of Boland's over. So now it's Stark against Pope. 3 slips are in for that. There's no leg slip. 3 slips and a gully. Stark moves away to begin the over. To bowl to Pope, it's full, and Pope drives and gets it away. Chases on for Travis Head. Ball's going out towards the wide long off boundary. Knocks it back inside the rope, and Pope will come back with 3. So that's the ball you can put away against Mitchell Starc. It's very full. 66 for 1. And Pope easing it away, moves to 11. And England are 111 runs behind. Australia playing so cannily and determinedly today. It wasn't flamboyant. At times cricket was quite turgid in a way because they weren't taking runs. But they just kept England out there. Built that big lead. Stark bowls. Crawley drives on the up. Thickish edge over gully 4. Well, he got away with that one.
Yeah.
Stark tempting him, and Crawley, well, he is a man to be tempted. Some people resist it, some people can't. And Crawley doesn't often resist the temptation. It was a loose shot, really. And Green in the gully, I mean, he's a tall man, he might have caught that. It was above his head, it was difficult, but it just went past him almost before he could react. 70 for 1. Crawley's got away with 1. Glenn McGrath's gone. Tuffers is here.
Good, eh? That's the length where he just gets it wrong, isn't it, Zach Crawley? It's that good length which rises and bounces on him. You can't get on top of that.
No. 2 slips in the gully, man on the deep cover boundary. Stark bowls, Crawley's forward, solid. Back to the bowler. Stark fields.
Little Ducky was a bit unlucky when he kept a bit low, didn't it?
But Australia have earned the right to have that, haven't they?
Absolutely. You have, you hang in there like their tail did, and the odd crack just starts to appear. Little boot mark might just chip an edge of it, a spike mark or something. He hasn't quite got going, has he? A couple of drop catches. Nearly took the skipper out with the catch.
Nearly tripped him up, didn't he? I mean, that really would have capped it if he tripped him up and he dropped it, because it was a straightforward chance. Just needed a clear call. Stark bowls, full, turned away by Crawley. There's a man at deep forward square leg, it's Nisa, so it's only a single for Zach Crawley. He likes it there. Fallen on the pads. Stark going for that full delivery, swinging in, but Crawley equal to it. Crawley to 39. Come back well after his pair in the last game.
Yeah, he has.
But can he make the really big punishing score? That's the thing, isn't it? I think as a bowler, you must feel you're always in the game when you're bowling.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And it's not like, let's say, if you're bowling against Raoul Dravid or something. It's just like, there's nothing going to happen here. Anything wide you're going to leave. You always feel that your morale is high against Zach Crawley, even though he might hit you a bit.
Stark to Pope. Pope lets that one go. Good carry through from Mitchell Stark, taken around about eye level by Alex Carey. Big crowd in on this Saturday. It's wonderful crowds you've had for the test matches so far. The test match days, 5 of them.
Been a great atmosphere, hasn't it? Just like Perth.
Do you think Perth's just a bit more intimidating, or felt a bit more intimidating
Yeah.
in this ground?
Yeah, I think so.
Someone feels more on top of you. I mean, you come to the Gabba and you think, oh, this is quite intimidating, but I think Perth is a bit more.
Yeah.
Go up a notch there.
And slightly a little bit more buzzy as well.
Yeah,
isn't
of course, bigger crowd.
Yeah.
Perth, 50,000. This is around about late 30s. I think we had 37 on the first day. But still a tremendous atmosphere. And start ball's very full Yorker length, dug out by Pope. Really well played, very well bowled by Stark. That full ball swinging in. Pope played it towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Doggett, and there's no run. We've had 13 overs. England have scored quickly. They're 71 for 1, and they are 106 runs behind.
Mitch, he's really gone for the innie there. I mean, it just tailed it. It didn't sort of hoop in. If it had done, there was a huge gap between bat and pad for Ollie Pope, but just managed to jam the bat down on it.
Where are we time-wise? Because it is about England batting here under lights and a slightly higher degree of difficulty against the newer ball. So only 9:36 in the UK. Take off 2 hours, so 7:36 here. Still got just under 2 hours cricket left. 11:30 UK finish. Boland begins a new over, bowls to Crawley. Crawley's forward, playing into the onside towards forward square leg.
Still 106 runs behind. You know, those Mitchell Stark's knock now. I mean, but, you know, we were saying sort of 100, wouldn't it? I mean, we'll only be 30 behind now. But you know, that extra Stark and the drop catch of Carey really did hurt. Those catches last night really hurt England. Body blows.
Yeah, so they've got so much to do here. The challenge is hard and high. Boland bowls to Crawley. Crawley plays towards mid-on, sets off the single, sharp the stumps, misses. A tight run.
Oh, that was
very tight run. Nisa coming in.
He's lively, Nisa.
Anyway, the throw missed. He might have been home, but it was a tight one. But that is one way of just putting the pressure back on the opposition. He's batting out of his crease as well, so he hasn't got quite so far to go. Let's have a look at the throw from Nisa, and Crawley was home by half a bat, something like that.
Perhaps, yeah. Still, well, okay, good run. Good run.
Well, there's been one run out already in this test match for England. Boland now to Pope. Pope dead bats that, man. That seemed to keep a fraction low as well. The ball, it was outside the off stump, that ball. So if he had missed it, it might have missed the off stump, but he felt he had to play it because it was just in that corridor.
They're scuttling, haven't they? He's got him just to keep low outside that off stump. You're right, Boland, because he's sort of, I'm not going to say lumbering, but sort of rolling in, doesn't he? But
he does roll in.
Yeah, but he's then got that. He's got quite a sort of heavy ball, you know, shoulder ball, and he'll get something to happen if it hits a crack. Not express pace.
Here he goes again, bowls outside the off stump, and that really banked on its way through to Kerry.
Yeah,
flashed through, and he took it round about shoulder height. Pope leaving, getting the gloves out of the way of it. An encouraging stat on our screen: when Crawley reaches 30 in tests, he averages 74.
I want more than that.
It's not a particularly exceptional figure for an average of innings over 30. They flashed that up in the first innings as well, and it wasn't particularly relevant or interesting then either. But
that's good. Your sledge, that's great. So
what a sledge!
That's a sledge of Australian stats. That's fantastic. That's what we want. More of that.
Go on, Andy.
Boland bowls. Pope drives. 4 down the ground.
Love that.
Heads trotting after it.
That's what the Ashes is, you see. That's what the Ashes is all about.
That was a fine shot from Ollie Pope.
Sorry, yes, it was.
Not as good as Zoltz's sledge of that stat on the screen.
Got a stat sledge. Love that.
You've got to give it back, haven't you? You can't just take it the whole time. Absolutely right.
Yeah. A great shot, by the way. Kind of missed that. Great off drive by Ollie Pope. Just slightly full and outside off stump. Punched it straight back past mid off.
76 for 1. Pope to 15. Boland tries again. Bowls now. Pope is forward carefully, playing towards mid off. Picked up there by Travis Head. It is the end of the over. It's also the end of me. For now, anyway. And Tuffers, I hope. Tuffers and then Daniel Norcross.
Please come back sometime, Simon. It's not the end of you, mate. Oh, dear. Well, as you say, edge of your seat stuff. two boys are playing all right, but there is just that little area from not the Vulture Street. What's the other one? This is the Vulture Street we're at, isn't it?
Stanley.
From the Stanley Street, that just on that goodish length, or that length where you're sort of like a little bit, shall I go forward, shall I go back? It is just keeping low a little bit, so that might just be playing in the batter's mind, but they've gone about it in a positive, confident way, like they sort of do.
Now, Andy waved at me as if to say he's got a real stat, not a rubbish stat. That means nothing.
No, I think he went down the uninteresting route.
Did he? Yeah. That is damning, isn't it?
It's
when statsmen collide. Stark starts a new over to Crawley, who defends from the crease, pushes the ball up to mid-on. There's no run. Oh yeah?
No, he's.
So you said a bit on now. This better be good.
Okay. Well, I'll explain why I don't like that stat that they put up. I'm just putting my working together.
Oh,
Okay. We'll leave you be.
Yeah, I want a real good sledge coming back here, Andy. We're all behind you.
88 and a bit miles an hour, that last ball from Stark.
Yeah, he's just cranked it a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah. 2 slips, but there's a deep point and there's a deep sort of mid-wicket. It's come square legs. There's just space for singles.
Haven't seen any short ones yet.
Stark into Crawley, who defends on the front foot, back to the bowler, and there's no run. There's a sort of little bit of a hum because there's an expectation of things, but not quite sure what things exactly. We've seen a bit of ball keeping low. We haven't seen a lot of movement. You know, we keep on being told, the trickery of this pink ball is going to do so much under lights.
No.
But what's been happening has happened off the surface, hasn't it? It hasn't happened through the air.
No. Totally agree.
I think seeing it might be a bit more difficult, and so batters may look like they're groping for the ball a touch.
But no, I was expecting it to hoop.
Yeah. As Stark is in again, driven into the offside, out through deep backward point. Fielder is out there and manages to cut it off. And I was only aware of that by watching a man out there move to his left. 77 for 1. 100 behind. Okay, Andy.
So I'll explain. So the stat they put on the screen was that Zach Crawley, when he reaches 30, averages 74. Now, I think 74 is a really good average, but in terms of only counting innings over 30, it is below average, particularly for a top order player. So looking at Test this millennium, top 4 players in innings where they've reached 30, the overall average of all those players is 80. So Crawley's figure of 74 is now 75 after a few more runs. Just nudged it up a bit. It's below average.
Right, so he's a bit meh. As Stark comes into Pope, who flashes at one outside the off stump that he could so easily have left.
That was wide.
And this is my beef. I'm sorry, can I just quickly get this off my chest? But they know that Stark is going to bowl maximum of 5 overs here. He's going to bowl 30 balls.
Oh, well, hold on.
If you get one,
that's about 10th stump.
If you get a ball that's that wide and he's the most dangerous bowler they've got, then why are you going after it?
I don't know, mate. It's just a reaction, isn't it? You know,
it was pretty much the ball that got Harry Brook out, and for Stark, it makes his life so easy because he can just keep on pushing it out there and hope for the edge.
Yeah, you can bowl a poor ball and get a wicket.
Stark in again. That's a better ball, and it won't get a wicket because it's closer to Pope, but he's able to defend it under his eyes. The short extra, no run. Sorry, Andy.
So 186 players since 2000 have had 20 scores of 30 or more, and Crawley's average in those innings of 75 is the 113th best out of those 186. So it's a stat that looks good. He averages 74, 75, and his overall career average only just over 30. But actually it's a stat provided without context or explanation that is entirely misleading.
Have some of that. Now that's what I call them.
And also, that doesn't at all surprise me, because once you got to 34, you're not that far away from 75, really. Stark is wide of the off stump, left alone, praise be, by Pope, through to the keeper. Because we talk about conversion rates, I imagine, dare I ask, end of the over 77 for 1. Stark, 6 overs, none for 36, Crawley 41, Pope 15. Since the start of this crazy purple patch from Root, his average when reaching 30, or if you like 50, it's up to you, I imagine would be rather high. So in your list of players there, if you What's your filter now? To 2022 or something?
In Root's Purple Patch, which began early in 2021 with some big runs in Sri Lanka, then went to India, got a double century in the first test. He's had 56 scores of 30 or more, and his average in those innings is 112, which is comfortably the highest of the 40 players in the data set.
Boland starts a new over to Crawley, who defends on the front foot. Into the covers, there's no run.
Yeah, 40 players with 20 or more scores of 30 plus in that time. Roots comfortably the highest, followed by Kane Williamson, then Ravindra Jadeja, interesting, Shubman Gill.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
So that's an impressive stat.
That is
put that up for Root.
That's an impressive stat. Excellent work, Andy.
But I don't know what they were saying about it on TV. They might have been saying, "Well, that's not a very good figure."
Shall we find the statter and bring him in?
Stat off. Let's have a stat off.
Yeah. Ask them to explain themselves. Boland into Crawley, inside edge onto pad. Ball plops out into the offside. No run. Boland still looking for those little parts of the surface where the ball may just keep a little bit low. It's come up again. When Crawley reaches 30 and testing averages 74.2, I think we should shield Andy's eyes from these moments of banality that are sending him berserk with rage.
Depends what they're saying about it. If they're saying that, and that's not a very good score,
or he's kind of rather middling.
Yeah, but he does get it. We mentioned the first time that was I think the 9th time he'd been out in the 70s in the first innings out of 15 scores of 70 plus. So that's his.
So it's actually quite accurate, really.
It's real.
They've got to raise their game there, stat.
Boland in again. Crawley drives into the offside, but he picks out the fielder Inglis, who's at extra cover, or one of the covers, if you like, not quite as straight as extra cover. 77 for 1 England, the deficit 100, and these two, just I say, trying to rebuild after the break. England struggled a fair bit in that first 20 minutes. They only got 5 runs in that period. As Boland comes in once again, and that goes through the keeper. There's no run. They were 45 off 7 overs. They've added 32 runs since that break. If you are just joining us at 9:47, which is a very clement time to be getting up on a Saturday. Australia continued their innings mercilessly, making it to 511. Nobody got more than 77. That top scorer was Mitchell Starc. 4 wickets in the end for Bryden Cars, 3 for Stokes. The last wicket went to Will Jacks. Everybody in the Australian team got to double figures.
Yeah, and mate, you're totally right about Mitchell Starc. Just keep him wicketless. It's just been too easy.
Boland in, flicked away into the onside. Doesn't quite find the gap. A good half stop by Anisa, parries it away for just a single though. Yeah, my issue is 78 for 1. The deficit now down below 100 is that they did it against Bumrah. They understood that Bumrah was going to bowl 5 overs, and it was very clear because the Indians actually said it as well, didn't they? They said he's never going to bowl more than 5 overs.
Yeah.
And it was almost as if they went, OK, we'll count down the 30 balls.
Yeah.
But Starc is the main threat. We've talked about nothing except Starc in the lead up to this game. Pink ball game.
I know. And you sorry, carry on.
Yeah, right, sorry, yes, Boland's in.
Yeah.
Pope comes forward, defends back to Boland, no run.
And also, as you said, there hasn't been a lot of swing, and so all he's doing is putting just the angle, so it doesn't really matter about the pitch or the swing. It's just, well, I'm going to run it across you from wide.
Do you remember he bowled 3 balls at Crawley, one after the other? One was straight, hit down the ground, nice shot, very nice, acceptable. Next one was just a little bit on the up and a trifle wider. He did hit it through the covers for 4. Congratulations.
Yeah.
The next one was a further yard wide. Swung at it, got nowhere near. Well, didn't get nowhere near. Got very close to it. Now then,
anyway,
we've had an email from Rosa. Generally, my husband and I get on very well. That is good to hear. But we have a bit of an issue during this Ashes series. Despite the fact that I am a 45-year-old English woman, never been to Australia, with no Australian family, I support Australia at cricket.
What?
Right, I think we might all have a problem with you, actually, Rosie. But my husband is a devoted England fan. Despite coming from Australia, let's see. I grew up in Durham, and in 1993, the Aussies were in town. I'm going to come back to you, Rosa. Doggett's back in the attack. Starc is out of the attack. And Crawley drives up to Starc at mid-on. Important moment, perhaps, with Starc out of the attack. He only bowled 3 overs in that spell, by the way. So, in 1993, the Aussies were in town. How I fell in love watching the War Twins, the caveman David Boone, and Big Merv Hughes, whom I met at the ground in Durham. And I even bumped into Shane Warne coming out of a pub, who let me shake his bowling hand. I went to Edgbaston to see the test and have lovingly kept my scorecard. Doggett, top of his mark, comes in with 2 slips in a gully. Crawley on strike. Crawley flicks this away, but off a bit of pad. I wonder if there was any bat on that. Wait to see umpire's signal. No, leg by, 79 for 1. This year, I've been parading around the house in a vintage Aussie shirt, and I'm not sure I will see the new year in without lawyer involvement.
Well, I've got a bit of a secret.
Yeah?
And I'm going to have to throw my dad a little bit under the bus, God bless him.
Is he?
Yeah.
Aussie fan?
No, well, one of my first heroes, Australian fast bowler, DK Lilly, I'm afraid.
Yours?
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Doggett in, driving up in the air and over extra cover is Pope, and it's going to run away to the boundary quite slowly in the end for 4. I don't know if Bill had got a little hand on that Inglis. He slightly hurt himself jumping up in the air, just clutching his right shoulder here. I think he's going to be okay, but he's on his haunches. I think he is going to be all right, but a slightly loose, slightly risky shot again from Pope. He got enough elevation to get it up and over Inglis, who's not the tallest of men. He didn't get a hand on it. Picks up 4, 83 for 1. DK Lilly.
DK Lilly, and my dad's Keith Miller.
Well, Keith Miller, debonair.
He was a bit of a chap.
Bit of a chap. He flew in the war, didn't he, RAF?
Yeah, so I kind of get...
So you were brought up with this stuff?
Yeah.
Doggett into Pope, who lets that go down the leg side.
I mean,
4, by the way, Pope to 19.
Sorry, I mean, individuals, you know, I wouldn't necessarily have swapped me allegiance.
Well, look, you know, I mean, my sister-in-law, who was American, fell in love with cricket because she watched Shane Warne's bowling and suddenly understood why the ball being allowed to hit the surface is a lot more interesting than the ball not being allowed to hit the surface, like you get in baseball.
Yes.
So it sort of became. She went, oh my goodness, it does that. Look what it's done there.
Yeah, I've stumbled across
no one minds that.
Utopia.
Exactly. Doggett in. Oh, flash for 4. Up and over second slip. What's going on here?
Oh dear.
Pope gets a second slightly streaky boundary. The first one, I suppose you could say he did get it out the middle and got it up and over extra cover. That one, very loose.
Smith's face.
It's a picture of disgust.
It is.
Really?
It's just go. Oh, what? Well, I'll tell you something. This is the easiest bit of captaincy he's going to ever have, because all he's got to do is just say to his bowlers, when anything, you know, whenever times get hard, just whack one wide of off stump with a couple of slips, and they'll come to us. Little bit of luck.
Really don't need to do much.
I mean, what stump was that again? That was about 7 or 8
miles away. It's miles outside off stump.
No swing, no seam, just bowl wide. Little bit of luck for England.
Doggett into Pope, who flicks this away down to deep backward square leg. They might get a couple here. They might get more as it goes out towards the boundary. I think it's been stopped. I'm not quite sure, but they've run 3. Did you see much of that? Boland in the end was the man who tied it up.
3, I think.
I think it's going to be 3, in which case 12 runs have come from the over, 11 off the bat and a leg by. England's are 87 for 1. What's
87?
Oh yeah, well it scares the Aussies.
It scares you.
Yeah, it scares the Aussies. Now I wonder if there's a bit of Boland's foot on the ball or not. Oh, he's scrabbling around. Can't really see from that angle awfully well. Don't know what this will be given. They're just checking the Boland save as to whether it was a save or not. They might have taken a little time over this because it is a bit indistinct. Now then, what was the chat that Smith's had there? Is it? I want you to bowl. So he had this chat with Nisa and said, I want you to bowl with Carey standing up the stumps. I think that might be it.
Yeah, I want you to bowl 12th stump.
Why not?
Yeah.
And then I can pack the slip cord and someone will get it.
Oh, it was 4. Up to 9.
But if it's 4, they need to...
Sorry.
I was going to say they need to swap ends, wouldn't they? But you're all right. You're all right, Thomas.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Absolutely.
You're fine, yeah. It was an early morning, wasn't it?
It was
very early morning.
Yeah, it was good fun, wasn't it?
It was great fun.
Yeah, we
Great fun. I
enjoyed
loved
that.
your tales today. I did
Yeah,
a couple I'd not heard before. Absolutely hilarious. Yes, you had big.
Oh, and I found out today that my ODI number
Oh yeah, you
was
did.
Nelson,
didn't you?
111.
You did.
Yeah, I didn't
And you were
know
made
that.
to stand on one leg in
I
a number of
was.
photos, weren't you?
I did.
It's quite a taxing morning, all in all.
It was exhausted, like a flamingo.
Now, England have knocked off over half of the deficit. 90 for 1.
Like a flamingo.
Like a flamingo, you're wearing flamingo socks, look. Here you. As this is driven in the air and
Gone.
taken. Nisa, caught and bowled, just a little stabby push back by Pope, who looks to the heavens. He can't quite believe what he's done. He didn't go through with the shot, he just pushed at it, and it went. It's a nice sharp grab from Nisa, around about shoulder height, just as England were building something of a bridgehead. They lose another wicket, and it's Pope this time to another loose shot. The balls, it stopped at him ever so slightly. I don't know. It's a good catch from Nisa away to his left, but it's a nice catchable height. And
it's length.
Pope's not just gone through with a shot at all.
No, it's length. It's length. Listen, okay, it's width as well, but it's length. It's that length that is in England. You can get away with that because it doesn't have that bounce, you know. And it's just hit that length. It's bounced up on him. And all of a sudden, instead of it hitting your middle of your bat, it's hitting sort of up by the stickers. And they just haven't coped with it, the England batters, and they keep making the same machine. If you see that length, don't play the off, you know, just cover up a little bit. Wait till they come fuller.
Yes, it's exasperating to see the same sort of mistakes happening time and time again. But England are 90 for 2.
Come on.
They're still 87 in deficit, and their first innings hero, Joe Root, is walking out to bat. 138 not out in the first innings. And, well, it's looking increasingly like we're just going to need Root to get hundreds in almost every innings. They're going to be competitive at the moment.
Yeah.
Crawley at the other end
Stokes
has
to get
compiled a
wickets.
pretty decent 42. That in itself is a bit without alarms, but that ball's not threatening to do anything.
No, it's not. It's just length. You're playing the wrong shot to the wrong length. You know, it's a bit like going back and cutting a full ball.
It's a classic leave ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely classic. Sort of sixth stump, back of a length.
Yeah.
You can't hit the stumps. You can't be out LBW to it. It's
No.
going to go over the top
Why
on the
you-
bouncy surface.
Why are you driving it?
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Right. Root on strike. Big moment. Potentially in the Ashes. This
Huge.
Nisa in to Root. He comes forward, bat and pad, very close together, and defends a ball on fourth stump
Just-
into the offside.
Just like that was exactly
the same ball,
It
yeah.
was virtually, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And which Ollie Pope has then decided to have a bit of a yahoo,
But not a full Yahoo either.
No,
it's a sort of,
it's
Yahoo. So Yahoo, really, more than a Yahoo.
Not sure about that, Ollie. You've got that wrong. It was shot selection was wrong.
Yeah.
Didn't compute.
No. And he's been a bit fortunate in the last 10 minutes
Yeah,
as
they
well.
have.
Nisa in, defended again by Root. Solidly. A straighter ball this time, around about middle stump, pushed up to mid-on, no run.
You're absolutely right. Had a bit of a dodgy time.
Edged over there.
Bump.
Gone over,
So,
extra cover.
okay, I've got a couple of them wrong. Learn from it. Yes, but not keep going. You know, life is all about learning from mistakes, isn't it?
But it's almost as if it hasn't quite come off, it's determination just to make it come off eventually. But
Bit rich me saying that, but hey.
90 for 2. Nisa into Root. So he's
Well
going to
done.
get his first run of the innings, tucked away to deep backward square leg. He's going to scurry back for 2. 92 for 2.
Right, as you say, what are we now? What's the deficit?
85.
85. These two got to be there.
And
For
close
my
of
money.
play. And
Yeah.
close of play is an hour and a half away.
Wow.
Under lights.
Well, if these two can get us up to the deficit, you know, still got, 7 or 8 in the shed.
Yes.
You're kind of taking that a bit, aren't
You
you?
most definitely are, yes. Especially with a little bit of weather around.
Oh, is there? Tomorrow?
Weather around, yes. For the next couple of days, perhaps. Nisa in, left alone. Really well taken by Carey, who for my money was the player of the first day despite Root's 138. I thought he kept unbelievably.
Beautifully. Yeah. Agile, nimble.
Nearly got Brook with that stumping.
Oh, that would have been amazing,
isn't it?
Yeah, he's a much improved player, isn't he? He's really sort of like bedded in now, hasn't he? And just grown and grown. Good player.
Right, last ball of the over, and then we'll be an hour through this final session with an hour and a half to go. 2 slips in place. Nisa to Root, who works this away down to long leg. He'll take the single and keep striking. He goes to 3, 93 for 2 in an over that Michael Nisa back into the attack, made the breakthrough. He got rid of Pope, caught and bowled. Good sharp catch, but not a great shot. I'm getting out of the way for Aggers. You hang around for a moment, toughest, and I think you'll be replaced short.
Disappointing. As you said, they went through a little sticky passage of play there, and they didn't sort of like come together. And like when Joe was batting, he'd come down to the track and say, "Hey, listen, that's probably not quite right just there. That might be worth a leave." But they didn't learn there, Aggers, did they? And they just kept doing it and finally succumbed to it.
Well, he certainly gave a few opportunities, didn't he? I mean, he was living on the edge.
Yeah.
Good catch. Poor shot.
Yeah.
But, it's probably been said before, and now England are really scrapping. Doggett running away now. Is there any bowls? That's tucked away towards mid-wicket by Joe Root, who's on 3. And England with a lot to do here. 84 runs behind. Crawley at least playing nicely, 42 from 53, but 84 behind, and so much again on Joe Root's shoulders. Familiar tale. 93 for 2. Coal black sky overhead, just the twinkling of the lights in the apartments over there on Stanley Street, with a low-flying landing aircraft by the look of it, lights flashing as this next one is driven out towards cover. No run there for Root. Michael Vaughan sitting on the edge of his seat.
Good morning.
Well, it's been a bit of it's a roller coaster again, isn't it?
Well, I think I've just got a full house in Ollie Pope bingo next door on commentary. The problem with Ollie now, you can read his innings and you can see exactly what he's going to try and do. So if I can see it up here, pretty sure the bowlers can see it. Just keep dangling that carrot. He's going to keep throwing, and you just can't play it that way at this level.
Doggett runs in, bowls, and Root squared up a little, defends this next ball on the off stump. Finds Inglis at cover.
I didn't understand when he got out caught and bowled. He was almost gesturing as if he was unlucky. He was shaking his head, and it looked to me like he was just almost, he went out on a mission, try and just play strokes and be ultra aggressive. You just can't be in this part of the world against this kind of bowling.
Doggett again. Last umpire Holdstock is there now over the wicket. Bowls to Root. That's a little bit shorter and wider of this off stump, and Root has nothing to do with it. Just sways out of the way. A worry too is that a low bounce, isn't it? There are a couple that have kept low now.
Yeah, that's like, England will always play this kind of way, but surely if they want to be a really good team, they have to just go up and down in the gears. Just look at the way Australia played this morning. This is the perfect chance for England. Just dig in and make sure you arrive on day 4 with plenty of wickets intact. Batting will be easier tomorrow.
Goes Doggett, bowls. Root just guides that away off the back foot. Finds the point to field. I mean, you really are batting for tomorrow, aren't you? You're hanging on in there.
Absolutely.
You're batting for tomorrow, and try and fill your boots when the sun's out and the pitch is still flat.
Look, particularly if you think of the start that England have got, they've got off to a decent start. They've got off to a bit of a flyer. And my disappointment with this team over the last 3 years is they continuously make mistakes when they're just starting to get on top. And that was a perfect example. They're just starting to get on top. Just dig in. You're always going to score, off the bad balls.
Doggett bowls short this time. Root tugs him away, pulls it down towards long leg, and takes his 4th run. That means that he'll keep the strike. And England are 94 for 2, so 83 behind. It's interesting tomorrow, if they can see through this and they can bat and get some sort of a lead tomorrow. The weather, looking at the forecast, it could be really quite humid and a bit of drizzly about and cloud, and it doesn't sound, possible storms, but only possible. But it sounds as if there is going to be cloud cover and so on around. So,
but again, do you think this England side think of those?
No, they can look at tomorrow's weather forecast.
No, but I bet you Australia would be thinking.
Yeah.
We get into tomorrow, and it's not being negative, because you've still got to look to score and you try and make sure that you're putting the bowler under pressure, but you can't be reckless.
Nisa comes scuttling in and bowls to Joe Root, who with the swish of the bat plays that away for Green to field. It's noticeable how many times Green does field off Joe Root. They've put him absolutely in the root position there. He's such a tall man. He can, with telescoping arms, he cuts off a lot of runs.
Yeah, well, if Joe Root's still there tomorrow, England are going to be not in a great bit, but it's a must. He has to be there tomorrow.
Nisa bowls to him, and that's turned into the leg side. Just for one run. There's an hour and a half left, more or less. Play due to finish 11:30.
I always get concerned when Zach Crawley's not had strike for a period. Well, just can't afford any more mistakes. You've got Zach who will play his strokes, but he's a good player when he's just playing controlled strokes. Doesn't need to go chasing too much. And then you've got Harry Brook coming in next.
We see the discipline and the patience that Australia showed with a mission in hand. A mission to bat long. That's all it was. Nisa bowling to Crawley, who put bottom hand in that, sends the ball to mid-on. No real power. It's fielded by Boland. They knew what the mission was, and it was go out and do it. It wasn't pretty, wasn't high octane, wasn't entertainment. It was to set it up and to do a job.
Well, good teams do that. They don't just play one way.
So the England backup staff there. David Saker back as bowling coach once more, as this one is actually Nisa fell over as he played that, and Crawley pushed out to cover, and there's no run
because Tim Souther was there in Perth, so he's gone to
Dubai,
got to play
the league,
the ILT 20. Okay.
Yeah. .95 for 2 in the 20th over.
The problem with this England side is we're on the edge of our seats because we all know that there's a moment of madness that can happen at any stage.
You can't take your eye off it. His knees are again bowling to Crawley. That's nicely played. Just keeping the ball out on the front foot, playing very straight, sending it back up the pitch. 95 for 2. Prodding away there. There's that air, isn't there? It's just short of a length. It was the one that undid Duckett. Bearded Nisa walks back again, turns. Doesn't run a long way. It's one of the shorter run-ups in the game. He comes throttling in and bowls outside the off stump. Crawley lets it go by. Nicely played. You'll be encouraged by that over.
Yeah, very nice. I tell you what, I guess Alex Carey behind the stump so far this week has been magnificent.
Has been magnificent.
And when he's standing up to a bowler bowling about 134 kilometres an hour, the odd ball's bouncing, the odd ball's keeping low. Took that great catch in the first innings. He nearly stumped Harry Brook in the first innings. He's batted nicely. He's one of those cricketers that I would love in my team.
Yeah.
He's like a 7 out of 10 every game, isn't he? Rock solid.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a lovely batting technique. I mean, he's a proper batsman, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
No, his wicket keeping has been beautiful. Really has. He's up and down, backwards and forwards. And he's standing back to Doggett, who's going to bowl to Joe Root, who's just looking at the field. It's a typical Root field, really, or at least the Australians' version of it, with, again, Green there quite wide at fourth slip, and Root lets the first ball go by outside the off stump.
See that ball there? I reckon only Pope's driving that.
Yeah, probably. Yes.
He's trying to flash that through the offside. I thought it was really smart, actually. They brought a cover point in for Ollie Pope, just to try, go on and try and hit the boundaries. And the carrot gets dangled, and You know, you just kind of know that Ollie's going to try and take it on. So clever captaincy from Steve Smith, and they're trying to do the same here to Joe Root. They're trying to say to Joe, go on, try and hit one through that gap.
Doggett moves in, bowls, and Root thought about playing at that for a moment, and then took the bat away. Never actually engaged in the shot, as it were. Doesn't matter. It must be nice having scored 100 in the first innings to go out again in the second. But you asked, are you starting from zero again?
Yeah, you do. You are. I mean, I always used to think when you're in the flow of batting, the first 20 balls are always hard, but you get into your flow quicker when you're in the runs. You feel more comfortable sooner. Might be 20, 25 balls. You think, okay, this is exactly what it was like yesterday, the day before. I've seen all the bowlers, and it's lovely.
Doggett shuffles in and bowls, and Root, with a loud cry of no, plays the ball gently into the offside. Yeah, it must be a lovely feeling. But I suppose also you do have to restrain yourself a bit and say, right, I've got to get myself in again. It's not start again.
Yeah, but you're generally in a calmer state.
Yeah,
because you've got to score in the first innings, and you know, so most of batting at this level's in the mind. What you're telling yourself, you don't get anxious, and you've not got so many runs. You look at someone like Ben Duckett at the minute; he looks anxious.
Yeah,
looks like he's kind of searching for the ball.
Doggett bowls, and Root gets a full ball, which he clips down to mid-on. Was the previous over a maiden?
No, there was a single.
A single, okay. So this was heading towards a maiden, which is good bowling, but just nice batting, you know. Just you can play like this, can't you? Don't feel the pressure of a maiden.
Yeah, just bat, plenty of time. Just like bowling the start this morning, it was more about time.
Yeah.
And for the next hour and 19 minutes, if England only score 20 and they don't lose any wickets, I would take that all day long.
Yeah. Now the next one has Root allowing that one to pass by. A little bit of bounce there for Doggett. He takes it to chest high from a fullish length. England are 82 runs behind. They have lost 2 wickets though. Duckett, a ball that definitely kept low. Got the bottom of the bat. It's unfortunate that it went off the bottom of the bat and into the stumps. And then a very jittery Pope. Played all sorts of shots and ended up driving back a return catch to, it was nowhere near a half volley length. It was driven on the rise. In goes Doggett and bowls, and that's played by Root to mid-on. It is a maiden over. Nicely played.
It's on Ollie Pope. It's his 7th Ashes Test, 14 innings, yet to score a 50. He struggled on the tour 4 years ago, 35 in the first innings of the series, but then 5 failures. But in the last 2 Ashes series, only played the first 2 tests in England and the first 2 here. But he's had 5 scores of 25 or more without reaching 50, 31 off 44 at Edgbaston, 42 off 63 at Lords. In this series he's had 46 off 58 and 33 off 57 at Perth, and now 26 off 32 here after his first innings duck. So numerous starts but unable to convert any of them, and through Ashes history I make it there's only 2 specialist England batters who've had more innings at the start of their Ashes career without reaching 50.
Okay. His knees are starting a new over. Crawley tucks him away off his pads. But we're thinking about 2 here. Crawley should get it. Yes, he comes trotting back.
I think he needs England to get out of this game, or they're going to have to think carefully about Ollie Pope at 3. Now those numbers don't lie.
But who are you going to play?
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, I was doing this. I had this little conversation this morning at breakfast, as you do. If you go through the list of the selection, nobody has got any pressure on them from anywhere else within the squad, apart from Pope. But no other batsman has. There's no one.
We don't have a spare opener.
No, the wicketkeeper hasn't got any pressure on him. This is, catch it! Oh, he's driven back. Now Crawley's caught and bowled, and he's looking at the bottom of his bat too. 2 caught and bowls. I mean, that is most unusual. So quick bowlers in the first 3 wickets of an innings, but Nees has picked up 2. There might have been another 2 earlier on, and Crawley hit one back. But let's have a look at this. See where this came from, because Crawley there was looking at the very bottom of his bat. Well, it's not hit the bottom of his bat. That's hit more or less a sweet spot, but nowhere near timed, and with a crooked bat. And he's driven back. His first reaction was to look at the bottom of the bat. But looking at the replay I've just seen there, that didn't come off that. Crawley's on his way, 44 now, and it's 97 for 3. What did you think of that?
Well, it's a shocker.
Yeah.
2 in 2. Ollie Pope, now Zach Crawley. The problem, Angus, let's be honest, it's so obvious. It's so predictable what's going to happen. Happened too many times. Zach was playing great, but 44 is nowhere near big enough when you're playing the way that he's played. He played nice, his foot movement's excellent, head position good, and to get out in that fashion, it's just all too predictable.
I'm just intrigued at how he looked at the toe of his bat, as if he was suggesting it came off there, but the replay.
But Agus, when you're on a pitch that's got a few cracks in it, and there's a little bit of inconsistency, so the odd ball's bouncing, the odd ball's keeping low, the odd ball's just nipping. The one shot that you're vulnerable to getting out to is the drive, because you're not too sure of the pace or the bounce of the ball off the pitch. And England have just got out to the drive twice.
Yeah. Well, I would like to see another replay of that, because it just seemed to me as if he drove it on the up, and it just made a really horrible contact with the posh part of his bat, if you like. But
it's come off the bottom and the left-hand corner, I think. But if you're playing the drive on the up on a wicket that's just coming off the pitch slightly differently, don't be surprised if a ball skews in the air. And we've just seen 2 drive skewed straight back to Michael Neese, and he's taken 2 good catches. And from a position 20 minutes ago where England were playing nicely, they've now gifted Australia to it. It's all too predictable.
It's going through the wickets. Duckett, the first to go ball, did keep low, came off the bottom of the bat. Then the big drive from Pope, weight back. He's driven it straight back to Nisa. Now let's have a look at this one. It's pitched up again. It's come off the inside portion of his bat, but I don't think it's very low, and he's looked straight at the bottom of his bat. So I don't understand that quite. Spare a thought, Michael. I'm going on the ABC.
Well, good luck with that.
Coming in here.
Yeah, I'm afraid, England fans, Saturday morning back home, it's all a bit predictable. Now Harry Brooks out there, and you know, with Harry, he's got it in him to, well, anything could happen now. He's got it in him to play one of the great innings. He's got it in him to continuously drive, so I'm sure Michael Neese will just dangle that carrot just outside off stump, full of length. Cover point goes on the boundary because they're going to try and nullify the 4. Square leg, mid on, mid off, extra cover, and they're going to say to Harry, go on Harry, do you want to join the Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley club? Because I'm going to give you a chance. Right, what do you reckon, Simon? Come on.
Well, you summed it up, Michael, I think.
Bit predictable.
It's very predictable, isn't it? And if you're a bowler, as James said, if you're a bowler and you've gone for a while without a wicket, you just think, well, I'll just bowl one, just attempt to just slightly back a bit, see what happens.
I smile because, and I shouldn't be smiling because they're in a lot of trouble, but
Anisa goes in and bowls to Brook. Oh, he's gone. It's a big appeal, but he's not been given out. It's an appeal for a catch behind. And Australia's standing there, and Anisa's shaking his head. I thought he'd gone for a minute there. Australia absolutely confident they got Brook first ball there. Caught behind.
Steve Smith's been excellent with his reviews, and they decided not to go upstairs, so I presume that Alex Carey said it's probably come off his inside thigh pad, or...
Yeah, it's hit this front pad. A lovely take again by Carey. All the Australians were up. A very good decision by the umpire, Shafadullah. He's flicked his pad and gone over the stumps. Here's Nisa bowling to Brooks down the leg side, turned away 4. It's gone down fine. It's the right of the fine leg fielder, so Brook is underway. Nisa using his line there.
How many sporting teams have you seen play just one way and have success over a period of time? Against quality, against good opponents.
I suppose the one team who did play the same way for a while, sustained way, and had success was that Manchester City team, didn't they? They held possession, pass.
But it wasn't risky all the time, was it?
No, it wasn't risky. They controlled games that way. Nisa bowls forward, goes Brook, plays it into the onside. But you're right, there's so few. You have to adapt, don't you? You have to play different ways. And there'll be times when opposition asks questions to you and you have to defend. In all sports.
It's just the reading of the situation and reading the room when you're under the lights in Brisbane and you've got an hour and 10 minutes now to go, and you've seen the way that Australia have grafted and grafted earlier in the day when they wanted to get to this stage. Surely as a team you've got to think, just fight.
Nisa bowls to Brook. Brook plays it away into the onside towards mid-on, and there is no run, so Nisa 2 wickets from 2 caught and bowled. There was another one earlier as well. Duckett had a big drive, and he was dropped. I think that was Nisa as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so we could have 3 caught and bowls. There was a miscue on the drive back. 2 good catches from Nisa. One to his left high and one low to his right. It's 101 for 3 with an hour and 10 minutes cricket left on this 3rd day. And England look to be heading towards inevitable defeat here. They need something special, spectacular to turn this around, get the sort of target for Australia in this second innings that can put them under some pressure. Anyway, Root is there, and Doggett bowls to him, and Root is opening the face and running it down towards deep third for 4. It's a typical Root shot. He rode the bounce, he went down. There's a dive from Nisa in the gully to his left.
The other thing, Simon, as a team, you've sometimes got to realise why you have to fight. It's not always just fighting for the moment of the situation of what you find yourself in individually. The captain's in next, and the captain's head will be frazzled from what's happened today. So sometimes as a team, you've got to kind of identify certain individuals that you just don't want out there tonight. You know, Ben Stokes walks out there, guess who comes on to bowl?
Yeah,
Mitchell Starc straight away. Just got to try and avoid the captain coming out there tonight.
2 slips in the gully. Doggett bowls to Root, and Root struck on the thigh pad. The ball goes away into the onside. And Doggett leaves it, actually for Inglis to skip in from cover and jump across the pitch to pick it up. No run there. 105 for 3. Well, they'll do well. Their 2 best players are out there now, Root and Brook, and they absolutely have to get through to the close to give themselves any sort of chance. Root is 9 not out. It's been now 21 balls. Doggett in his 6th over, no wicket for 17. Australia with a conservative ring field. Doggett bowls, Root plays that nicely away off the back foot through the offside square of the wicket. Weatherall chases it out towards the boundary, sliding save, gets to his feet, and Root is restricted to 2 runs. It's one of those that when it goes to the boundary you expect to get 3, but that's a good piece of fielding from Weatherall. Really chased it hard.
Yeah, that was the classic Joe Root back foot punch. He's 11 from 22. He's looking like he's got his flow quite early. I spoke to him this morning actually, and he was saying, I found it quite difficult for the first 20-30 balls. Couldn't quite get into the flow of batting in the first innings.
For what reason? Was it the pitch, the ball?
I just think because he'd not got so many runs in Perth.
Yeah. Doggett bowls, Root gets one that seems to keep a bit low outside the off stump. Fortunately for him it was outside the off stump. Doggett got one that was on the stumps earlier. Root was flat-footed.
And guess what happened, Simon? He occupied the crease and it got easier. It's not always the case that you go out there and it's perfect and you hit in the middle of the bat. And in those situations you've just got to scrap and stay in, and over time it starts to get a bit easier. You start to pick the ball up a bit quicker, you get used to the conditions, the bounce, and all of a sudden you start to find your flow.
Doggett, encouraged by that previous delivery, moves in and bowls to Root. Root plays a drive towards mid-on, and it's picked up by Scott Boland. It's funny actually, I mean, so many ex-players, sit and watch it, and we watch it as well, and it seems so obvious, doesn't it, from a distance? It seems so startlingly obvious. Well, you tell me, you've been out there in the cauldron of Test cricket, big crowds, noise, pressure, tiredness, both physical and mental.
It's not easy.
Doggett past the umpire, into bowl to Root. Root comes forward, bat and pad close together, pushing away into the offside. Inglis away to his left. He's a live wire in the field, Inglis. He's a wicket keeper as well, but he's also very lively in the field, was onto it to his left-hand side. It's the end of Doggett's over. He's 6 overs for 19. And it's 107 for 3. England need 178 to make Australia bat again, so they are still 70 runs behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, particularly under this pressure of an Ashes series here in Brisbane. This kind of crowd of England have got a huge amount of support, but it is the way that this England side play. You know, they play this way. This is what they're sent out to do, and that's my frustration, that you can't just keep playing this way, because it's actually not resulting in trophies. Drew against India at home, drew in the Ashes in 23. Right, they've won a couple away from home in New Zealand, Pakistan, fantastic, but it's all about big series and the big teams that you play against.
Neser to Brook. Brook gets a thick inside edge on that and it drops. I think it went through to Carey. It hit him on the body. It's difficult to tell. Carey's obscuring a lot of the action out there. Standing up.
Neser's getting the ball to just jump a little bit to Harry Brook. That one bounced and nipped back.
Yeah.
It was
inside edge onto the body, in actual fact, rather than onto Carey. Stark's loosening up at mid-on. For 2-3 over spells so far. Neser picked up a couple of wickets. Bowls to Brook, who drives. Nice shot, square with the wicket. Weatherall is in action again from deep third, running away to his right-hand side. Picks it up, sends it in. Brook is back for 2. That was a nice controlled drive.
Yeah, nice. Very nice, but Australia won't mind that. 3 catches behind the wicket. Got the cover point on the boundary, so he only gets 2. And we've seen that driving length on this pitch against Neser comes at a high risk. One nips back, one just bounces a bit more.
Brook on 6, England 68 behind. Neser goes in and bowls to Brook, who drives. Thickish outside edge on the drive, goes out towards deep point, picked up by Weatherall again, and you're single this time.
I think if I'm Michael Neser bowling to Harry Brook, I'm getting ready for a caught and bowl catch. For Joe Root, I don't think you're in the game, because he'll play it later and just play the conventional way, but Harry's just so accustomed to just throwing his hands at the ball.
And if you're any of the fielders out there, you're alive, aren't you? Because you know the ball could come in the air to you. Root. He's on 11. Neser bowls to him. He's forward, playing that towards mid-off. Nicely played, controlled stroke. Picked up by Travis Head. England have lost Crawley for 44, Duckett for 15, and Pope for 28. Duckett there was nothing you could do about that. That was pitch, stroke bowler, straight ball that kept low underneath the bat. But the 2 dismissals caught and bowled. Well, have a look at them yourself on the BBC Sport website. Chance to do that. Neser bowls, and it's defended by Root into the offside, up towards mid-off. I'm conscious that plenty of people will be out and about, driving to various sporting venues on a Saturday afternoon, Saturday lunchtime. So you can see it on the BBC iPlayer later, 5 p.m. Round it all up.
Yeah, Michael Neser's he's hitting a perfect length. You know, look at England's bowling yesterday and today. It was a little bit all over the place. Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson at times got the ball in the right zone, but Neser here is now 6.5 overs, 2 for 27.
Neser bowls. Root guides it away down to Cameron Green, who's fielding in a fine gully position along the ground. Green picks it up and lobs it off to Labuschagne. That was the end of the over. 110 for 3.
Mitchell Stark to Harry Brook. Here we go.
So a sub-fielder coming on, man with no name on the back of his shirt anyway, or number. Is it Boland coming off?
Yeah. Now this intrigues me. Mitchell Stark to Harry Brook. We saw him in the first innings when he played that almighty drive. He was caught second slip. And Mitchell Stark's got this real skillful delivery where he just kind of holds his fingers across the seam and he gets the ball just moving away from the right hand. He's got the ability to swing one back. Looks like he might be coming around the wicket.
So we think that's Callum Vidler on the field. It could be. He's with the Australian team today. He's an extra sub-fielder, a young bowler. Well, he doesn't look like a young pace bowler out there. He didn't have the build of a pace bowler, but he's with the Australian team today. We're just trying to work out who it is with. He's gone out on the field there because he doesn't have a number or a name on his shirt. The ground staff are back with that big tamping thing, hammering away at the crease. And in a way, any time lost, stroke wasted between now and 11:30 UK time, the next hour. England happy with really just as few balls as possible under the lights, and come back tomorrow in sunshine. Anyway, they've done their task, and they're off in their golf buggy towards the boundary edge, and Stark is going to bowl. And he's going to be bowling to Harry Brook, and Stark is going to start off, by the looks of it, round the wicket to bowl to Brook. Excuse me. I think you might want the angle across him. Anyway, he's got something else in mind. Alex Hartley alongside me. And Stark comes back into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs for 36 so far, no maidens. And can he get back in the game after his 77 earlier? Goes in now and bowls to Brook, and Brook nudges it into the onside for a single. And it's picked up by Doggett. When you watch Brook, he has so much talent and so much time.
Yeah, I don't mind this plan from Stark though, because it wouldn't surprise me if he goes straight, then hangs one outside the off stump, wanting Harry Brook to play that drive that he played in the first innings to bring the two slips and gully into play.
I mean, you feel he could do them either side, don't you? You can bowl round or over. You know, you can push it across in bowling over, because that's what England have done so far against Stark. They've gone after him, nicked him. 111 for 3, Root on 11. Stark bowls to him, and Root offering the full face there in defence. Plays it up towards Doggett at mid-on. Stark today, 77 out of Australia's 511, just keeping England out. How many overs actually did Australia bat for today's results? So it was 73 overnight, 27, 37, 44.3, so half a day.
So well today, Simon.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, the arithmetic slightly improving.
Must have got an early night.
What? In a day-night test?
Had a lie-in.
111 for 3. Stark into bowl to Root. Root brushes it away off the back foot towards backward point. There was no run there.
It's on Michael Neser, 2 caught and bowls. It's only the third time since 1971 that a bowler has had 2 caught and bowls in a men's Ashes innings. Stuart McGill at the SCG for Australia in the New Year's Test of 1999, and Mitchell Stark at Adelaide in December 2017. But I want what I'm digging around for, Simon. I love to hunt a stat.
Stark, meanwhile, he likes to hunt for wickets. Goes into bowl to Root, who comes forward, bat and pad close together, easing the ball away into a gap on the offside. Inglis is after it, races after it. Goes to his knees, gets himself into the right position to throw it back in straight away. Root, though, back for 2, 113 for 2, and Root moves to 13.
Well, a couple of things. One, it's very rare for a fast bowler to have 2 caught and bowls. I make it Stark is the only fast bowler in Ashes cricket to have 2 caught and bowls since the 19th century, before Michael Neser today. Well, I want to say, how many times in Test cricket has a bowler caught and bowled 2 of the top 3?
Right.
And I reckon it's not very often, and certainly not in consecutive overs.
Stark loping in to bowl to Root. Root gets one on his pads, turned away down towards fine leg. They're off for 1, they're going to look for 2. Root busy, Neser hurls it in, and the ball there was threatening the stumps, and Carey let it go just in case. And Root had to be quick. That was really good fielding from Neser. Well, I think he showed his athleticism with those 2 caught and bowls, because they were good catches. They're always good catches, aren't they? Yeah. Caught and bowls, so they're hit back firmly.
It always makes me think when Zoltz gives us stats and dates and numbers. And I think, 1971 doesn't seem that long ago. That's my whole mum's life, and I think she's well old. So I like to put it into context in my own brain, you know?
Yeah. Stark to bowl to Root outside the offside. Is she listening? Does she listen?
Yeah, sorry, Mum, if you are listening.
Yeah, apologies, Mrs. Hartley. That really is your daughter. You should have brought her up better. 115 for 3.
I'll use that as the standard unit of time now, since Alex Hartley's mum was born. So it wasn't quite consecutive overs, but 2 and 3 overs. But I reckon we've got something very rare here. Although they had something unique today, first time in Test history that all 11 players have made at least 13 in the Test innings. I mean, it's a bit of a niche. I was hoping you'd make 15. It would be a rounder stat, but anyway, we'll cling to that.
We're clutching.
Well, they all. I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, you could say they all got in and got out, couldn't you? Really? I mean, no one made more than 77, but they showed great determination.
Well, everybody got a start, and I think that shows once you do get in, and you get yourself in on a surface like this with a ball like this, you can capitalise. But yeah, you are right. Nobody went on and made a century.
Because I mean, normally say you got to make the most of it. You know, if you're going to score big, someone's got to go and get a big score, but.
Everyone's going to score bits.
Yeah, 72. We had a 72, a 65, a 61, a 63, a 77, and a 45. Well, there are lots of ways of doing it. Australia have done it with their way today, and they scored quickly in that innings as well. 511, 117 overs. Boland is going to bowl. He's back into the attack for his 6th over, and he's bowling to Harry Brook, and Harry Brook gets one outside the off stump. He played that as if it kept low. He went past the edge, past the off stump, on its way through to Carey. I mean, this is the problem for England now. There's lots of ifs in sport, but one of them is if they caught those 5 catches last night, or some of them, and restricted Australia's lead, then you can start on this surface where you think it might play a few tricks more and more as the game goes on. You can put pressure on in that 4th innings, but it doesn't look as if England are going to have enough runs to do so. Boland from the Stanley Street end, past the umpire now, and bowls to Brook outside the off stump. Brook, minimal movement there, just allowing it to go by. Regulation delivery in the channel from Boland, taken by Carey.
My mum isn't listening, but my brother is, and he said, Ali's just absolutely done you dirty on the radio, Mum, and I'm grassing as the younger brother.
Well, you can always rely on your siblings to do that, can't you?
Cheers, Will.
You've just got the one brother, have you?
I have, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, it's good to have you with us, Will, even if Mrs. Hartley is not listening. 115 for 3. Boland bowls. Brook rather taps it away into the offside, sets off for a single, and a loud shout of no from Root as Inglis was coming in. They played it straight to him. I know you need to be positive in your running. That was a strange one from Brook. I think Brook was just pointing to the offside. I don't know, what was it? Was that? Oh, there's a man at deep backward point just to remind him, or actually I didn't quite catch him coming in there. Anyway, he really is a live wire in the field, Inglis. Excellent fielder on that offside, and we saw the impact he's had on the game with that run out of Stokes in the first innings. 115 for 3. Boland rolling in to bowl to Brook. Brook taps it away into the onside through square leg. Nice conservative stroke. Nothing flamboyant there from Harry Brook. And he picks up 2 runs. 117 for 3. And Brook moves to 10. We haven't seen any flamboyance or outrageous strokes so far.
I think if he plays a ramp shot, there'll be a lot of people losing their minds.
Well, he's not going to do that, is he?
Well, we thought that in the first innings early on, and he did, didn't he?
The keeper was standing up though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Boland bowls to Brook, and Brook cracks that away down towards deep backward point for 4. Wristy stroke. Ball's a fraction wide from Boland, who's already walking back to his mark. As if I didn't like that one. I'll come back and bowl something better next up. Brook to 14, and England to 121 for 3. Now, what we haven't seen so far from Brook is that step away and clattering the ball through the offside off the stumps. I mean, it's fair to say the situation of the match doesn't call for it. It calls for how he started so far. 121 for 3. Brook settles. And Boland goes into bowl to him. He struck on the pass. A shout for LBW. Umpire says no. Nothing there from umpire Shafadullah. What do Australia do? They're thinking about it. Timer's up. 12, 11. And there we go. They've gone for it.
I think this has hit him outside the line.
Australia have 3 reviews left. They use one on Brook.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
This is our first look front on. We're over deep thirds. It's difficult for us to tell, although you've made your call. The umpire's giving it not out.
Okay, it looks like a gap between bat and ball. Can we have RTS, please?
Yeah, this is hitting outside the line, isn't it? I think
so, yeah.
Just go back, Kevin. Okay, clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Might even be a bit high as well, but I think it's hitting outside the line on the back pad.
Pitching outside off, impact is outside. Thank you. I'll go back to Saikat on field. Saikat, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Well, good call from umpire Sharfadullah and a good call from umpire Hartley as well.
They just shuffled across his off stump a little bit as well, and I'm pretty sure the ball would have been going over.
121 for 3. You're going to be joined by Daniel Norcross, Alex.
But it did do Harry Brook that delivery, and it's Harry Brook has looked a little bit calmer out in the middle today. He's not played those expansive shots that we spoke about, and there he's just trying to just did that little shuffle outside off that he does, and it smacked him on the back pad. Impact outside off. It probably would have gone on to miss anyway. And Dan's throwing things around.
Well,
all right, Dan?
Salts has got a million clipboards where I sit.
It's Salts' fault.
Well, it is, because I've got to be on this side in order to avoid the crack in the window.
If you shuffle my way.
You could shuffle your way. Right, I'll do that then.
Men.
A bit harsh. 121 for 3. England still 56 runs behind on a day of toil for them, mostly in the field, and now toil with the bat in the twilight and beyond. Stark, the big threat, into his 8th over, the second of his 3rd spell. He's in to Root. Root defends into the offside. They're guiding it really into the gully region, and there is no run. There are another 49 minutes to survive tonight, and then England would hope that with probably about another 10 overs having been bowled, a 36 over old ball in sunny conditions on what has been mostly a benign pitch but has shown some signs of up and downiness. Would batting get easier, you may ask, and you may hope that it would if you were of an England persuasion, but does mean there's a lot on this next 48 minutes. Stark in. Root gets up on his toes, defends it to the offside, wants a single. It's not there as it goes to backward point. But the thing is, though, Alex, we always do this. If they were to survive through to the end of the day, then you know, sure as eggs is eggs. What would we say first thing tomorrow morning or afternoon?
We're going.
Big first session coming up.
England have got a lot of runs to get.
Yes, all that.
Yeah, but don't tell the listeners we like to repeat ourselves.
or operating a healthy diet of cliche, but yeah. Stark staying round the wicket, gives you an idea. There's Root, what has he got an edge on that? He's driven at it, but I think the bat's on the ground, and he's gone straight up here, and Steve Smith has gone straight up. There was definitely a noise.
Well, Starks just said he is sure, but they've already gone upstairs.
Well, they have gone upstairs.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can I have the front on, please?
Hartley's giving it out, but I want to see Root's face.
I think under edge.
Because there's a noise that was very woody, but was it the bat on the ground? It's hard to see from this distance. We'll need to see the replay. It's not come up yet.
Ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please? RTS, please, sorry.
Oh.
It wasn't an under edge.
It wasn't an under edge, no.
Yeah, freeze it here. Okay, there's a clear spike when the ball is
out.
I'll go back to Adrian. Adrian, you need to change your decision. On screen now, you can see now.
Well, there was a big noise, but there was a noise of bat on ground, which is why I think the umpire didn't give it initially. But when we see Snicko, there's a big spike when the bat's next to the ball, and Root has to go, and it is a massive wicket. The first innings centurion, England's most likely man to be able to withstand this onslaught this evening, has gone. And actually, it's a very healthy deflection when you see it again. And I think the confusion, that's he said two noises there, Star. Did you hear two noises? Yeah. And what he's saying there was definitely the bat hit the ground. He just wasn't sure, because the bat hit the ground so soon after the ball hit the bat that it gave the impression that actually the ball hadn't hit the bat. But It really had. And straight away, Smith went up. He was convinced. You could almost see the deflection, actually. And England have lost their fourth. 121 for 4. Root has to go.
Yeah, just driving at a ball outside the off stump. And Joe Root was brilliant in that first innings. Had a decent partnership with Zach Crawley. But England are in a spot of bother here. I know we were talking about tomorrow, but Australia will be thinking about tonight.
Well, they might. They really might, because don't forget, an extra half hour is available, and when you're playing game under lights, there's no reason why you shouldn't get the extra half hour, because bad light's not going to become an issue. In order for that to come into play, of course, they would need to get a fair few wickets at this point. There's only 45 minutes left. They would need to... I mean, it depends where England are at. It depends what the score is, how close they are to Australia's score, because obviously if they go beyond Australia's score, Australia will have to come out to bat, but that is all speculation. However, it brings the captain out to have to face his nemesis Stark. There's Jamie Smith in next, who's been there with his pads on through 117 overs.
Yeah.
A lot of it today. So this is a real opportunity for Australia to pounce, and they rarely miss those chances. Stokes on strike. His first ball from Stark. In comes Stark. And Stokes tries to tuck this into the offside, gets a leading edge that's worked out into a short cover region. And it's picked up by Inglis. There's no run. What do we make of that shot from Root, strictly speaking? Did he need to play it a little wide of the off stump?
No, I think it was one that could have been left. It was very full by Stark, wasn't it? And he's obviously hit the ground and the ball first, then the ground. Yeah, I think Joe Root will be in the dressing room and he'll be fuming that he's played a shot at that delivery.
Yep. 15 he made. And Stark is in now to Stokes. Stokes lets this go outside the off stump. How close is that to his off stump? Not too close. It's sort of 4.5 stump. Stokes is chewing vigorously. In tests, he has been dismissed 11 times, and a pretty meagre average of 17.3. So, just seeing Root's dismissal, he will be furious. That was way outside the off stump. It wasn't threatening his stumps at all.
Feet didn't really get moving, did they?
No, actually, no, they didn't on that occasion, which has been rare because he's been pretty good with his feet today. I think really into the ball.
It was the length of the delivery that's thrown him a little bit there. He wanted to just throw his hands through the ball.
Stark in over the wicket to Stokes. Stokes taps this into the onside and will get off the mark. 122 for 4. Bring Harry Brook on to strike, who has, despite being 14 off 14, been so far quite circumspect. But at the end of that over, Stark has made the breakthrough. He's got rid of Joe Root. It feels like a mortal blow for England, and they are 122 for 4, still 55 runs behind.
17th wicket of the series for Stark. That is the joint most in the first 2 tests of an Ashes series since Shane Warne had 20 after 2 tests in 1994. Mitchell Johnson had 17 after 2 tests in the 2013-14 series, when he demolished England with one of the great displays of fast bowling over the course of the series. So Stark, if he can take 3 more wickets, will tie Warne with 20 wickets. Only Alec got to go back to 1953 for someone with more than 20 in the first 2 tests of an Ashes series, up to Alec Bedser in England with 22.
He got 22 in the first 2 tests.
He did.
Of 1953. They're both draws, weren't they? Well, it must have been.
Yes.
1-0, that was the last test. It's a bit dispiriting. We take 22 wickets in draws. Start of a new over. Boland in forward in defence. Comes Stokes and pushes the ball firmly back to the bowler. There's no run.
Now, I don't know about you, Dan, but I don't really want to turn around because Glenn McGraw's sat right behind us. And I reckon he'll have a little smile, a little smirk on his face.
I'm not sure he's not had a smile on his face through nearly every single moment of this series so far. He might have looked a little bit glum towards the back end of day 1, but thereafter he's been a picture of joy and sweetness and light.
I'm so glad I just turned around, he wasn't there.
So now you're imagining Glenn McGraw behind you at all times.
He was there.
Oh, goodness me, is it like something that follows you?
Australians.
A giant lurking Glenn McGraw.
Lurking wicket takers.
2 slips of gully, backward point, extra mid offers. Boland is in to Stokes, who comes forward and pushes into the offside square of the wicket. There's no run. Stokes really dug in that first innings until he gave his own wicket away, run out. It was a novel way to get out. It wasn't playing a loose drive. He put all those away, hadn't he? He was really, really careful until he pushed one into the offside, wanted a run that was absolutely not there. Root sent him back, stroke didn't move, and then a wonderful bit of fielding from Josh Inglis with one stump to aim at, did for him. Started a slide as Stokes gets up on his toes and pushes the back of a length ball into the offside, straight to Inglis, no run.
Stark to root this series, 3 for 29 in 64 balls.
There you have it. Has Stark now bowled 3 overs in this latest spell? 2, just 2. So he's bowled 3, 3 and 2 so far. Right, I can tell you about the circumstances of moving to day 4, and I will do so after this ball, as it may get more germane. Boland, rocking and rolling, is in, defended by Stokes, back to the bowler. If the umpires believe a result can be achieved and the captain requests it, they can expend 10 play 30 minutes. Would only be if 7 or 8 down. So if England was 7 or 8 down but hadn't gone past Australia's score, then they could do that. And given that they're 55 runs behind, you imagine that they probably wouldn't get beyond that by half past. You can never be too sure with Harry Brook knocking about, but
Ben Stokes likes to settle in, doesn't he?
Yeah. Boland into Stokes, who rather gingerly defends this from the crease, and then stares rather suspiciously at the pitch. He didn't really do anything. It's just the ball's allowed to bounce a bit every now and then, and he's defended it to backward point. 22 for 4. 1 ball remains in this over, and then another 38 minutes, which is about, well, the way they've been bowling their overs is not very many, but 9, realistically 9 overs could be got in. I'm kind of feeling they should be just counting those overs down, really, but they've not shown any likelihood of doing that. Over the wicket this time is Boland, and Stokes is defending with an angled bat to backward point. End of the over, a maiden over, relatively rare in this match. 122 for 4, Stokes 1, Brook 14.
Yeah, I was looking at the unusual feat of Michael Neser taking caught and bowled 2 of the top 3, and I've looked back through. If I've crunched the data correctly, I make it the 11th time in Test history that a bowler has caught and bowled 2 of the top 3. The only other sort of full fast bowler to do so was Mitchell Johnson against South Africa at Perth in December 2012. Billy Midwinter, who was a sort of medium pacer in the 1880s, who played for both England and Australia, caught and bowled 2 of his former teammates playing for England at the MCG in 1882, having played for Australia previously, and then played later for Australia against England. Again, a curious career in a curious time.
He just couldn't decide, could he? Stark starts a new over in to Harry Brook, who edges. I thought he'd edged. Did you not think he'd edged?
Don't do that.
Well, he drove and missed. It went through to the keeper. I beg your pardon. I heard a noise, but it must have been bat wafting on grass. What did he do that you don't like, Alex?
Play that ball. There's absolutely no need. Stark change of angle, bowling the ball across Harry Brook. It's there to be driven. If it's a white ball and you're crunching it to all parts, you're in a test match, you're trying to make the deficit as few as possible, and you
miles away from it.
Playing a shot. You're playing a shot that you played to get out in the first innings.
Yeah, this is the over the wicket line that's done for Brook before. He's facing up again now, and he lets one go outside the off stump. It goes to on the bounce to Alex Carey, whose glove work is immaculate. 145 kilometres an hour. Is it the pace that does this, that just sort of, sometimes you...
I think it's England's mindset. I think it's the way that they play.
Yeah.
I don't know how often they practice leaving the ball on line and length at training.
Well, it was an insane shot to play, given the circumstances. I'm not sure if it's quite as insane as in his first innings when he did the very first ball he faced from Stark in the twilight. As Stark is into him again, and he's left again outside the off stump. And that's easily done because there's no movement. I mean, something that we've got to emphasise here is there's all this fear of the demons and what the ball's going to do and Twilight. Stark has not hooked the ball back in, has he? When you think of Stark, you think of the really terrifying in-ducker back into the right-hander. And so you may be imagining back home that a pink ball under lights is going to do that and then do it in spades. But it's not doing that at all.
No, he's bowling his wobble ball.
And it's just angling across. And for the most part, England are obliging. He got root with one. He bowled from around the wicket, but it didn't threaten the stumps. The Stark runs away from us. And Brooke drives into the offside up towards long off. Travis Head waddles in from the boundary and they get a single. Brooke moves to 15. It's a bit too full on that occasion, so it's easy for Brooke to get his bat on it. 123 for 4, the deficit 54.
Just to conclude the caught and bowled stats, only the third time in Ashes cricket that a bowler has caught and bowled 2 of the top 3. One was Midwinter in 1882 and the other was Peter Philpott, Australian leg spinner, caught and bowled Jeff Boycott and John Edrich at the SCG in January 1966.
They must have had a bit of a partnership there if Philpott was getting them both out.
It's like going parents' age, grandparents' age. There you go.
Stark into Stokes, who comes forward, bat and pad close together, defends up to the bowler.
Boycott made 84 at a partnership with Bob Barber, who made a brilliant 185, and then John Edrich made a century. He was ninth man out for 103 at 433 for 9. So caught and bowled 2 of the top 3. Midwinters were also some way apart. So we can say this is the first time in Ashes history that a bowler has caught and bowled 2 of the top 3 in the space of 3 overs.
What was the score at the end of the first day there? Because I've just had a look at the number of minutes that they each batted, and I think there would have been 1 down for not a huge amount. Stark into Stokes. Stokes gets up on his toes and defends. Back of a length ball into the offside. There is no run. TMS podcast, by the way, will be available after play on BBC Sounds. All Ashes content. Just search Ashes, and all our podcasts and more will appear, including the Ashes Top 10 with Isha Goa, Alistair Cook and Aggers. And on iPlayer, Alex Hartley will be joined by Michael Vaughan and Jason Gillespie for the TMS Ashes debrief. You do like to mix it up, don't you?
Well,
different people every night.
Yeah, you've got to keep the fans engaged. If I had you all the time, it'd be...
No, I don't finish that. Don't finish that
It'd be entertaining. I like to give the fans a full variety of opinions.
And that's exactly what the Ashes debrief is all about. It's a revolving cast of characters.
It's basically whoever wants to come on.
Yes, that's right.
Perfect.
Yes. Right, start of a new over. Boland in to Brooke, who defends, back up the wicket. There's no run. So what was the score at the end of that first day? I'm just trying to imagine, old cricket. Let's just take ourselves back in time, 60-odd years. I can see there that England's number 1 batted for 242 minutes. That's 4 hours. England's number 2 batted for 296 minutes, and England's number 3 batted for 253 minutes. So something for 2 then.
There were 5 down.
Oh, 5. Oh, yeah, because suddenly there was a little collapse. Well, that's a lot of runs, isn't it, for the top 3? As Boland is in, beats the bat, does he, or has he got an edge? They think he's got an edge, and the finger's gone up. And instantly Harry Brooke has referred this. He doesn't think he's touched this. He definitely doesn't think he's touched this. I don't think this can be him trying to game the system here.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
I don't know whether the umpire was giving Harry Brooke the chance to walk, but he took a little while to give it. All the Australians were convinced. Harry Brooke's convinced he hasn't hit it. So has he brushed maybe his...
Okay, looks like a gap between bat and ball, and
it's an enormous
I will need RTS just once again, Gavin.
Well, I never.
I don't know how that's been given out.
That is a huge gap.
But what about the
you
top?
Can see the
what about
bat.
the shoulder?
Looks like a gap. Can you give me RTS?
Well, we haven't got the perfect
clear gap between bat and ball. Okay, clear gap between bat and ball. Thank you. I'll go back to Saikat on field. Saikat, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
His bat has hit his pad, and there's a good 2 inches away from the ball. So that's not a great decision from the umpire. he'd have heard something. And actually, bearing in mind how we keep complaining about how we can't see the pink ball, we've got to probably be a bit fairer. As Boland is in, and this time, has he got an edge this time? And, they're convinced, and Brooks going nowhere, the umpire's not giving it. So, are they going to go upstairs? They are. Now, though, we need to see a picture of Harry Brook here, just to see how guilty he's looking.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I have checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
What drama. 2 in 2 here.
Ashes cricket for you.
The first one was nowhere near out, but was given out. This one might be the other way around. I don't know. Let's have a look.
The ball is very close to the bat. Can we have RTS, please?
Yeah, I think he might have hit this one.
Yeah, okay, freeze it here. There's a clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Can you go to the catch, please, Gavin? I want to see the completion of the catch, please.
So now they're going to check the catch to see if it has carried properly. It's definitely a spike. It's definitely come off the outside edge of Brooks' bat. He's walking off now.
Satisfied, thank you. I'll go back to Saika on field. Saika, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
Well, Harry Brook has gone. England have lost their 5th wicket. They're on the skids late in the evening at the Gabba, and well, he was out playing a defensive shot, so I dread to think what he's going to do for the rest of the series. I'm going to get out of the way. Alex, you try to describe the drama of the last 5 minutes, and then I'll hand over to Jonathan Agnew.
Well, it's Ashes cricket, isn't it? I mean, the first decision, Australia went up half-heartedly. It was given out by the umpire. A massive gap between the bat and ball. And then the very, very next ball, Australia got absolutely wild. Harry Brooks stands still. Umpire doesn't raise his finger. And that time, it was out. And England find themselves 4 down and in a spot of bother. 5 down, 5 down, and a spot of bother.
They certainly are. Jamie Smith's arrived, and he's on a pair. That's funny, I was listening to Dan talking about the extra half hour. I thought, I don't know about that. But actually, with half an hour of play left and England 5 wickets down, it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's my favourite score now, though, Aggers. 1, 2, 3 for 5.
Well, let's see how Smith gets on. 2 slips of gully. Smith hasn't really over-attacked. That's Steve Smith, I mean. Here's Boland then coming in and bowling to Jamie Smith. Hit on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket. Up they all go again. And 35,000 Australians in the crowd are appealing too. And Steve Smith saying, what do you think? Carey saying, I think might be going down the leg side. Umpire Shafadullah is absolutely in the spotlight down there. And he's given that not out, and Australia decided not to review that leg BW decision, but he gave the not out 1 out, and he gave the out 1 not out. He must be rather a scrambled mind at the moment, but this one to Smith, well, it's a pretty good shout. I think it's probably gone down to miss leg stump, I think. Glenn McGrath's back.
G'day, Aggers, g'day everyone. That's not far away, deceptive, but he's a long way down the pitch.
Yeah, he took a pace, didn't he?
So
England on the rack here at the moment.
Missing, yep, going over.
What's going on? Stokes has seen something. Smith's seen something.
Yep, there's a piece.
There's something on the pitch.
Yeah, a bit of grass growing.
Yeah, Stokes came down there and just and sort of swept it up. So anyway, they're bringing another slip in now. Inglis is coming in from cover. Bit of extra pressure on Jamie Smith, who's waiting for Boland. Here he comes now, bowls to Smith, and he lets that go. It wasn't too far away from the off stump because Carey's taken that moving down the leg side. 123 for 5. England are 54 runs behind still.
Yeah, no, the drama of day-night cricket, the strategy that comes in, which is not in normal Test cricket. As soon as that last session, under lights, under darkness, moisture starts coming up through the wicket and it plays differently.
Boland bowls and Smith takes a pace down the pitch again. And pushes that out towards a wide bit off where Head field is the end of another successful over. Because Scott Boland is loving these conditions. They're made for him, really. 123 for 5, 30 overs have been bowled. And England are 54 runs behind. We've got 25 minutes of scheduled play left tonight. And then still 2 days to go in this match, of course. And there's the applause for Boland as he takes his position up way down in the distance at the far end.
Yeah, so thinking back to the day one in that evening, the night session, third session, those 60 runs were vital, or was having a bowl.
Yeah. Ingo Stark, he bowls to Ben Stokes, who lets that go through outside the off stump. He doesn't play a shot at it.
Yeah, we can sit here and talk about it all we like.
Oh, yeah, we'll never know, will we?
Never
but
know.
that was kind of that was the big decision, wasn't it? It was. I think they were going to bowl. They just assumed that
Jofra was going to get out. Someone was going to get out.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the Australians were actually quite happy that they batted through. Fair enough, they wouldn't have been happy with the amount of runs they scored, but the fact that the opening batsman didn't have to go out and face the England bowlers with the new ball in these conditions.
Stark, shadows at his feet. Moves in now, bowls to the England captain, who lets it go through outside the off stump again. Whistling by. And it was all looking pretty good at 48 for no wicket. And then Duckett got one that kept very low. Certainly can't blame him for the way that he got out.
That was tough.
Jittery innings from Pope, bad shot. Caught and bowled for 26. Crawley looked very nice again, but again a big booming drive on the rise. Caught and bowled also by Neser, so it's very unusual that for an opening bowler. The first 2 wickets of an innings to be both caught and bowled, but that sums up the shots that were played. Crawley 44. Root a bit of a twitchy shot outside the off stump, caught behind off Stark for 15. In goes Stark bowls, and shorter one this time, but Stokes just allows to go by. And then Brook, no blame attached to that either, so a defensive push at the off stump and a little nick through to the wicketkeeper.
I know we've been having a go at Brook for those expansive shots outside off stump. He plays the defensive shot and gets out. So what's Brook thinking when he's going off?
I don't know, but we certainly can't attach any blame to that dismissal today.
Bowling in these conditions, it's just moving around, just nipping around off the pitch, a little bit in the air. He is hard work.
3 slips and a gully. Ben Stokes over his bat. Now it's raised. Stark runs in, bowls to him, and again he plays no stroke. Hasn't had to play a single ball in this over so far. He comes up and gives the pitcher a tap or two, just for no particular reason. It's like a slab of stone out there, that pitch. But there are some cracks opening up though.
Mitchell Stark, he's got his tail up here a little bit, 145 kilometres an hour. They're running in. You see the energy in this Australian fielding side. There's going to be energy when they're on top here.
Yep. Stark again rushes in and he bowls to Stokes. Quick ball, Stokes forward. Well, dribbles away to be picked up by Green in the offside.
But cricket at this level also is about body language. You know, obviously the Australians are up at the moment. You look at the way England body language throughout the earlier part of today. Even when things aren't going your way, you've got to be up. You've got to be ready for it.
Yep.
There's a bit of a hush around the crowd now.
Well, there is. I think it happened to the Barmy Army for a while.
And it's an important little period, this, the last 20, 21 minutes.
Stokes waits. Stark runs in, bowls to him. Forward he comes, and there's a brilliant piece of work there by Green in the gully. And the stormtroopers almost all were up there thinking that was a catch. It was a very good save, and it prevented possibly 4 runs down to third man. He's just the perfect man in that position. Is where Joel Garner used to field for the West Indies, about a similar height.
Yeah, contrasting gully fieldsman for England and Australia. Ben Duckett in there, who's probably half, being a little bit harsh here. of Cameron Green, but he's a big man, and for a big guy, he actually moves well and gets down well.
Yeah, he does.
Good hands.
123 for 5. England 54 runs away from making Australia bat again, that is. Right, Jamie Smith, what have you got? In comes Boland. Is there? He bowls to him, cuts back, thumps into his thigh pad. And Green again is the man who comes trotting up the Cohen field, and now Nathan Lyon is bringing a helmet out, I think he is, handing it to Alex Carey. It's been quite a busy 12th man, hasn't he?
He'd be nearly tempted to put someone in close on the offside there for those ones that nip back and inside edge.
Well, Travis Head is being summoned, and another helmet's going out.
Where's he going? He's going leg side or offside?
Yes, I think he's going leg side, but Lyon again, the 12th man, runs out with a second helmet. So there's one behind Carey. That's probably Carey's himself. And now Head.
Interesting position there. Getting closer. That's it. I'd go a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, I like a short leg, and this will stop Smith trying to thrust that pad down the pitch. Here's Boland, moves in, bowls to him, and he drives nicely. There's a lovely stroke between mid-off and bowler. And Fielder rushing after that all the way down to the rope, but the ball's going to win the race. 4 runs, that'll make him feel better. He's off his pair.
Yep, a rare bad ball there from Scott Boland this innings. That was just a long half volley.
Yeah.
He's been hitting the deck well.
Yeah, it was...
Just looking at Travis Head, would you call that a long short leg?
Just quite close. Yeah, he's quite deep there. Boland bowls, defeats Smith. Better length, some zip off the pitch.
Back through the gate, over middle stump.
Lovely ball. England 50 behind. And Smith's chewing hard on some gum.
Yeah,
he's got a smile on his face, but I don't think he's necessarily smiling through pleasure.
You're not.
That was very similar to the ball that bowled him in the first innings, wasn't it? Cutting back through the gate.
Yeah.
That one went straight over the top of the stumps.
Well, it's a little bit shorter of a length, but that deviated a long way.
Boland again moves in, bowls, and this time Smith managed to get bat on it. Picked up at point by Weatherald. Well, no one's left the Gabba, that's for sure. Might be one of the most difficult cricket grounds in world cricket to get away from at the end. The lack of any sort of transport, but people are hanging on. And Smith crouches over his back. Boland's on his way, a prowling sort of approach, and Smith plays that rather tentatively, pushing the ball out into the covers, and there's no run. So 17 minutes to go until the close of play of this third day.
Yeah, important that these two get through, find a way to get through these last 17 minutes for England's sake. Scott Boland with his tail up. He loves these pitches, these conditions.
Yeah, it's actually made for him. Shoulders rocking, he comes in and bowls again and cuts back, and Smith manages to poke the ball away. It's the end of the over. It's 127 for 5. 32 overs have been bowled in this innings, and England are 50 runs behind. They've lost Duckett for 15, Pope for 26, Crawley 44, Root 15, and then Brook also for 15. 2 wickets for Neser, 2 for Boland, and 1 for Stark. He's going to bowl the next over from this Vulture Street end.
The collapse from 90 for 1, England lost 4 for 33 and 12.5 overs, prior to which the previous 144 overs in the match had seen 671 runs scored for 12 wickets. So a significant change in tone under the lights.
Stokes is waiting for Stark. He bowls the next over with a quarter of an hour to go. Runs in now, bowls to Stokes, who flicks that away into the leg side, finds the man out in the deep, and strolls a single that takes him to 2. And 128 for 5, and Stokes has said something as amused Stark there. I didn't pick up what it was, but they've had a bit of a laugh about something. 35,500 people here. Not all Australian by any means. There's a lot of English support here. They'll be again very disappointed with the situation of the match. England are 49 runs behind. Smith is now going to face Stark. Cruising in, left arm over the wicket, is there and he bowls, and that's nicely left by Smith, taking the bat out of the way, having nothing to do with it.
Yes, Mitchell Stark staying over the wicket to Jamie Smith. The last right-hander he bowled to was, well, when he got Joe Root out, I should say, was around the wicket. See how long he stays over. Just that angling that ball across.
Ball slowly returned to Stark. He's almost at the end of his run, just beyond our window here. Grips the ball. Now he sets off again. There's a moment's pause to steady himself, and he bowls to Smith. Oh, he's caught behind. There's that drive again, a firm-footed drive, and England lose their 6th. Not a great shot again. A wafty drive. They're talking about the possibility of reviewing it, but I think he is going to review it. Well, Australians were up straight away.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is a bit weird. I mean, look at the celebration.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision out. I have checked the fit. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Why would he check with Stokes to see if he hit it? He'd know straight away.
I think he would know. So we wait for the review up on the screen. And you'll notice that the crowd will cheer or otherwise before we actually say what it is, because they get to see the pictures before we do.
Can we have RTS, please?
No, deflection. Oops.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, we freeze it here.
It's a huge
There's
one.
a clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Thank you. I'll go back to 18 on field. 18, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
I don't know why you'd review that.
You would have felt that. That's a big deflection. Just hoping. I don't know. Maybe it was Stokes that told him to review it.
Could have been. There's another firm-footed drive, the like of which we've seen too many on this tour. And Smith is out for 4. Well, if another wicket goes down now, then certainly Australia would be able to stake a pretty good claim to the extra half hour. So Will Jacks played nicely for a while in the first innings. Looking at some England supporters there on the screen. A painful experience this for them. As Jacks arrives, he'll take guard. And Stark will continue. I mean, that was an odd review, because the Australians all knew it couldn't have been anything else. The bat was well away from his body. They all knew.
And I guess you look at the situation of the game, a lot of that goes back to the experience of playing day-night cricket. Australia's played a lot, and you saw the way they played today. They were just batting time, weren't they? Trying to get it closer and closer to this night's session, have a harder ball.
Got a tactic is brilliant.
And you can see why now.
Outstanding. Right, Stark is on his way. Left arm over the wicket, is bowling to Jacks. Listen to the crowd at the Gabba as Jacks plays that first ball into the offside to wide mid-off. Well, there's an England supporter there on the big screen trying to smile. I was in tears for a minute. Didn't look very happy. 128 for 6. England are 49 runs short of making Australia bat again. They're destined to lose by an innings. Stark moves in, bowls to Jacks on the front foot, drives into the offside. Chase for Weatherall from wide mid-off. He's not going to get there. And Jack's off the mark with a nice drive through extra cover. Deficit 45.
Yeah, again, this one over-pitched. As soon as you over-pitch on this pitch, it becomes so much easier. Good shot by Jacks there. It's not easy coming in under these, in these conditions, under the light, getting used to that pink ball. Mitchell Starc bowling good pace. 10 minutes to go, Aggers.
There are.
Got to get through.
They've got to survive these 10 minutes. Jacks settles in again. This is the last ball of Stark's over. In he goes, bowls to Jacks. Oh, that's bounced and taken the glove, I think. Let's have a look. Carey's claiming the catch. Stark wants it. Jacks is standing there. There was a sound. It's been given not out by the look of it. Smith's reviewing it. There was a sound. It was an ugly ball. It was quick, it was short, it was leg stumpish.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we have the front on, please?
I think Jacks is confident here that he's got away with that. He nodded at Stokes and did a thump of the gloves.
The ball is close to the bat. Can we have RTS, please, Gavin?
It's a thigh pad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not off the glove.
There was a sound. I don't think that's thigh pad.
Yep. Yes, keep it going, please. Go back one frame. Go back.
Yeah, thigh pad.
Yes. Yeah. Nothing on RTS. Keep it going. Okay, it's off the thigh. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field. Adrian, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can see them not out.
Good decision with all the pressure and the tension and the shouting and histrionics. Good decision by umpire Holstock. So, Jacks survives. 9 minutes remain of scheduled play, and Simon's coming in here.
Yeah, just looking at Jacks's face then, when they were reviewing it, he looked confident. That fist pump with Ben Stokes, I think, said it all. It's all happening, the drama of Test cricket, day-night cricket. Australia's lost 2 reviews. England have lost 1. It's all happening, Simon.
Feels irresistible, doesn't it? This Australian surge. 132 for 6. 1 more wicket. We might be into extra half an hour territory. Stokes on 2. And he's in behind that, playing back up the offside of the pitch. Picked up by Boland, who's picked up 2 for 31 from his 9 overs. It's been such a different game after that 20-minute break. Before that, Australia came out, didn't bowl particularly well. England nice and positive, confident start, the sort of start we've seen many times from them in the past. But since then, Australia have got a total stranglehold on this England innings. They already had a stranglehold on the game, and they are closing in on 2-0. Boland bowls to Stokes, and Stokes defends back up the offside of the pitch. It might not happen tonight, but it's going to happen sometime in the future.
Jamie Smith's form is becoming a real concern for England. He made a 50 in the first innings at Lords against India, at which point he played 21 test innings and averaged 58, since when he scored 79 runs in his last 8 innings, so averaging just under 10 since the second innings at Lords. Scores of 8, 9, 8, 2, 33 and 15, that was in Perth here.
Boland bowling to England's captain, and Stokes is forward, playing that away into the offside. Boland picks up. They've spread the field here for Stokes. They put a long off in, a long on, deep backward point, deep square leg. There's a fine leg in as well. 3 slips in the gully, and it's not because I think Stokes is going to play some big shots, because they want to have a go clearly at Jacks tonight. And Jacks he's in at number 8, but he's a proper batter, but trying to put him under some pressure. Now Carey's trying to put Stokes under some pressure as well by coming up to the stumps.
There's 6 minutes left. They're trying to make sure there's only 2 overs left here.
Stokes settles. Boland sets off again. And round the wicket to bowl to Ben Stokes. Stokes plays that away, and he is going to get 1. They might get 2 actually. He's dropped it short of the field on the offside. So they've set the field back, and they picked up 2. 134 for 6.
Not sure why they've set them so far back. If you're going to give him the single, that's fine.
Yeah, because you're not going to hammer it, are you?
No, well, Stokes is looking to survive. He's not looking to play too many shots.
See, if you want to get Jacks on strike, you can have the field in a bit. It's not like a one-day match where you're worried about the boundaries. That's not going to be the situation. Stokes on 4, Jacks on 4. Stokes is back on strike. And the field's come up now. 2 balls left in the over. Boland bowls to Stokes. Stokes lets it go. It's taken by Carey, who delights the crowd, or gets the crowd going by whipping the bails off, but Stokes' back foot is behind the line. So 5 more minutes to go. We might, it depends who bowls it. It's 25, 15, 16, 17 seconds. So if it's Stark, you think that'd probably be it for the day. 1 more over, unless Stark were to take a wicket. 134 for 6. And it's been an awful session for England in this. An awful day for them, to be honest. Awful day yesterday. Australia total grip on the game. Boland over the wicket now. Bowls to Stokes. Stokes is forward, playing out towards point, and there is no run. 134 for 6. Jacks has 4. Stokes has 4, and England are 43 runs behind. And the limit of their ambition at the moment, I think, is to make Australia bat again and not lose the game by an innings. But stranger things have happened, as we know from Headingley 1981, but they don't happen very often.
A couple of years ago. Beefy, Ian Botham.
Yeah.
And then Bobby Willis. He was a man possessed that day.
Yeah, the miracle of Headingley, and that's the whole point. It was a cricketing miracle. That's why they'll talk about it for another 100 years or whatever. 50 years. Now 134 for 6. The bowlers to come. And Will Jacks is out there, and this could well be the last over of the day. I wonder what Smith would do if they did take a wicket here. Would they press for the extra half an hour?
Well, you probably would, because you're under lights tomorrow morning. Completely different conditions.
Change the umpire, so there's a reasonable chance of a victory. Stark bowls, Jacks leaves, just across him there, collected by Carey. We've got 3 slips and a gully in, and 2 on the offside and 2 on the onside, and a fine leg. Now, I think that the reason for the barracking in the crowd is they've shown an England supporter, I mean, with his head in his hands. I mean, I don't think he was crying, but it looked as if that was, I think, the intention of the shot. And I think they've looked up and they've gone to, that's to say, cry baby, something like that.
Crying on the inside, son.
Yeah, but I think he just wiping away some sweat from his brow. That's all it was. Here's Stark bowling full. Jacks is forward, playing it square with the wicket on the offside. Yeah, it's being sledged by the big screen. The spectators picked up in the crowd. Well, that's why they call it the Gabattoir.
Yep. You come and play here for New South Wales, it's exactly the same.
Yeah? You can't. Yeah, what sort of crowds do you have for these sort of games, state games?
Yeah,
you have a few in?
Well, I remember my first state game here was against, obviously Queensland, New South Wales, Queensland, full strength. And I was bowling Talon Border, and he was tearing strips off me. I'd never been sledged before and never come across it. And it was one of my favourite games of all time.
Right. Deep square leg in. Stark bowls, and Jacks plays into the offside. You'll hear the Shatner effects microphone of no run. So, what's that? 3rd ball of the over. 3 balls left of this day's playing. Then just hanging on the edge of the cliff by their fingertips at the moment. Another change in the field. They're bringing one of the slips out, and they're putting him out at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't put the guy back there. I'd give him a short ball, but I wouldn't try to telegraph it either.
Yeah. So it looks as though Stark might go short. At least it's put that idea in Jacks's mind, anyway.
Maybe that's reverse Malachi, as we call it, off Happy Days.
There's 3 men back to the catch on the leg side for the short ball. What's Stark going to come up with? Goes in now and bowls. It's quite full. It's guided away by Jacks towards backward point. And there is no run. Just counting those balls down. 2 left for Jacks to survive. He's there on 4. England 43 runs behind. So at that last break, there were 45 and no wicket after 6 overs. So this tells you the dominance that Australia have had under lights. There have been some poor shots, some good balls as well. The ball that got Harry Brook was a good delivery. He's right in that corridor, just left him a fraction. nicked it through to the keeper. 2 caught and bowled as well. Duckett got one that kept low. Good bowling from Australia, just using the conditions under lights. Stark bowls to Jacks. Jacks defends into the onside. Stark comes across and sticks down in his right hand and picks up. So this, in theory, should be the last ball of the day.
9:30, unless a wicket falls.
Unless a wicket falls, and then it's up to Steve Smith to, I suppose, go to the umpires and say, look, can we have an extra half an hour? More change in the field. We're going to have a short leg, just delaying it here. Smith is making Jacks wait. So that man Inglis has come out from cow corner area to mid-off. So 2 on the leg side now. Deep square, fine leg, short leg. 2 slips in the gully. And Jacks composes himself, has a look round the field. And this is the last ball of the day. And start roaring in to bowl it to Will Jacks. It's outside the off stump, it's wide. Jacks leaves it, allows it to go through to Carey. Ben Stokes, the non-striker's end, punches his bat 2 or 3 times to say well played, and they punch gloves and walk off. But that most emphatically has been Australia's day. They've dominated throughout. Just that little spell at the start of England's second innings when they went out to bat before the second break, where they got off to a flyer. But before that and after that, Australia have held England in their very firm grip. And I can't believe for one moment they are going to release it in this test match. 134 for 6 at the close of play. England are 43 runs behind and heading for defeat.
Yeah, no, very much Australia's day, Simon. You look at the way they went about it. They were batting for time early. It wasn't just about the runs. They wanted to get this new ball for this last session, and it showed why. Some very good bowling still. The pitch did a little bit more. You know, Ben Duckett got that one that shot low. There's a bit more seam movement than we've seen throughout this test match under lights. And yeah, Australia very dominant today. Still 4 wickets to go in the shed, and England do bat down very well. They showed in the first innings what they're capable of, and they'll definitely have to do at least that, if not more, tomorrow to stay in with any chance at all.
Well, the Australia players are walking off, and we might just hear from one of them. Isha's poised on the boundary edge, although they've all walked past her. She's holding a microphone up just to say, oh, I think Scott Boland actually is going to come on over and have a word with Isha. He's just mopped his brow. Boland has picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I've got Scotty B with me. 6 wickets in the session. How much fun was that for you?
Great fun, yeah. We thought the ball was going to come alive a bit in the night session, and we just wanted to put as many balls in the right area as we could, and I think we bowled pretty well then.
Need a little bit of patience, though, because England got out of the blocks quickly.
Yeah, but they always play their shots, so I feel like on this kind of wicket where it's a little bit up and down, if we put as many balls in the right areas, they're going to give us some chances, and Ness held on to a couple of great catches to get us going.
What were the right areas for you?
Probably, I won't tell you.
Well, we could see, especially with that Duckett wicket. What about the batting? A 75-run partnership with Mitch Stark there. Not just the runs, but how important was it to bat the time?
Yeah, that was our main objective from the start of the day, was to, one, get some overs into the England bowlers for the second innings, but also to try and stretch out our bowling into the night session. And yeah, Starkey batted awesome, and it was nice fun out there with him.
75-run partnership or the 2 wickets? What did you prefer?
I'll take both.
And how was Mitch Stark out there? It looked like he was struggling a little bit at the start of his spell, but he warmed up nicely.
Yeah, I know every fast bowler's in a little bit of pain, but he seems to push through better than most.
Well done once again. All the best tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Scott Boland speaking to Isha Guha just as the players come off the field. Scott Boland did his part there in that Australia bowling effort.